all of you to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of June the 16th, 2026. As we began this morning, we do have a full agenda. Commissioner Michael Scott is at the podium. He's going to make a few comments, and then following his comments, we're going to ask Dr. Jeffrey Williamson if he would lead us in the invocation, and then Commissioner Scott, if you will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance after that. Following the pledge, our Communications Director, Dr. Jeffrey Williamson, will then read several proclamations. First, recognizing Juneteenth Day. Dr. Earl Mowat is here for that. And then we will recognize Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month. Ms. Jessica will be here for that. And then we have special recognition for the county attorney, Mr. Jeffrey Newton. And with that, we'll go ahead and get started.
Good morning, Mayor, and thank you. Good morning, everyone. So we're going to do a little bit of a remix today. My pastor, Bishop McCray, was unable to make it, so Jeff Williamson's going to stand in, and I'm going to introduce him momentarily. But I do want to share something so that as Dr. Williamson does the prayer invocation this morning, that you reflect on where you are, where your friends and family are, and just be grateful for the time. So last night at 10:30 on Facebook Messenger, I received a message from one of my mentees. He's 25, and he said, Mr. Mike, I'm going through it right now. Breaking down as I text you this, I'm homeless right now with my girl and 2 kids. I don't know what direction to start. We've been donating plasma to keep our room daily, but tonight we're currently on the streets. I've been applying to jobs. I had an interview today for a field technician, and I have an interview for waste management tomorrow. I'm just needing some guidance or direction right now, Mr. Mike. So I say, where are you? He's like, I'm on Lee Road next to Motel 6. We're behind the Cache America Pond. I said, have y'all tried the shelter? He's like, every place we call is full. We just don't know what to do. So I talked with him this morning. His kids are 1 and 3 years old. I was like, what are you guys doing right now? Well, I'm outside with the kids while she gives plasma, and then I'm going to go in and give plasma. Just anything you can do to help us. You know, I lost everything, Mr. Mike, and I don't know what to do. I'm sharing that with you because, you know, everybody's either going through something, has gone through something, or in the next couple of days or weeks, you're going to go through something. And so encourage one another. We're all going to have challenges, regardless of our financial situations, our jobs, our political, our religious beliefs. But one thing we are all consistent in is we live in Orlando, we live in Orange County or the surrounding areas. And so while we can look on the TV and look on social media and there be challenges everywhere, we can also look to each other to push us, to uplift us, to pray for us, to encourage us, and give well wishes. And so wherever you are today in the moments that you're going through professionally, personally, pray for one another, push one another. It costs you nothing. So now I get to read the bio of this cool guy. He's a poet. I'm a poet too. He's way better than me. And I literally just like, do you have a bio that I can read? I just Googled it and it came right up, like third result. So good on your PR team. Dr. Jeff Williamson, PhD, got to put the PhD in there, is the director of the Office of Communications for Orange County Government, where he leads the division and has won multiple awards for their media and social media campaigns during the coronavirus pandemic. Prior to his current service at Orange County Government, Dr. Williamson was the spokesman for the Orange County Sheriff's Office, where he handled hundreds of media cases, including the arrest and trial of Casey Anthony, the death of drum major Robert Champion, and many other major media cases. Prior to his government service, Dr. Williamson worked as a broadcast journalist for affiliates of NBC, Fox, CBS, and the New York Times. During that time, he won multiple journalist awards. He also spent several years on the staff of GQ magazine. Y'all know that by how he be dressing. My boy got swag. Or no, I'm sorry, swag is like my term. I think it's like he got drip. Yeah, drip is the word. He is the author of a book called Feeling Tall, 8 Short Lessons on Courage and Change. And he has written numerous articles for national magazines and is recipient of the FBI Trilogy Award for Law Enforcement and Executive Leadership. With that, I would like to invite to the podium Dr. Jeffrey Williamson to do our invocation. Thank you, Doctor.
Let's stand for the invocation, please. Let's pray. Our Father, we are so thankful for your love to us. We're so thankful for everything that you have done for this wonderful county, the great leadership that it provides. As Commissioner Scott gave us the story of the young, struggling individual, we pray for him, his family, and for all of our families. May the things that we do be a contributor to the success of this particular family. In Scripture, the great psalmist and songwriter David in the 24th division of the Psalm says, "The earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof, the worlds that dwell therein. For he hath founded it upon the seas and established it upon the floods." If indeed, O Lord, the earth is yours, that means that we are yours. We commit this body, our deliberations, and our discussions today to you. May the things that we say, the words that we speak, be pleasing in thy sight. And at the end of this meeting, may the citizens of Orange County have been uplifted, glorified, edified. May each and every one of us have leaved here better than the way that we came. Bless us and keep us. Bless our mayor in everything that he does as he continues to move forward in this position that he has and with other challenges in his life. Bless each of our commissioners, each and every one of us. As our faces differ, so do our needs. Grant us blessings is our prayer on this day. Let everyone say together, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, Jeff, we finna take a picture as if you was a pastor, so right over there. Fake it.
All right, I also get to read some proclamations today. And whereas the Civil War ended with the surrender of General Lee at Appomattox Courthouse, and whereas on June 19, 1865, Union General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, and announced an ordinance and announced as executive order by the President of the United States that all enslaved people were indeed free. And whereas Juneteenth is recognized as the nation's oldest known celebration commemorating the end of slavery and serves as a powerful reminder of the enduring pursuit of freedom, justice, equality, and opportunity. And whereas for more than 150 years, Juneteenth, combining the words June and 19th, has been observed for generations as a time to honor strength, resilience, and the contributions of African Americans. And whereas Orange County will host its annual Juneteenth celebration at the Orange County Regional History Center on Wednesday, June 17th, 2026. That's tomorrow, right, Rhonda? That is tomorrow. Bringing together residents and visitors to commemorate this significant milestone in our nation's history. Now, therefore, Jerry L. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim June 19th as Juneteenth Day in Orange County, Florida, and encourage all residents to attend Orange County's Juneteenth celebration to commemorate the freedom, equality, and cultural resilience of African Americans worldwide. Done and ordered this 16th day of June 2026, signed by the Mayor and all 5 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Accepting the proclamation is our dear friend, Dr. Earl Mowat, Chair of the Mayor's Orange County MLK Initiative. Dr. Mowat.
Good morning. I am Dr. Earl Mowat, and I am co-chair for the Orange County Dr. MLK, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. initiative. We are honored to accept the proclamation on behalf of our Juneteenth celebration here locally and across the country. To Mayor Demings and his entire commission, thank you. Thank you for your continued support for the initiative throughout the past 7 years, and also on recognizing Juneteenth and what it means to African American culture. The MLK Initiative is proud of the Juneteenth celebration we've hosted over the past 4 years. Through our efforts, residents have been enlightened on what Juneteenth is, its significance in American history, and in commemoration of the ending of slavery in the United States. Through our efforts, we are excited about this year's celebration and theme. It's a family affair. It's the grand finale. We're asking, urging, welcoming the community and all that would like to join us tomorrow, June 17th at 11:30 a.m. on the front lawn of the Orange County Regional History Center, Heritage Square, for lots of food, fun, fellowship, and live entertainment. Live entertainment as we commemorate Juneteenth and recognize the 7 years of impact the MLK Initiative has made on the Central Florida community. Residents will also have the opportunity to explore a few of the Orange County's Regional History Center's exhibits during the celebration. That place is a gem, so please come out and see that. The event is free to the public, and will be held outside, so guests are encouraged to bring their lawn chairs to the event. There'll also be lots of entertainment activities for all ages, and we would be delighted if the community, commission, and county staff would join us for the celebration. Last, it is my honor to acknowledge all of our MLK Initiative members that are here with us today. So if you can please stand and be recognized at this point. Thank you all. Your volunteerism goes unmatched, so I do want to thank you for helping to move those initiatives through. We could not have successfully completed these last 7 years without them, folks. You are to be commended. Thanks again for the commission's support. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Hang on, you gotta wait for Monica. Go on, Monica.
Hey, Monica.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mowat. And Monica, if you want, real quick, Monica, yesterday the mayor also recognized Star 94.5 for their 30 years of service to the community. So Monica May is a voice of Star 94.5. So if you want to say a couple of words regarding the 30th anniversary of Star 94.5, and they are a great partner for Orange County government.
Oh my goodness. It was just so wonderful to see all of management there to support the team that comes into the community. So we appreciate everything that Orange County has done, and especially our wonderful mayor. God bless. God bless. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Monica. Star 94.5. All right, we appreciate that. Our next proclamation is for National Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month. And real quick, too, I wanted to, if I may take a minute to just recognize Rhonda Robinson also, who was the special liaison for the mayor to the MLK Initiative. Thank you, Rhonda. National Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month. The proclamation reads, whereas Florida has more than 580,000 Floridians living with Alzheimer's disease. Whereas Alzheimer's disease is a leading cause of death in the United States and continues to profoundly impact individuals, families, caregivers, and communities. And whereas 877,000 dedicated family members in Florida provide unpaid care at home, valued at over $30 billion. And whereas researchers in Florida and around the world continue their efforts to develop scientific discoveries that could one day bring about a world without Alzheimer's and other dementia. And whereas Orange County is committed to raising awareness about the early warning signs of Alzheimer's and dementia, promoting brain health and risk reduction, and helping families affected by dementia navigate available resources and support. And whereas early detection and diagnosis, individuals and their families can access treatment, enroll in research, participate in planning for the future, and engage with agencies and organizations that support people living with dementia and their caregivers. And whereas Orange County joins in commemorating those who have passed from Alzheimer's disease and honors those living with Alzheimer's disease and other dementia, as well as their dedicated caregivers. Now, therefore, Jerry L. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim the month of June as Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month in Orange County, Florida. Done and ordered this 16th day of June, 2026, signed by the mayor and all 5 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Accepting the proclamation is Jessica Wells. Ms. Wells is the Executive Director of Central and North Florida's Alzheimer's Association. Ms. Wells.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning. As just mentioned, my name is Jessica Wells, and I am the chapter executive for the Alzheimer's Association Central and North Florida chapter. We appreciate your recognition of Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month. This is a cause that touches nearly every family in Orange County in some way. I'm going off script here. I promised I'd be 2 minutes or less, but I just have to see. How many in this room, please raise your hand if you have a connection in your family to Alzheimer's disease? There's a lot of us. I didn't bring a posse to take a picture with, but if any of you guys want to join me for my picture, I would love that. I get a picture, right? I'm going to use it. Great. Thank you. So, the Alzheimer's Association is the leading voluntary health organization dedicated to Alzheimer's care, support, and research. It is an honor to work alongside our dedicated staff, volunteers, advocates, caregivers, and supporters whose efforts have helped drive remarkable progress in the fight against this disease. Today, there is a real reason for hope. We now have FDA-approved treatments that can slow the progression of Alzheimer's when administered in the early stages. So an early diagnosis is key. Researchers are making new discoveries every day, and we are advancing policies that support those living with Alzheimer's and their caregivers. One exciting development is the potential use of simple blood-based biomarker tests to help detect Alzheimer's disease before symptoms even appear. While we have made tremendous progress, there is still much work to be done. Together, we can continue to advance research, improve care and support for families, and move closer to a world without Alzheimer's and all other dementia. Thank you for your support of the Alzheimer's Association and the families we serve. Thank you as well for your leadership in raising awareness of this critical public health issue. And we would be honored to welcome you to our Orlando Walk to End Alzheimer's on October 3rd at Lake Eola, where our community will come together in hope, remembrance, and determination as we continue the fight to end Alzheimer's. Thank you.
There was way more hands in the room.
Yeah, come on up.
Let me go up.
Yes. There you go.
That's good.
Yes.
Yes. Here's some more.
Jeff, you coming? No.
All right, thank you, Jessica. And thank you all who came out for the photograph. Our final proclamation today is for Jeffrey J. Newton Day. Jeffrey J. Newton Day. The proclamation reads, whereas Jeffrey J. Newton received his Bachelor of Science degree in Political Science from the University of Bridgeport, Connecticut, and a Juris Doctorate from the University of Connecticut School of Law, West Hartford, Connecticut. Whereas Jeffrey J. Newton began his career with Orange County government back in January of 1992 and quickly rose to the rank of Deputy County Attorney in 1997. And whereas in 2005, Jeffrey J. Newton went to work for Broward County government as the county attorney and later came to a census and came back to Orange County and was appointed by the mayor. I put that in there, it doesn't say that. And was appointed by the mayor and the county commission as the county attorney in February 2011. Whereas Jeffrey J. Newton is the first African American to serve as chief legal counsel and county attorney for Orange County government, and his office is responsible for a lot: the preparation of county ordinances, administrative regulations, executive orders, litigation of most cases, and much, much more. Whereas Jeffrey J. Newton has served on numerous professional and civic boards, including the Valencia College Black Student Advisory Committee, Florida Association of County Attorneys, National Bar Association, Paul C. Perkins Bar Association, and a member of Sigma Pi Phi fraternity and Omega Psi Phi fraternity. All right. And whereas Jeffrey J. Newton was instrumental in the American Bar Association selection in 2001 of the Orange County Attorney's Office as one of the best government law offices in the nation. And whereas Jeffrey J. Newton was recognized in 2023 as the Onyx Magazine's Man of Honor recognition, celebrating influential leaders across Florida and beyond for their leadership, service, and professional excellence. And whereas Jeffrey J. Newton has been married to his lovely wife, Charlene, for 40 years. And together they have raised two beautiful children, Zakaya, correct? And Jabari, and are the proud grandparents of two grandsons, Amir and Ahmed. And whereas it is the desire of the Orange County Board of County Commissioners to honor Jeffrey J. Newton for his 28 years of dedicated and long-standing service to Orange County government and his countless contributions to our community. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim today, Tuesday, June 16th, 2026, as Jeffrey J. Newton Day in Orange County, Florida, done and ordered this 16th day of June, 2026, signed by the mayor and all 5 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Mayor Demings and Jeff Newton.
It's kind of hard to believe that I'm at this point. I had told the mayor earlier and Jeff that Dr. Williamson, I should say, he earned that title, that I didn't have any comments for the day because there is a planned function on Friday. But when I heard Commissioner Scott's introduction of Dr. Williamson, I thought that, but for the grace of God, there go I. And we are always struggling with something, no matter who we are. And we have to remember that there's always someone in a worse situation than we are. I was also touched by the 2 previous proclamations, one that I think is somewhat of a parallel here, Juneteenth and the freeing of the slaves, and myself in my retirement. Little bit of freedom there too. And also the Alzheimer's proclamation. My mother, unfortunately, had Alzheimer's and passed an Alzheimer's, and I sometimes wonder whether or not it's going to affect me at some point in time. And I think it was about 2 weeks ago, I was looking for my bedroom shoes, and I told my wife that I found them, and they were on my feet. And so there are little incidents like that that occur, which cause me to pause and think about my own circumstances. But I want to say thank you. Mayor Jacobs, I know, is going to try to be present on Friday when I have many more comments to make. But I want to say thank you to her for bringing me back to Orange County, actually rescuing me from Seminole County. I did a stint of 9 weeks in Seminole County, but rescuing me from Seminole County, which was the 9 weeks that I worked there after having left Broward County in 2010. And thank you to Mayor Demings for keeping me on as part of his administration. And thank you to this board for being very supportive and having trust and faith in me, and in most instances following the guidance that the county attorney's office has given to you. And last but not least, thanks to all of the members of the county administrator's office, and in particular one of the best county administrators in the entire nation, Mr. Byron Brooks. And so with that, I think my wife is probably at home watching. And so I will say, you don't get to stay at home on Friday when we have a celebration, and hopefully she can bring the grandkids as well. And so I look forward to that on Friday. I think it's around noontime, 12:30 or so. And let me not forget that with every success that I've had, there's been a lot of other successful people that have enabled me to be successful. And those members are seated over there in the reserved seats, and those are the members of the county attorney's office. The best attorneys that I know of in the state of Florida when it comes to legal offices for government. And so I would like for you all to join me in any picture. I do need a picture, right? Any picture that is taken with the mayor. Thank you.
Let me also just say a few words. I count Jeffrey Newton as a friend, a colleague, someone who I've looked to for sage advice over the years. He and I and Byron, we share a couple of different fraternities together, and we have all been around a long time for 4 decades or so in public service. And I've counted on Jeff to not only give me professional advice as the county attorney, but also personal advice. And there are many instances in which I've called upon him to do so. One is it was still dark. It was before day in the morning, and our governor and others were threatening to remove myself and the members of the Board of County Commission from office. And Jeffrey said to me, the fight in me said, let's just fight. But he said to me, he said, well, Mayor, you're going to be removed from office and all of your members of the Board of County Commission. Is that really what you want to happen? And I said, absolutely not. Because that, quite frankly, would have created all types of challenges for the residents of Orange County. And for these employees here in Orange County, that we're all entrusted to make sure that we look out for them. And so the legal genius that he is, we discussed what we saw was somewhat of a loophole that didn't require us to do anything that we had not already been doing. And so, yes, I said at that point, in significant protest, I signed the damn thing because of the advice that Jeffrey Newton gave me. He saved me from myself and perhaps saved our county from a lot of disruption in our operations. And so I'm forever grateful to Jeffrey Newton for the man that he is. We will miss him. He's leaving this month, a few days left, and we'll follow him 6 months from now. But Jeff, thank you so much, and to the county attorney's office. He's going to leave it in capable hands. I'll be announcing the interim county attorney, someone in his office here very soon. So from the bottom of my heart, on behalf of the 1.6 million people who call Orange County home, thank you for nearly 30 years of service to this county. God bless.
Excuse that giant. It has, my life is in it. It weighs 30 pounds. You can find anything in it, including applesauce.
All right, as they are leaving, again, thank you. You can see we have a lot of education in the county attorney's office with all those wonderful people. All right, we're going to move forward on our agenda. We're going to move to the public comment period of time. I will invite members of the public to come forward regarding topics of interest or concern that are within this board's authority. Of course, this afternoon we will be having our various land use issues, and there will be different opportunities for the public to speak during the public hearing portion of those meetings. With that, we're going to go ahead and begin the public comment period. Mr. Thalmuller, do we have members of the public who wish to be heard today?
We do, Mayor. We have 18 speakers this morning.
All right, so we're going to give each one of them 2 minutes by which to speak. As you come forward, we ask that you give us your name and your address for the record, if you could, and then we'll begin perhaps in the order in which we have received the request. So with that, would you call the names?
Thank you, Mayor. All right, folks, I'm going to call your names in batches. When I do, please line up along the back wall, approach the podium in the order called, and again, please begin with your name and address for the record. First speaker is going to be Xavier Hernandez, followed by Essie Ward, Zachary Maldoff, Justin Harvey, and Laura Gomez de Castro. Again, as folks are making their way over, those names in order: Xavier Hernandez, Essie Ward, Zachary Maldoff, Justin Harvey, Laura Gomez de Castro.
Is Xavier here?
Don't believe so. So the first name or first individual up may approach the podium.
All right. Is it Essie Ward? Ms. Ward? Okay.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Can everybody hear me? Okay, great. My name's AC Ward. I am with Holy Family Catholic Church in Nicole Wilson's district. I came here today just to observe. It was very interesting. It's amazing to be in a place of so many commissioners who have influence over our Orange County families. I'm grateful to be here to witness what you do. Today, for me, was just the point of observation. I have great plans for Holy Family Catholic Church. I am their ministry and outreach coordinator. We would like to volunteer and have outreach with various charities in Orlando, such as Second Harvest and Seniors First. So I'm working on it, but I just came here to observe today. Thank you for your time.
All right, and thank you, Ms. Ward. We'll move to the next speaker.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Sorry, my name is Zach Moldoff. My full address is in the record. My zip code is 32792. I came down today because in running for office, being a Jewish person, I've had a number of interesting experiences, and I think we're living in times when, unfortunately, there's a lot of pressure coming into our community from the national news and federal elected officials, and this is all stuff that's beyond our control. But I've found consistently from people who I respect and admire, who are certainly informed and aware of what's going on, that there's just overall a lack of awareness about the Jewish experience in America. And that's not anybody's fault, but I am curious about what more our community can do, because I organized an event over the weekend that the goal was to be able to raise some funds to give half of the funds to a youth development group in Palestine and half to a youth development group in Israel, both of which use skateboarding to help kids. And people in the Jewish community were reluctant to come out because of security concerns. And as much as I tried to help them understand that those concerns and the emotions are valid, but that's not what's going on in our community, they didn't feel safe enough to attend. And I don't say that to say that the commissioners or the mayor or the county isn't doing enough, but I do wonder what else can be done. And I think that one important piece of information to remember is that Jewish people were not considered white in the past. We were excluded and considered an other, and that history is not gone, and some of it's still here. And I think we don't have to be ashamed of finding something to do with it, but I think we do have to figure out what can be done. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Moldoff. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Justin. I live at 103 South Osceola. Today I wanted to touch on the topic of AI data centers. As I'm sure you all have heard, this has quickly become a hot button issue across the nation and state, with residents pushing back across these facilities. And I'm specifically talking about the hyperscale data centers. The small and mid-sized buildings are like a standard office building, but the hyperscale version is more like an industrial power plant the size of UCF campus. The first one was quietly approved in Fort Meade, and residents were furious. And to avoid getting blindsided like Fort Meade, Lakeland residents came out in the numbers of about 50 people and said no to their proposed data center. And it's not just Polk County where these discussions are brewing. Just this year, 12 Florida communities have passed a moratorium or permanent ban on these data centers, so they can fully evaluate the potential human and environmental risks to their community. Brevard, Okeechobee, Citrus, Hernando, Nassau, Franklin, Jackson, Wakulla, and Walton County have all taken action, with Lake, Pasco, Seminole, and others exploring the same option. And the most refreshing thing to see is the unity across party lines, which is kind of rare. Now, you really can't find anyone on either end of the spectrum politically that is in support of these massive facilities. And that's why today I'd like to request Orange County draft and pass a one-year moratorium on these data centers in our county. I'm not so much worried about, the general part of Orange County, but that eastern part of District 4 and 5, I could totally see them targeting, which would directly affect those residents out in Wedgefield, Christmas, and anyone along that East 50 corridor. The last thing I want to see is them try to destroy what little untouched East Orange County we have left with one of these massive facilities that don't really bring benefit. They're going to strain our energy and water systems and give a case of tinnitus to every animal and human nearby. Because if you haven't heard, these massive city-sized facilities produce a 24/7 low-frequency humming sound that you cannot escape. So let's please protect our residents and wildlife and get ahead of this like the other counties. You also have SB 484 that empowers local governments to take action on these. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
All right, next batch of speakers is going to start with Ella Wood, followed by Eden Rodriguez, Brian Myers, Victoria Laney, and Nicholas Natali.
Good morning. Ella Wood, 1833 Biscayne Drive. Thank you, Mayor Demings. All our prayers are with you and your health. Thank you for having us here. I served, as did Eric Clinton from Local 362, on the last mayoral task force on TDT spending, and we both had a takeaway that we wanted to share with you all about the evaluation standards that you use. I'm here with about 40 Unite Here members who have been knocking on doors in the summer heat for the last several months. We've been talking to voters about Disney's lawsuits against Orange County and the $119 million that OCPS has on reserve in response to these lawsuits. Thank you to Commissioners Uribe and Scott who have been at our town halls. We do have one more town hall on July 2nd that we'd love to invite you all to. But one thing that we've heard on these doors is that among people who are like our members, there's a deep vein of anger that the tourism economy here serves itself more than it serves working residents. We would love to see TDT dollars go to critical needs like teacher pay, housing, and infrastructure. We understand that's outside the bounds of current law, though many worker champions continue fighting to change that. While you're spending TDT dollars within the bounds of the law, though, you have another way to make sure it helps change people's lives. You can evaluate projects in a way that asks whether those projects create good jobs. The tourism economy has too many bottom feeder jobs, low wages, inadequate benefits, seasonal or part-time work, no control over scheduling. But a good job can be life-changing. It means you can take care of your family's basic needs, treat your health like it matters, have more hours and years to spend with your loved ones, have a basic sense of respect every day. Right now, the evaluation standards the county has used treat bad jobs and good jobs exactly the same. During the last task force, there was a lot of discussion about people's frustrations with the rubric. We passed almost unanimously a resolution then to recommend to you that the county revises that rubric. That wasn't just labor-aligned representatives who supported that. It came from many different groups who are on that commission. Many people agreed. I have that resolution, which I'll pass down here for you to review. It's number 4 on this paper. Thank you. We look forward to our involvement in this process.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello. This message is going to be in Spanish because I'm representing our Hispanic community. Melvin is going to be assisting me in English. Mi nombre es Edian y soy una madre puertorriqueña que llegó al Distrito 1 de Orlando. Trabajo en Disney y soy miembro del sindicato Unite Here Local 737.
My name is Edian. I'm Puerto Rican mother living in Orlando, District 1. I work at Disney, and I'm a member of the Unite Here Local 737 Union.
Quiero agradecer a la comisionada Mayra Uribe del Distrito 3 y al comisionado Mike Scott por asistir a nuestras reuniones públicas.
I want to thank Commissioner Mayra Uribe, District 3, and the Commissioner Mike Scott, District 6, for attending our public meetings.
Los compañeros de la Unión 737 y 362 estamos hablando con los votantes sobre las demandas judiciales de Disney contra el condado de Orange. Les hemos dicho que las escuelas públicas han reservado $119 millones, pero los estudiantes y los maestros necesitan este dinero. El 99% de los votantes con los que he hablado están de acuerdo con nosotros.
My fellow members of the Union 737 and 362 are taking to voters about Disney lawsuit against Orange County. We have told them that the public school system has set aside $119 million, but students and the teachers need that money. 99% of the voters I have spoken with agree with us.
Disney no es la única empresa que nos hace sentir así. Los trabajadores no se benefician lo suficiente del turismo que llega al condado de Orange. Los trabajadores deben ser la prioridad en todas las partidas del presupuesto. Al elegir proyectos financiados con los fondos TDT, Tourist Development Tax, deben asegurarse de que los trabajadores sean lo primero. Existe una gran diferencia entre los buenos empleos y los malos empleos. Lo veo constantemente en las empresas contratistas externas en Disney y necesitamos que los trabajadores sean la prioridad.
Disney is the only company that make use us feel that way. Workers do not benefit enough from the tourists that comes for Orange County. Workers must be priority in every part of the budget. When selecting projects founded on the Tourist Development Tax, TDT, officials must ensure the workers have come first. There is a huge difference between a good jobs and a bad jobs. I've seen this instantly with an outside contractor of
Thank you.
Disney.
Before you leave, if you can just give us your name one more time. Just
Melvin Castro.
Melvin Castro.
Edian Rodriguez.
Okay, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move to the next speaker.
Howdy, y'all. My name is
Hello.
Ryan Myers, and I live at 2813 Falling Tree Circle. I work at Hollywood Studios in Star Wars, and I'm a proud member of Unite Here 737. I'm a canvasser, and I've been talking with voters at the doors about Disney's lawsuits against Orange County. We've been here before, and some of y'all have attended our town halls. Special thanks to Myra Uribe and Commissioner Scott for attending and listening to the community. But countless times, I've heard voters say that these big tourism companies already have enough and the community needs more. That's why the people are angry about these Disney lawsuits and the 119 that OCPS has had to set aside in response. It's also why we ask y'all to be careful with the TDT funding and evaluate projects based off of job quality. We understand the importance of tourism jobs, but take it from me, there's a big difference between a good job and a bad job. I hear this all the time at the doors. These tourism companies bring in all these jobs and all this money, but the people are still struggling. Clearly, when folks have to sell plasma just to get by. I've got those scars too. We don't want millions of dollars wasted on projects that only allow the richest companies to succeed, but leave the community and its workers behind. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Myers. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good morning. My name is Nicholas Natali. I live in District 1 at Free 2836. I am here to talk as a member of the Sunrise Movement Orlando, a youth-led organization, about our STAR plan, our push to introduce rapid transit to Orange County. We definitely have a transit problem in Orlando. Last week I was at both the Metro Plan and the Transmac meetings and got a little more insight into people's complaints and problems from micromobility to the results of the Metro Plan survey. And just from my own experience talking to a few people, I have a friend that can't drive a car and she tried using Lynx and the bus was like an hour late and she ended up late where she wanted to go. And I have another friend that relied on Lynx and such, but she uses a wheelchair and it's very difficult and actually had to raise money online just to get herself a car so she didn't have to deal with that system. So this is definitely not a system that works well. And what I'm proposing would be helpful to people to get to their jobs, because if a car is a big financial burden. You got insurance, if there's a crash, that's a whole mess of costs. And just look, like we have union here representing Disney, and if we can build that train that goes from the airport to Disney on our Sunshine Corridor, that would be a big boost to help people get to their job and possibly have one less expense on their plate. I know we're having some budget issues with the whole amendment stuff, but why can't we shoot for the moon, per se? They're going to the moon over on Cape Canaveral, again, making a moon base. Why can't we just get a train to the airport? That doesn't seem like it should be that big of a shot. So thank you for your time, and have a good day.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Victoria Laney, followed by Val Mobley, Daniel Aguirre, David Allen, Dr. Jim Moyer. Actually, we'll add on to that. There are
All right.
two
Was-
more names.
Was
Jean-
Victoria here? Okay, if she's not here, then we'll go to the next speaker.
Val Mobley, 226 West King Street, Orlando, 32804. Okay, I want to start today with looking at your consent agenda, and I appreciate so much funding for homeless prevention and diversion federal subrecipient agreements with the Coalition for the Homeless. This is a good chunk of change, but it's not enough, and you know it's not enough. This problem of homelessness is not going to go away. It's only going to get worse. If this awful amendment passes in November and we lose the ability in this county to gather property taxes from residents, then what I foresee happening is small businesses are going to go under because they can't afford the increased rent they have to pay. So we'll have jobless people who are not going to find a job right away. So can they afford the rent on their apartments? And then are they going to become homeless? So it's going to be a snowball effect of joblessness, homelessness, and then it's going to be huge numbers. I don't think that we're really thinking about that. So as we look to the budget for next year, I know you're going to have to make cuts if this passes, but I'm asking you to increase funding for homelessness, especially rental assistance. If we can keep those people in their homes while they're looking for another job, then we'll have fewer people that need shelters, which we know there aren't enough of. So, Commissioner Scott, that broke my heart to hear your story about the people that called you. This is wrong. Families with no roof over their head. We need to be proactive and increase that spending in our budget for next year. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, David Allen with Vera Mobility, 1100 Brickell Bay Drive. We are here today because the procurement that you all will consider later today relating to the automated enforcement safety system was decided by less than 10 points, with the winning bidder receiving 10 points, 10 local preference points based on an Orange County location that did not exist at the time of submission and does not exist today. The RFP required proposers to clearly identify where work would be performed. Modaxo, the winning bidder, claimed that more than 34% of its work would be performed right here in Orange County at a location that they identified in a location form, and it received 10 local preference points for the location. The problem is Modaxo never actually identified an Orange County location. In fact, Modaxo later admitted, in anticipation for today's protest, that it intended to lease a location in the future if being the operative word, it is awarded the contract today. That is not what local preference points are intended to reward. That's not the precedent that this commission should set for all future procurements today. If future intentions are enough, then any bidder can identify a prospective office location, claim local preference points without actually opening a door in this community. Now, the second issue involves Modaxo's contract with Montgomery County, Maryland. During the procurement process, the procurement committee repeatedly was told by Modaxo representatives that the contract was in dispute, it was in litigation. What they weren't told, however, was Montgomery County terminated Modaxo's contract for default. That is highly, highly relevant information for a governmental agency to consider, and they were deprived of that. At the end of the day, this protest is about fairness. equal treatment. The county asked all proposers to play by the same rules. The same rules did not apply to everyone. Because this procurement was decided by less than 10 points, the improperly awarded local preference points alone are enough to change the outcome. We respectfully request that this commission consider either removing Modaxo's location points altogether and awarding the contract to the highest bidder, or at the very least, redirect this procurement back to the procurement committee for reconsideration. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Daniel. I work for the Walt Disney Company. I live in 11449 Solea Way. But I also live in District 1, which will be the new District 8. I'm here today to speak on Disney's lawsuit and public school funding. It is very important for people to have a good paying job, especially in a time where our economy is so terrible. It is very important for teachers especially to be paid a living wage. I have 3 friends who are teachers. 2 of them unfortunately lost their job, and one of them now has to drive an hour away to get to work. It's created a strain in her life and a strain in the education system because students need teachers to get an education. Public schools are very important to our community. Where do we draw the line in creating a system where students can get an education? We want the leaders of tomorrow to have a space where they can become a great leader. We need to make sure the county is doing their part and not creating okay jobs, good jobs, amazing jobs, jobs where people feel happy to be here and where they're paid well. When you guys are considering your TDT task force duties, please take this into consideration. Take into consideration the pay of teachers and the pay of your public workers who do a lot for this community. Thank you for your time.
All right, Daniel, what was your last name?
Aguirre.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker.
Good morning, Board of County Commissioners. My name is Giancarlo Rodriguez. I live at 1647 East Colonial Drive, 32803. And I'm here on behalf of Sunrise Movement Orlando to talk about the STAR Rapid Transit Plan, the plan to make transportation in Orange County fast, safe, and affordable for everybody. We just had a town hall in District 2 in the Apopka and Ocoee area, and it went super well. We'll be having another town hall in District 4 in the Avalon Park area. So hope that y'all, the commissioners, can attend if possible. We'll be sure to send the information to Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. Already we have over 2,000 Orange County residents have signed the petition in support of the STAR Rapid Transit Plan, and we're hoping to continue building that momentum because the people of Orange County know that we need transit now, and this is an issue that connects to everything, whether it be housing that we can afford, jobs that are good paying, and the environment that we care so much about. So we hope that y'all will support STAR Rapid Transit Plan. We're very grateful as well for Commissioner Semrad for putting in a commissioner's report as well, and so we're excited to continue the conversation here in the Board of County Commissioners meeting. And we're also excited to have support from people all throughout the county, including Congressman Maxwell Frost, because the congressman understands that in order to get the money for transportation, we need something like the STAR Rapid Transit Plan, which will make us competitive for federal funds, right? Because when we're trying to get money from the federal government, we have to compete against all the cities and counties across the country. The STAR Plan will make us more competitive and help us bring more money down to the local. So to finish my public comment, I actually want to read some comments that people in the community have made about the STAR Plan. So someone said is literally, this would be the best thing ever. I'd never drive if I didn't have to. Someone says, please y'all, I cannot have another crash out on the I-4. Someone else said, we need public transit, and in Florida I can see a lot of people using it. Someone said, execute the STAR Plan and we can finally be a real city. And then lastly, someone else said, this is an initiative that, if passed, would keep many of us in Orlando. As someone with epilepsy, this would be incredibly impactful for me personally and people around me. This is a plan that the community supports because it would change their lives, and we hope that y'all will support it as well. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
And the last speaker is going to be Ryan Horland after this.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Dr. Northwest Orange. As always, sorry about that. As always, This presentation is mine and my alone, although it's motivated by the interest in the Florida aquifer by Mr. Leroy Bell of Apopka. Sorry. 500 to 300 million years ago, Florida was not part of North America. It was in a separate supercontinent. When the continents came together from 300 million to 200 million, Florida was about in the middle. For the next about 170 million years, Florida was underwater. Florida aquifer was formed by several changes. The drifting of the plate, limestone formed when it was underwater, sand clay coming from the Appalachian Mountains, sea level rising and falling changed its size, and acidic groundwater northwest and southeast broke some of the limestone. This picture of the aquifer, but it's not the same everywhere. And it goes up into part of the northeast part of our country. The aquifer supplies 90 to 100% of the Florida and 100% of our county. Wet season, dry season, we hope we survive dry season. The aquifer in the west is different than the rest. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Moyer. Next speaker.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Ryan Horland, here on behalf of Modexo Traffic Management on item 26-0619. As the top-ranked bidder on RFP Y26135AV, we want to take this time to state that through the procurement process, the county found our proposal fully responsive and capable to carry out the services requested. Just to clarify on some statements made earlier from Vera Mobility, Modaxo did not fail to disclose any contract termination. In the RFP, it states that there was an administrative dispute with Montgomery County Department of Police in relation to a termination of contract. As it is an active dispute, we are unable to provide any additional details or information. This dispute was ongoing until after all the procurement was decided, in which there was a settlement agreement with Montgomery County. Secondly, on the location issue, reference from Vero Mobility, Modaxo identified a specific location within Orange County that they would lease for processing, customer service, and maintenance, and disclosed this location on the form. The RFP required proposers to identify where work will be performed and that percentage. Modaxo has committed that percentage for that location and is ready to go once the bid is awarded. This whole RFP process was fully reasonable. They took their time, discussed all the decisions, and they deemed Modaxo the most responsive. And Modaxo looks forward to working with the county on these services. Thank you.
Ryan, what was your last name?
Horland, H-O-R-L-A-N-D.
Thank you. All right, we'll move to the next speaker.
Mayor, those were all of the names on the list. I believe that might be our last speaker.
Okay. If we do not have any other speakers at this time, then we'll move forward on our agenda. It appears we may have one.
We may have
okay.
one.
If you didn't fill out a card, just be so kind as to fill it out. You can go to the mic, identify yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners. Mark Littman, 1000 Legion Place, Suite 750, Orlando, Florida, 32801. I had registered online. I'm sorry it didn't come out. I'm also here on the protest regarding the intersection automated enforcement safety system that you just heard from Modaxo. My client is Novoa Global. They took third in the bidding process. In the two prior bidding process, they had taken first, but those two bids were then rescinded. There was a 7.59 gap to second place between first place. There's a $6.8 million difference between Modaxo's price and my client's price. And there's a $5.7 million difference between the second place Vieira and my client. And we have three grounds that we want the commissioner and the mayor to consider before today's vote. First, there was an unauthorized methodology. The procurement officer unilaterally discarded Novoa Global pages not authorized by the RFP. There is no prior notice, no opportunity to cure, and Florida law bars undisclosed evaluation criteria. Second, it's our position that there was disparate treatment, that there was Genoptic had identical formatting issues as my client did, and there was no penalty for them, but there was penalty for us. We had key pages excluded, and the score was incomplete. It was the same facts, but different outcomes. And the third is regarding Modaxo's lease. Again, you just heard that they intend to lease, but it hasn't been done. My client is already in Orange County and has been in Orange County, and they are providing jobs for Orange County citizens. We ask that the commission either reevaluate the whole process or give the bid to Vieira and discard Modaxo's bid. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, do we have any other speakers? Yeah. All right, then we'll close the public hearing portion, and we're going to move to the consent agenda. We'll go to the county administrator, Mr. Byron Brooks, to offer the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. I have just one item to pull from the consent agenda. That's item B, 1B. It's MMRB, Appointment for Arts and Cultural Affairs Advisory Council. I need to pull that item to go back to the MMRB for further consideration. And with that, Mayor, staff presents the remainder of the consent agenda for board consideration.
Okay, with the exception of the item 1B that has been pulled to be brought back for a later date.
I have a question.
The question?
Was it pulled for a specific concern?
Well, we discovered, excuse me, that the person being recommended has a conflict.
Okay.
And so the
Okay,
MMRB
got it.
may not have been aware of that, so they have to go back and find someone else.
All right, is there a motion for approval? Motion by Commissioner Uribe.
Second, Gomez.
Second by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. With that, regarding the consent agenda item, there was some good news there. I'd like to highlight some of those items. First, the county owns approximately 139 G5 automatic external defibrillators that the county no longer needs for county purposes due to equipment upgrades. However, these AEDs, as they're commonly referred to, still have remaining service life. And so we are making some donations to community-based organizations. The Emergency Medical Services Advisory Council and the county's EMS Division Office of the Medical Director wishes to promote public access to these defibrillators, which is an essential step towards improving sudden cardiac arrest and survival outcomes. Accordingly, the county's Health Services Department and EMS Division Office of the Medical Director wishes to convey these AEDs to other local governments in Orange County to advance the county's goal of public access to defibrillation and the benefit of the county-wide EMS system. With that, these different governmental entities will be paying a nominal fee of value of $10 We are transferring 5 AEDs to the city of Belle Isle, 20 to the town of Eatonville, and 2 to the city of Edgewood, 4 to the town of Oakland, and 108 to the Orange County School Board. We are also a locally funded agency and have agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation. With this agreement, Orange County will be providing funding to FDOT to advance the start of construction for a portion of East SR 50 from Avalon Park Boulevard to Chulioda Road. The county funding will allow the east segment of the project to start 2 years sooner and minimize the time and inconvenience associated with construction for the full length of the project. FDOT will reimburse the county's full contribution in 10 quarterly installment payments beginning September of 2028. The completion of this project will provide much-needed relief to the SR 50 traffic congestion in East Orange County. And lastly, the Bunny Brook subdivision has experienced repeated flooding, including significant structural damage during Hurricane Ian. To address ongoing flood risk, Orange County has been awarded a FEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant Program funding following the Hurricane Ian federal disaster declaration. The proposed project will improve stormwater management within the neighborhood through construction of a new stormwater pump station and upgrades to an existing pump station, just in time for this hurricane season. This agreement awards grant funding for Phase 1 engineering and design services in the amount of $440,592.75, which covers 75% of the total project cost of $587,457. Following the completion of Phase 1, FEMA will evaluate the project for construction funding for potential additional grant funding for this project. And so that's good news, money coming in and taking care of our community's emergency medical services.
Mayor?
Yes, Byron?
Go back to the consent agenda. I should have been more precise. And specifically, the item is associated with one particular appointment, not the full 1B. And I thought I had it in my mind, but I gather now I didn't. I clearly see I didn't state that. So for that item on 1B, the item we want to pull, or the appointment we want to pull, is for Maria Saavedra. She was being appointed to succeed Roberto Gonzalez in the District 3 representative seat. All others are fine. All the other recommendations from the MRB for appointments and reappointments will be fine. So the only selection, or the only appointment to pull is for Maria Saavedra. And again, I want to make that clarification because I should have been more precise on that item.
Okay, that makes a big difference. So with that, let me go back to the motion to make sure that we have clarity. Commissioner Uribe was the motioner, and Commissioner Uribe, if you're fine with clarifying that motion.
I would like to file a motion to clarify that only one part of the Arts Board with Ms. Maria Saavedra was the one applicant that was removed from the consent agenda.
Second, Gomez.
All right, and all other members will be approved by the action that will be taken by the board. Commissioner Gomez Cordero is understanding of that. All members of the board also understand. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, motion passes and it is unanimous. Commissioner Scott, did you have something?
I did, Mayor. Just wanted to make a point of information in reference to public comment that, Disney is not involved in a lawsuit with Orange County, that is with the Orange County Property Appraiser's Office. And likewise, that litigation is not only specifically involving Disney, but it's several large property owners. So there is no lawsuit involving Orange County government and Disney or the property owners relative to taxes for the school board. So I just wanted to make that distinction.
All right, I think that's clear at this point, and yeah, there were multiple references that made it sound like Disney was involved in a lawsuit against Orange County government specifically, but you're correct, it involves a property appraiser. Okay, with that, at this time, we'll move to our discussion agenda, and Ms. Carrie Mathis, our procurement manager, will come forward. She'll be presenting the procurement committee recommendations. Ms. Mathis, if you want to bring any clarity to any of the comments that was made, we would appreciate that. All right, that you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Our first item relates to the procurement committee that convened to evaluate proposals for intersection automated enforcement safety system. I am requesting board selection of 1 firm and 3 ranked alternates, as well as the requested action that you see displayed on the screen. For this particular procurement, Commissioner Moore was assigned to the procurement, but of course Commissioner Moore is no longer a member of the board, and as such, I have provided on the screen before you the motion with regards to the scoring that was derived out as part of the procurement committee meeting. And if I may just take a moment to address what you heard as part of the public comment, what the legal counsel from Modaxo said is accurate. The request for proposal document with regards to the location form required proposers to identify where work is to be performed, as in future tense if they are so awarded the contract. There's no obligation for any proposer at any time to have a binding lease in order to propose to be considered for part of county's work. Every proposer is considered to be an irrevocable offer, and the obligations that they commit to as part of their proposal are standing and binding. If for some reason someone did not fulfill the terms that they had submitted in their proposal, we would address that through the performance management protocols that we have established in the procurement ordinance. With regards to the contract termination comments that were made, we did ask as part of one of the criteria qualifications of firm that every proposer disclose several different factors. The qualifications of firm criteria included 6 subcomponents, one of which was to disclose any contracts that had been terminated. And with regards to Modaxo, they did identify in their proposal that they were in an active dispute with Montgomery County, Maryland, with regards to an administrative dispute that was ongoing. Therefore, they did not disclose additional information. We put public record requests into Montgomery County, Maryland to try to obtain some information. For the most part, it went unfulfilled to this day. However, part of the written documentation that each of the elected officials received from Modaxo's legal counsel included an executed settlement agreement between Montgomery County and Modaxo that was dated a month and a half after our proposals were due. And in it, it identifies that the contract was terminated through the settlement based on mutual consent of both parties. So it is not in a written document that they were terminated for any sort of default. Any sort of contract terminations from any of the proposers in and of themselves wouldn't render a proposer to be non-responsive. Rather, it's part of a qualitative factor that the procurement committee evaluated as part of their scoring methodology that they entertained. And I can share that other proposers as well identified within their proposals that they also had contracts that were mutually agreed upon to be terminated with the respective agencies that they had performed services for. So I just want to kind of share with you that they were not the only firm that had mutually agreed upon separation from prior contracts as well.
And I think perhaps it was Mr. Littman that made a statement about some type of unauthorized modification and disparate treatment. Will you address
Sure.
these issues?
Yes, the request for proposals established page limits for every criteria within the RFP. And on occasion, our procurements do include page limits identified in the RFP for each given criteria, and we hold all of the proposers strictly to the parameters of those page maximums that are prescribed in the RFP. When those proposals come in, myself as well as an independent staff member count literally every page of every single proposal to ensure that it adheres equally to the page numbers that are prescribed within the solicitation. One of the firms had 2 pages, so one of the criteria that was in question had a maximum of 50-page total. One of the proposers, when we did the page count, had 47 pages, still 3 pages underneath the maximum, and 2 pages that appeared to be positioned underneath a header of a fee proposal rather than the technical approach criteria. We were unsure if that narrative was to be included in their technical approach or the fee proposal. So during the public meeting of the procurement committee, I asked the procurement committee to review those 2 pages and determine which criteria that those 2 pages actually belong to, because it was unclear if it could be a formatting issue. Our procurement committee unanimously reviewed the information and determined that it was part of the technical approach for that particular proposer. And as such, that took their page count to 49 pages, which was still under the 50-page maximum. Therefore, they were allowed to consider all 49 pages of their proposal. However, when it came to what is suggested by our protesting firm, Novoa Global, their criteria had 52 pages within their particular criteria. So it was the only proposal that truly exceeded the page maximum identified for that criteria. And our consistent practice in the county for all of the 13 years that I've been here is that we instruct the procurement committee to disregard pages that exceed the page limits to ensure that everybody's on the same fair and equal playing field in terms of evaluation. So we did in the public meeting instruct them to disregard the 2 additional pages and score the technical approach for Novoa Global based on the 50 pages that were allowed to be provided for within the RFP.
And it is your position that as a result of the process that was in place, there was no disparate?
That is my position, as well as Scott Chevalier from the county attorney's office.
Okay. I think that addresses all of the issues that were brought up. Do we have any further questions by members of the board on this issue? Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
I have a question. Thank you, Mayor. Carrie, thank you. I just wanted to ask you, there were a speaker this morning in regards to Novoa Global, and he says that they were used unauthorized methodology. Can you explain?
Commissioner, I believe what he's referring to was how we addressed the page maximums that were identified. In the protest hearing, they challenged that we don't have a written policy with regards to how to handle page limits, and that is accurate. We don't have a policy to address any given scenario that could happen in every single procurement. We rely on consistency to make sure that for every procurement that we take on, that we are applying a consistent practice, and it is our consistent practice, again, for all the years that I've been here, that for any proposer that exceeds the page limits prescribed in the RFP, that we instruct the committee to disregard those additional pages as part of their evaluation.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Ms. Carey.
All right. With that, is there a motion?
I have a question.
It's
Mayor.
on the screen there.
I have
Question?
Well, the thing didn't work. Sorry about that, Mayor. I have a question.
All right.
Carrie, you stated that, going back to the preference, I want to make sure I heard you right.
Mm-hmm.
You said it talked about where work is to be performed, correct?
Correct.
There wasn't a requirement.
That's correct.
Okay. So my confusion is, if you can clarify for me, I think a statement was made earlier about them getting points. And so if it spoke to where work is to be performed, everybody's performing work here. So why would one entity get preference points over another if the work is to be performed in Orange County?
So there's a location form that's contained in the RFP, and any proposer could choose to perform some of the work out of Orange County. They're not required to perform all of their work within Orange County. And in the case of Modaxo, they identified that 34.14% of the work would be in Orange County as the prime, but that they would also be performing 50% of the work in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, perhaps processing of citations, I'm not sure what sort of work, but they all provide a location form where they identify where work will be performed as their primes as well as subcontractors. And from their declared percentages, we apply a scoring methodology that's identified in the procurement procedures manual to come up with a score for their declared work, predominantly of what portion of the percent of the work they disclose would be in Orange County. And in this case, Modaxo, the top-ranked firm, achieved a score of 1 for that particular criteria, which is the lowest score that you could achieve in that particular criteria, and it's a weight of 10, so they achieved 10 points out of a possible 50 points for location, because the majority of their work will actually not be performed within Orange County. It will be performed in Iowa, and so that score is reflective of the declarations that any proposer makes in terms of where their actually workforce will be performing work.
So then, from your rubric, right, you give preference but not that much preference. It's not that weight. I guess what I'm saying is,
It's a weight of 10, so it's a fairly low weight.
wouldn't we want to give more weight to a local entity? I mean, obviously expertise counts, but wouldn't we want something that generates jobs in and around Orange County? You get what I'm saying?
So that's how the scoring is derived. If a firm proposes 80 to 90 or 90 to 100% of the work to be performed in Orange County, they achieve the total max points at a weight of 10, so they can achieve 50 points. And then it scales down based on the percent of work to be performed within Orange County.
I'm sorry, my apologies for my delivery. What I'm saying is, in terms of the rubric, right? If you and I do similar work, with the rubric, like, wouldn't, as you design different points and things like that, wouldn't that carry more weight? Not all the weight, but just more weight. You said
It does. It carries more weight the more percent that is performed within Orange County.
Of the total?
Correct.
Copy. Okay, I'm good.
Sorry if I was
All right.
unclear with that.
I hear you. There is the motion before us that is on the screen. Is there a motioner?
So moved.
Motion by
Second.
Commissioner Wilson, a second. That was Commissioner Uribe, right, on the second? No.
We don't know her.
Commissioner, I'm sorry. All right, Commissioner Simrad. All right, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, next item on the agenda, 82. Ms. Mathis, you're recognized.
Thank you. The Procurement Committee has evaluated proposals for continuing geotechnical engineering and materials testing. I am requesting board selection of 3 firms and an alternate, as well as the requested action on the screen. Commissioner Uribe was assigned to the Procurement Committee.
All right, Commissioner Uribe, do you have a potential motion?
I do. I move for the selection of Terracon Consultants, Inc., excuse me, with 383.25 points, Natick Engineering Service with 362 points, and Arteman and Associates, Inc. with 345.63 points, with Professional Service Industries, Inc. with 316.38 points as the ranked alternate, as well as a requested action on the screen.
Second, Goodman?
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, Ms. Mathis, we'll go to subsection 3A3.
Thank you. The Procurement Committee has evaluated proposals for design build services for Utilities Administration Building floating solar photovoltaic system. I am requesting board selection of 1 firm and 3 ranked alternates, as well as the requested action on the screen. Commissioner Uribe was assigned to the Procurement Committee.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Uribe, do you have a potential motion?
Yes, I move for the selection of D3 Energy LLC with 487.78 points, with Advanced Roofing, Inc. with 377.52 points, Alternative Energy Services, Inc. with 360 points, and 15 Light Years with 343.16 points as the ranked alternates, as well as a requested action on the screen.
Second, Wilson.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move to the next item on the discussion agenda. This morning, I'm going to invite Ms. Vicki Landon, our Administrator for the Arts and Cultural Affairs Office, to come forward to present the State of the Arts Cultural Facilities Funding Recommendations and Blockbuster and Special Events Recommendations. And with that, Ms. Landon, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. The stars and planets and calendars have aligned such that I am bringing not 1, not 2, but 3 topics before you today in one presentation. So we're going to go ahead and get started. My annual State of the Arts presentation to y'all will have some background on the Arts and Cultural Affairs Advisory Council. We'll talk about some highlights from our most recently closed grant cycle. We'll talk a little bit about the funding that comes through the Office of Arts and Cultural Affairs, as well as touch on our research and planning efforts, and then some projects past and present of our office, Make Music Day and Fusion Fest. I'll go ahead and have a summary of our State of the Arts presentation before we move into some information about our cultural facilities grants recommendation, followed by a Blockbuster and Special Events grant funding recommendation, and then we'll close off the whole morning with 2 requested actions. So let's start off with background. Of course, our Arts and Cultural Affairs Advisory Council's mission is to elevate Central Florida's arts and culture to that befitting a world-class world-class community. That work is guided by a 13-member advisory council. I'd like to thank Commissioner Wilson for serving on this council as well. We're excited also to see this council grow by 2 people to have a District 7 and 8 representative in the coming year. This council's role is to really help facilitate and guide recommendations for a series of grant programs, some of which are programmatic in nature and some of which are for capital projects. You can see here on this graphic which are funded through the TDT exclusively versus those that have a combination of general fund and TDT dollars. So we're not going to get into each program today in great detail, but our cultural tourism is a program grant that's designed to help support arts and culture activity in Orange County that is drawing and attracted to tourists. Our cultural facilities grant program, you'll hear a lot from me later about this morning, so we'll skip over that one. It's a capital grant program. Our Blockbuster and Special Events is a giant programmatic grant program for really special incentive sort of arts and culture activities. And then, of course, our venue subsidy program. This one is really well loved by our arts community. This allows our nonprofit arts and cultural community to better access venues for their performance spaces, concerts, exhibitions, and so on. We also support the programmatic grants through our fiscal partner, United Arts of Central Florida, and I'd like to note that we have representatives from our arts community, from United Arts of Central Florida, from our Arts and Cultural Affairs Advisory Council here, if all of y'all give a little wave, so we can show all of our art support here this morning. Let's talk a little bit about some of the great work that these folks have done. Our Cultural Tourism Grant Program is a calendar year grant, so we have all of the final reports in from calendar year 2025 activity. You may remember that in that year, we awarded $4.6 million to 40 arts and cultural organizations in Orange County. In total, those welcomed over 2 million audience members, which we are very proud of. Americans for the Arts does this wonderful arts and economic prosperity study where they've calculated a $57 spend per non-local attendant to an arts and cultural activity. And so these grant programs welcome just under 800,000 tourists to our arts and cultural houses. So that equates to a $45.7 million visitor spend in the arts and cultural community. You may remember that the Cultural Tourism Grant is a dollar-for-dollar matching grant. While that's the floor, our arts community exceeds it continually, and this leveraged almost $39 million in match funding to achieve. So we're very proud of what this $4.6 million investment last year has helped do for us. But let's talk about 2 specific examples of that grant program. I want to first call out our Orlando Philharmonic Orchestra. Their performances in 2025 attracted cultural tourists from more than 25 states. They had a really strong representation from the Northeast and the Midwest. And of course, you all know that they continue their tradition of their Liberty Weekend concert at the airport. That welcomes more than 4,500 travelers during that peak tourism season. But the OPO also has a really impactful $20 ticket program, and that helped serve 2,500 students, educators, healthcare workers, and this year also furloughed federal workers. Orlando Philharmonic Orchestra is one of our big organizations in town. They've been a recipient of this grant program for a number of years. And now I want to talk about one of our newer folks. So a first-time grantee in the Cultural Tourism Program in 2025 was Descolones Arte Teatro. Their grant supported the multidisciplinary Latinx festival, the EDALX. It had 186 artists from 16 different companies. They came from Mexico, from Colombia, from Ecuador, from United States, from Chile, and all of their main programs were presented in bilingual and multilingual formats, so English to Spanish, Spanish to English, as well as ASL. This season alone, DESCO featured 51 collaborations with community organizations, and all of this is a first-time grantee to the program. So we're very proud of what the Cultural Tourism Program, our flagship grant program, continues to achieve in the community. We have also had a recent closeout with one of our cultural facilities grantees. Just a few weeks ago, the Orlando Science Center opened the Dome. This was the complete renovation of their theater that was built in 1997 and converting it from film to 8K digital projection. I know, Mayor, you and I were there. You can feel this sort of audio system rumble in your chest when you are seeing this really immersive audio system take play. There is a whole dome screen that was replaced and resurfaced with the NanoSeam projection surface and all new theater seating, as well as allowing them to pick up some additional seats and capacity. And then I want to check in on our 2 active blockbuster and special event grantees. You'll remember that Creative City Project was awarded a 5-year grant by this board in 2024 in support of the Immerse Festival. The blockbuster and special events grant requires a minimum attendance of 50,000 or more, and this year Immerse welcomed nearly 85,000 individuals to their festival. It spanned across 10 city blocks, featured over 1,100 paid artists, and put $1.2 million in the pockets of artists, arts organizations, vendors, and the creative professionals. They've done great work with their social media marketing. You can see here they've earned over 3.5 million of organic social media impressions and nearly 6 million from paid campaigns. And then using that same Americans for the Arts economic prosperity study and calculator I referenced earlier, this event has generated over $10 million in economic impact for our support. You might remember a few months after approval of this project, the board approved a 3-year grant to the Association to Preserve the Eatonville Community, the PEC, in support of 2027's activities Eatonville Rising. The planning and preparation process for these events continues, and we look forward to having the events in August of 2027. In year 1, the PEC developed a full brand and marketing package, a 3-year marketing campaign. They held a conference to help plan out this efforts, and we're really excited to see them continue to support their work in the coming years. We look forward to August 2027. I want to also talk a little bit about the dollars in and dollars out for our office. So you all, of course, are very familiar that Orange County's Office of Arts and Cultural Affairs currently receives 5% of the first 4 cents of the tourist development tax, as well as a fixed $2.5 million per the plan. And then there's that dollar per capita that comes out of the general fund. So you'll see that in the coming year, we're projecting about $16.8 million will be invested through our office in arts and culture. And I love to talk about where that money's going to go. In the upcoming year, we will have $5.5 million in the cultural tourism pool. That is our largest pool that we've ever had for this flagship grant program, which is celebrating its 25th year. We'll have $4.5 million for the cultural facilities pool. We'll continue to be able to invest the amount in the Blockbuster and Special Events Fund to meet all of our prior obligations with those multi-year grant awards, and then continue to invest in the venue subsidy program, support United Arts of Central Florida's collaborative campaign with a $500,000 challenge grant, as well as support the marketing efforts that United Arts undertakes, like the artsinorlando.com website, as well as the Artistry magazine that I know you all receive, as well as support the United Arts grant pools, and then, of course, compensating United Arts for their work as our fiscal agent. While this slide is up, I really want to call out here this right-hand column for the general fund. A dollar per capita, just like $1.5 million on a almost $16.8 million investment, might not seem like a very large amount, but those dollars have a really outsized impact on our arts and cultural community. There are a ton of really worthy arts and cultural nonprofits in our community doing great outreach work and education work and community service work that is not marketed to tourists. They are not eligible for TDT funds, and so these general fund dollars are precious to them. And talking about those amounts that go out to the community, every bolded figure here ends up in the pocket of an arts and culture nonprofit. That'll be $15.3 million invested into our arts and cultural nonprofit community for those organizations that are directly producing activity. Now, we don't need anybody's vote on this slate today. Each one of these individual recommendations comes before the board for your consideration as we move through the year. But when we take those dollars and we add in that $15 million of ARC funding that is going out into arts and cultural projects, Orange County will be investing $31.8 million in arts and culture in the coming year. It's about $20.70 per capita. And it's really hard to really do apples to apples comparisons. There's not a lot of data studies that are looking at Orange, a specific county investment in arts and culture, but as far as we can tell, this is 3 times the national average. So we continue to be a leader in public arts funding for our arts and cultural community, and we're very proud of that. I want to talk on our research and planning efforts. So Americans for the Arts does their arts and economic impact study. This is done every few years, so these numbers are not new to you. You saw these in our State of the Arts presentation last year. This is a breakout of the results of that study for Orange County alone. So what I want to really draw your attention to is the upper right-hand corner here, that nearly 5,000 jobs are supported in our arts and cultural community. Many of them are union affiliated with stagehands and with actors, and it really allows our arts and cultural community to do the work work they do and get paid for doing it. And overall, when we look at the top left corner, our arts and cultural sector in Orange County is generating almost $265 million of direct economic activity by the arts organizations and their audiences themselves. Now, we don't have a fresh study on this because this is done every few years, but what we've spent the past couple of years doing, of course, is our Canvas cultural plan for the city of Orlando and Orange County. Y'all remember that we initiated the planning process in May of 2024. That was really started by my predecessor, who's here with us today, Terry Olson. We kicked off our planning process when I was 2 weeks into this role, and we spent a year and a half in community engagement and stakeholder discussion. So we had over 55 different meetings, cross-sector site visits, workshops. We had a community survey that received over 1,000 responses, touching every municipality in Orange County, unincorporated Orange County, as well as every neighborhood within the city of Orlando. We had the entire plan up online for the public to read and review and comment and simmer, and then that plan was unanimously accepted by this board in September of last year, and then the next month in October by the Orlando City Council. Right away, our Arts and Cultural Affairs Advisory Council created a Canvas Cultural Plan subcommittee to really help guide and steward implementation, and they had their first meeting in January of 2026. So this is not a plan that gets passed and then sits on a shelf to collect dust. It is active. We are actively working with it. The Canvas Cultural Plan Committee has met and it's established their mission, which is to steward implementation of the Canvas Cultural Plan through action-centered community connections and partnerships. What I'm really proud of here is this 16-member committee has 10 members that are former steering committee members of the plan development process. So we didn't burn out our steering committee. They raised their hand and they wanted to come back for more. They've had 3 committee meetings to date, with the next one scheduled for next month. And what we're really proud of here is that the Canvas plan was submitted and then accepted for presentation at the Florida Planning 2026 conference. So we'll be presenting Orange County, the City of Orlando, and Cultural Planning Group on the best practices with municipal partnerships and community engagement. Your arts people will be attending a planning conference and being a little bit of fish out of water, but excited to do it. And we've also launched ocfl.net/Canvas as the central communications tool for updates on the plan. I am very excited about a holiday coming up this weekend, y'all. So Make Music Day returns on June 21st this year. You'll remember that we celebrated our inaugural Make Music Day last June 21st. And for this inaugural year, we would have been pleased with 1 or 2 or 3 venues having 3 or 4 performances. But our community stepped up and told us that it values the celebration of making music in Orange County. We had 40 performances across 16 locations from Ocoee to Avalon Park, and we're excited to do it again this year. So we have multiple returning participants coming in 2026. And what we've really noticed is the arts and cultural nonprofit community is really engaging. You'll see here, this is a photo from the Alvin Palashik Museum and Sculpture Gardens, who had a violinist in the museum over the course of the day. So we're seeing groups like Orlando Family Stage, the Winter Park History Museum, Alvin Palashik, programming a full day of arts and culture programming. It is this Sunday. It's a great opportunity to celebrate with the fathers or the fathers in your life. And we can actually still sign up to perform or host a performance through Friday of this week. So we hope to see you all there. It is my hope that one day Make Music Day will grow up and become its own 501c3 organization with its own board and its own staff. And we have a success story of an organization that's done just that, which is Fusion Fest. Fusion Fest went through a year of some really big organizational restructuring, right? Fusion Fest, though, still managed to deliver on a really extensive year-round programming as well as completing a strategic planning effort. Their year-round programming included exhibitions at the MCO Gallery at the airport, at the Orlando Museum of Art. They also partnered on 15 different community parades, including Nowruz and the Puerto Rican Day Parade and the MLK Day of Service. And then, of course, the annual Fusion Festival still occurred over Thanksgiving weekend. The Art of Joy welcomed over 9,000 attendees and celebrated more than 120 different cultures. And it would have been easy in this year of restructuring for Fusion Fest to say, I just want to replicate what we did last year. Let's just keep things flat. That's not what they do. They were able to add multiple new elements and grow the festival, including a partnership with Joyful Orlando to have a wellness tent. There was a Garden Goat interactive experience. There were live mural paintings, and all of this alongside the development of a brand new strategic plan that was developed for them with the DeVos Institute of Arts Management. So they have a brand new strategic plan really focused on their sustainability as an organization moving forward, and we continue to be really proud of all of the work that they achieve. So in summary, for the State of the Arts presentation for the year, we still have these multiple strategic plans in our community, like the OEP's Vision 2045, with Canvas, with United Arts' strategic plan, which you will hear a little bit about after I'm done. Orange County really remains a leader in public funding for arts and culture. There is so much volatility at the state and federal levels that we are the public funding lifeline for our arts and cultural community. And we're really grateful that in the 26-27 fiscal year, we get to see growth in all of our grant programs and growth in the advisory council itself as we welcome 2 new members. And I want you to know that I am eager to continue advancing all of our priorities that are identified in the Canvas Cultural Plan alongside all of our community partners that make that work possible. Now, you're not done with me yet. We're going to talk a little bit about our Cultural Facilities Grants Program, as our Arts and Cultural Affairs Advisory Council has a funding recommendation before you for your consideration this morning. The Cultural Facilities Grant Program goes through, like all of our grants, 3 different levels of approval. The first is with the review panel that's assembled for the Cultural Facilities Grant Program itself. The second is the Arts and Cultural Affairs Advisory Council, before, of course, coming before you for your consideration. This is a capital improvement grant that's open to nonprofit museums or government-owned auditoriums. This is because it's funded through the TDT, and that's the TDT's requirement. It can be expended on equipping, renovating, maintaining, constructing, or acquisition of these venues. The grant process itself opened in December of last year, and just some high-level details on the program. You can request up to $2 million for your capital project through this grant program, but there's a 50-cent on the dollar match. So if you max out that request, you're coming to the table with at least $1 million of your own private match funding. We host a How to Apply workshop in January of this year, where staff members from United Arts and the Office of Arts and Cultural Affairs walk through the entire grant program, the scoring matrix, the application process. We answer questions. We record that workshop and put it up on the United Arts website so that people can go back to it as a reference point. We do more than just read the applications for this grant program. In late March, the review panel also visited all 6 applicant sites to take tours and look at the projects and their need. And each of these applications is scored on a 100-point scale based on the concept of the project, whether the process and design and planning of the facility itself is sound, as well as the readiness and stewardship for the management of the project. So United Arts does an independent financial assessment, and we're also looking at a care and stewardship plan for any investment on a facility. There's a high bar in this one. You are not advanced to be considered for funding unless you score an 80 out of 100. Now, we recognize our Arts and Cultural Affairs Advisory Council are experts on the arts. They may not be experts in architecture or construction. So we bring together a cultural facilities review panel with industry experts like the county's own Jorge Sedano, who's an architect in the Pets Department, Brian Morris from Boru & Associates, and new this year to the panel, Ramona Somali, who's an architect with Baker Barrios. We also realize that a big capital project can be really disruptive to the operations of a smaller arts and culture nonprofit. So we bring on a prior grantee who does not have an active application for this cycle to really weigh in on what that is like as a lived experience. And so I'll go through each of these 6 projects with you so that you are familiar with what's in them, but the total recommended series of grants are for these 6 projects you see here, and a total of $3,260,756. And first, let's kick it off with the Friends of Casa Feliz. This is for the restoration of their original 1933 Spanish barrel tile roof. It'll include new subroofing, new historically accurate barrel tiles. There's also a complete repair and replacement of a copper gutter system, and then a ceiling reinforcement in their historical dining room using some steel rod tension tiles. This is a total project cost of $558,831, and the request of the county through this grant program is $354,813. Coming up next is the Orlando Science Center for the Weather Science Exhibit Hall. This is the complete renovation of the Our Planet exhibit space into a new permanent exhibit that explores the science and technology and the impact of severe weather events, with a focus on the really unique weather challenges that we have in the state of Florida. So there's some updated architecture and lighting and sound system, as well as the exhibit design, fabrication, and then that installation. So this is a total project cost of $3,150,000 and the total grant request amount of $2 million from the county. Our third is the Orlando Shakes for capital safety improvements. There's a lot of tech theater speak in this particular grant application, but it's a lot about a camera and monitoring system that integrates with the lift that raises and lowers like the trap doors on their stage spaces, as well as audio system infrastructure for emergency announcements for their productions, rebuilding the spotlight towers, which is what you see in this attached photo, and then some security upgrades to the exterior doors, things like keypad entry, as well as directional signage. It's one of our smaller projects with a total cost of $66,894. The request amount from the county is $44,596. Coming up next is the Orlando Philharmonic Plaza Foundation for internet and tech upgrades for the Plaza Live. More technical theater speak in this one as well. This is about a technical infrastructure upgrade, predominantly to their Palmer Room, the smaller of their two spaces, to really support lighting, audio, video, staging, and network and internet systems. So there will be work lighting, house lighting, wash lighting, a brand new ceiling speaker system, video system, lighting control, and what's really key with this one here is also the building-wide network integration of their AV systems. Right now, when a lot of organizations have multiple performance spaces, each space operates on its own AV system. This integrates everything together to allow for better control and more efficiency. It's a total project cost of $786,084 with the request amount from the county of $524,032. We also have the Orlando Ballet for Harriet's Orlando Ballet Center enhancements. This is for largely audio equipment in the Great Leaden Hall and all studio spaces. It's having dedicated audio equipment and microphones, and then video infrastructure, including the enclosure of cords and cabling, which were not built into the space when it was first constructed. There's also some storage systems, ballet bars, and exterior building caulking here. It's another one of our smaller requests with a total project cost of $64,126. The request amount from the county being $37,315. And last but not least, we have the Town of Eatonville CRA for the Circuit Performing Arts and Cultural Entertainment Event Center. This is the restoration of Club Eaton. So the Orange County grant is specifically to acquire the historic Club Eaton building from the current owner, the Floridian Heritage Society, to support its adaptive reuse into the Circuit, which will be a performing arts and cultural entertainment event center. We know Club Eaton is really a site of documented significance for national African American history, being part of the Chitlin Circuit in the Green Book era, and the Town of Eatonville CRA has already been awarded a $1 million facilities grant from the state of Florida to renovate and start the renovation process. So the request from the county through our facilities grant is for the acquisition of the property so that the CRA would own it. It's a total purchase price of $450,000, $300,000 of which is requested from the county. We're not going to your requested action on that yet. We're going to go ahead and shift gears into our Blockbuster and Special Events Grant, and then we'll do actions on both of the grant programs. Much like our Cultural Facilities Grant, the Blockbuster and Special Events Grant also has 3 levels of approval: the Blockbuster and Special Events Committee, the Arts and Cultural Affairs Advisory Council, and then our Board of County Commissioners. This one has a 4 or sometimes 5-step process for application. We kick off with initial screening and informational discussions with county staff, that's me, before a formal eligibility screening with the committee chair and county staff. Then an applicant might make 1 or 2, or in some cases 3 presentations to the Blockbuster and Special Events Committee, doing an overview of their project, what sort of dollar amounts they're seeking, answering questions, and then only after the Blockbuster and Special Events Committee has voted to advance them, they'll make a smaller presentation to the Arts and Cultural Affairs Advisory Council before a recommendation comes to you. As a reminder, a Blockbuster special event is defined as an arts and cultural event that sustains exceptional and widespread popularity and achieves enormous public participation. That is defined for us as an audience of at least 50,000 individuals or more. But we also require in this grant program that the proposer have a really significant partnership with local arts organizations and collaboration with the local arts and culture providers. Of course, we're looking at the finances of the applicant organization, making sure it's feasible, and we also want the proposers to have a demonstrated background of handling events of this size. This is not an annual grant program. These come up when they come up, and they pop up before you and the board. I have one for you today. So our Blockbuster and Special Events Committee members, you'll see their names here, have extensive experience in live event production, management, and design, as well as community service. And they bring forward to you today a unanimous recommendation for a 4-year grant in support of the Dr. Phillips Center Front Yard Holiday Festival. You might remember the inaugural festival took place in late 2025. It generated over 300 total media mentions, and that media reach generated 1.7 billion in total audience reach. I know I was out there several times. You probably saw they had 28 plus musical genres. They compensated directly 87 individual artists, and for this and their other efforts, it won a Downtown Orlando Partnership Golden Brick Award. In 2025, the festival welcomed 150,000 individuals, and that's an estimation, but that is not people that had a Broadway series ticket and stopped by the front lawn on the way in. Those are people who came to the Front Yard Holiday Festival for the Front Yard Holiday Festival only, and they're projecting 300,000 for their attendance reach in 2026. For 2026, the Dr. Phillips Center is proposing 32 nights of live entertainment. I will not read every bullet to you here, but the big call out that I'm proud of here is 300 live concerts and performances and 75 partnerships with our local regional professional arts groups. So they're planning a really robust festival with a lot of increased programming over last year, and they'd like to do that in part with support from the county. So one thing we always ask of each applicant is what other dollars are going to support your project and how's it being spent. So you'll see here a total expense and revenue of about $4.3 million in order to achieve this festival in 2026. There's some capital investment here in things like tents and cooking huts that cost about 3/4 of the cost to rent, rather than just purchasing it and owning it on your own, as well as production equipment and ADA requirements. And you'll see on the left-hand side with the income that there's a modest earned income estimation of $400,000 for the year and nearly $4 million in contributed income. $1 million of each year is what's requested of the county. So the $1 million for each year of 4 years, you see represented in that grants line. But in more detail, we'd like to know what do you want to do with the county funding in particular. So the Dr. Phillips Center for the Performing Arts has prepared this. You'll see over the first 4 years, there is an investment in capital and operations expenses that will go down incrementally year over year as purchases are made and don't need to be replicated. And that allows marketing dollars and marketing spend to increase while the artist fees and production support will remain flat over the year. So the request of the Dr. Phillips Center is to then support these 3 expense types as it relates to their Front Yard Holiday Festival in 26, 27, 28, and 2029. So the Arts and Cultural Affairs Advisory Council often structures its multi-year blockbuster and special events requests in this way. And their recommendation, which is unanimous, is to award the Dr. Phillips Center for the Performing Arts their full request of $4 million over a 4-year period. And as we often do, because we don't know what TDT is going to do tomorrow or a year from now or 4 years from now, is we award year 1 now, and we place a contingency on years 2, 3, and 4, being event performance, reporting, and compliance of the applicant, as well as that there be sufficient fund balances in the Blockbuster and Special Events Fund. Well, Vicki, is there going to be a sufficient fund balance in the Blockbuster and Special Events Fund? This is my back of the envelope tracking sheet that I'll show you here, that you'll see every year we are going to invest that 1.12 into the Blockbuster and Special Events account. Now, when there is a really banner year of TDT, Arts and Cultural Affairs benefits from the true-up process mid-year, or if there's extra funds that are left over from a grant program unused or returned to the county for some reason, we're able to invest that in here. And you'll see both of the previously approved awards for Creative City Project and the PEC reflected here, as well as the Dr. Phillips Center proposal, which would begin in fiscal year 27, to see that we will, in fact, have enough funding to support this proposal if it is awarded. Whew. With that said, we're going to get to our 2 requested actions this morning. Thank you all for hanging with me. The first requested action is approval of the fiscal year 26 cultural facilities funding recommendations as unanimously recommended by the Arts and Cultural Affairs Advisory Council, and the grantees and amounts that you see listed here for a total amount of $3,260,756. Thank you.
All right. You gotta love Vicki Landon. You just kind of like wind her up and she just takes off, you know. That passion is in there always. Vicki, I have a question for you. You know, earlier this morning there was a group of residents here and they talked about this concept of when we use tourist development tax money, it should create good jobs. And you know, the question is how you define good jobs. Sure. But with the investments that we make, do we have an idea about the average wage or hourly rate that might be created as a result of the investments?
I don't know that we have that figure because there's such a wide breadth. So you have some organizations like Orlando Shakes and the Winter Park Playhouse that are paying Actors Equity Union rates. And then you have some community-based nonprofits like Central Florida Community Arts that have volunteers. So I don't know that if we averaged it out across the sector, what we would have would be a particularly accurate representation. I don't think it's something that you could apply to the sector as a whole.
Yeah, it's you know, the concept of what is a good job is perhaps debatable. And for some, if you say the living wage is what we should be striving for. But I would say this, for the guy that hasn't always had the kind of job that I have, I remember washing dishes. For me at the time, it was a good job. I needed that job. It wasn't a job that I intended to stay in forever. And so this notion somehow we'll have many more conversations about how one defines what is a good job. You know, I've even heard a president make a statement that there were black jobs. And I don't know what he meant by that either. So we're going to dive more into this, you know, with our Tourist Development Task Force. You know, I asked the question here today because it's something that surely is going to come back up again. What do we mean? You know, obviously we're trying to improve our community through these investments, create entrepreneurial opportunities, create jobs that are scalable, or where people may start at one place, but the goal is to have them end up in another place. So it's a debatable issue, is all I'm saying here, but it's one that we ought to think about.
Well, Mayor, we have a lot of representatives from the arts and cultural community here. Do you think you have a good job? We have that.
Well, and some of these hands that I saw go up, they make a good wage now, you know, but they didn't start out there, but they built upon their careers, and so I think sometimes we have to be careful about pigeonholing people in certain places and saying this is where they'll be forever, because I don't believe that. But in either case, thank you. We're going to open it up for questions or comments by members of the board, and we'll start with Commissioner Wilson, followed by Commissioner Scott, then Commissioner Uribe, then Commissioner Simrad. All right, Commissioner Wilson.
Okay, so I'll be ready to make the motion because I'm very excited to make that motion now that I'm on the advisory board. But I want to make sure I start out by just thanking you whenever we get the information, the communication from your team. It always feels like you have 100 people working there. Will you please ask your team to take a moment to give everybody a wave or stand up for a second, because it is a tiny but mighty team that we have in Orange County's Arts and Cultural
We're a
Affairs.
team of 4, y'all. So we have Haley Black, who's our Senior Monitoring and Evaluation Coordinator. We have Megan Dawson, who's our Administrative Office Coordinator. And then Dawn Knight, who's our Public Art Coordinator, who is back out at the ranch managing a lot of public art work with
that's
us
exactly
today.
right.
That's it. We are our team of 4.
Just incredible work. I just want you to know that. And that is a top-down thing. So the thank you. Sorry, you can say it now. I just wanted to make sure, because I think people think about expenditures at the government level, and they talk about, oh, they're so top-heavy, and I'm like, no, you would not believe what they're getting done between a couple people, some really old software, and a lot of heart. You know, I mean, that's the reality of it. And I think, Mayor, I think the conversation is really important about, of course, making sure that we create opportunities for equitable advancement, growth opportunities, But I also think the value of creativity and the value that creativity brings to a community is almost a priceless item. And I say that because I think the ability for someone to be creative and have a creative outlet, even if it isn't their primary career, sometimes leads them to other career paths, sometimes leads them to the love of their lives, sometimes leads them to the only joy they might have, because the other part is the part that they are clocking in and out because, you know, they need the insurance. But I think the biggest thing that for me, when I look at this, I'm so proud of, is over the 6 years I've been here, seeing the growth. And I know Terry, I mean, there are faces out here that have been part of this for way longer than I got here that I'm just really proud and incredibly grateful for that, because the creativity that creatives bring to me and the joy in my life and my children's lives, and I can't put a price tag on it, but I know we do have to put a price tag on it if it's coming in front of us. So I think we continue to really do a lot with as much as we can get. I think the question that I'm leading to as an important lead up to the discussion about TDT revenues, and quite frankly, the larger budget discussion is when we talked about the TDT task force in the past, the TDT task force of the future is proposed and coming. What would be the impact to the programming you already have, to the Canvas plan, and is there any risk by evaluating things with some of the surplus that we understand that we're seeing come in?
That's a great question. Thank you. You know, one thing that I'm really guided by in this work is that together with the City of Orlando and the Downtown Development Board, CRA, we invested $250,000 in developing this Canvas plan. And there is currently no dedicated funding to achieve the strategies therein. And I hate the thought of an expensive plan that sits on a shelf. Now, we can't accomplish 70% of what's in the plan with TDT because of the strict restrictions around TDT, but there are some things in the plan that we can develop. And so I think as we look forward to a future TDT Citizens Advisory Task Force, you know, my hope is that there will be increased funding earmarked for arts and culture specifically so that we can achieve some of the strategies that are in that plan.
It's great information for us to have right here and now, and to continue to have those conversations with our nonprofit creative providers, with our everyone, all the creators, everybody out there, to make sure that we're getting to what the greatest need is that is available under that legislation. I know we want to change the legislation, but I do think that if even there's a magic wand and we change the legislation tomorrow, I still want arts and cultural affairs as part of the structure. I do think there is an incredible amount of value to our residents as well as our visitors. So that to me that priority will never change. But it would be nice to be able to take a train downtown to go to the Holiday Fest. So, so I'm going to continue to push there also. It was really great to wander around during the holidays and see the kind of activity that was happening everywhere because of that festival. So anyway, thank you so much. That's it for my question. Oh, the second question was the budgetary, general budget question about what would happen if the ad valorem tax amendment were to pass. Right now, understanding sort of the budget structure that we have.
Right. Well, of course, those decisions would be before y'all to make, where we would have to tighten our belt, and we'd have to tighten it significantly in a variety of places, I would imagine. You know, that dollar per capita that we receive out of the general fund for arts and culture, it is just $1.5 million, but it really does have that outsized impact on our arts and cultural community. I'm thinking of groups like Nicole Warren and Chance to Dance in Maitland, which is just doing incredible groundbreaking work, having dance accessibility for wheelchair users and individuals with disabilities. Their role is not to market to tourists. We have so many impactful arts organizations that are serving the community because they're of, for, by, and about our local community, and those are needed just as much as the folks that can, you know, market to the Drive Market and have people come in to attend a concert. And so, and its face value, you might say, out of, you know, $30 million investment in arts and culture, 1.5 of it comes from the general fund. Oh, is that a drop in the bucket? But I maintain that those dollars are probably some of the most important ones that we administer for that reason.
Thank you so much. It's really good to know.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to Commissioner Michael Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Vicki, thank you for just everything that you do. I think you're a jack of all trades. When Mayor was talking about like good jobs and you know, the impact that these different individuals have on our community. Can you expand a little bit on how these organizations interact with young people specifically, and maybe high school students? I know we have some with our middle school students and even college students. And so can you share from your observations the paid and sometimes unpaid opportunities for them to grow and learn?
Absolutely. You know, I think one of the hardest things for the nonprofit arts and cultural sector is securing general operating support. You know, in the world of philanthropy, everyone loves to give a restricted gift and say you can spend this on this project, but not on your salaries or your staff or your overhead. And that can make it really constrained for a lot of the arts and cultural community. And they have to get really creative with their staffing solutions as a result of that. You know, my son was in an Orlando Family Stage summer camp last week, and I saw 2 young apprentices that were helped serving that role, where you're seeing middle and high school students that are being engaged maybe in internships or in a volunteer capacity. I know of at least 2 growing movements within Orange County Public Schools to have paid internships in the tech trades and theater tech. You know, you can start learning backstage audio video. Doesn't mean that has to be your career. You can get a really great job, you know, running cable for an event production company in the for-profit world upon graduation. And so I think that internship and practical hands-on experience pipeline for our young people is really some of the greatest opportunity that our arts and cultural community has. You know, you get on stage and you learn how to act. That doesn't mean you want to be an actor, but it makes you a more effective public speaker. And I think, you know, the 6th goal in our Canvas plan is elevating the arts as a strategic civic partner, which is a fancy way of saying arts and something. And we know that participation in the arts makes you a better citizen, a better adult, and a better professional. And so I would continue to turn back to the internship and volunteerism opportunities with our community.
Thank you, Vicki. I appreciate it. Mayor and I wholeheartedly agree with your comments about, you know, what is considered a good job. I think a good job is based on, you know, the journey and the goal of the individual and where they want to go. I don't think there's a universal definition of a good job. It really is where you are. I will be 44 on June 24th of this month, but when I run back the tape of 20 years, just as a student, I studied TV production at Gotha Middle School all 4 years at West Orange High School. My TV production teacher is in the back of that room right now, but he gave us so many exposure experiences. Tim Blazik, he's probably looking at me crazy, like, why are you doing this to me? But he was such an amazing teacher and mentor. We met so many anchors. We got to go to the studio and stuff like that. But then when I started working, I was bagging groceries at Winn-Dixie for $5.15 an hour. And then they opened Islands of Adventure, and they were paying $6.15 an hour. So I was like, oh, okay, I'm going to go there and get, you know, as much ice cream and park access as I could. I was serving Treasure Chest Sundays and frozen dessert right in front of Dueling Dragons roller coaster. But it was a good time. But then I became an adult, and one of my earlier jobs was working for TSA, opening the Hilton Orlando as a security officer, and that was $10.33 an hour, and that was a good job for me. I was making anything more than $10 an hour was a good job. And so from going to Hilton Orlando, $10.33 an hour, to being a juvenile correction officer, and I left there to work for Orange County, and this was another good job in 2011. And in 2013, I'm throwing bags on Delta Airlines, another good job. And so I think it really is based on the individual and where they want to go and what they view as a good job and a good wage for their circumstances and situations. But I just really appreciate you and each of you and the opportunities you provide, because you all give something that a paycheck never can, that wow factor. That was a great song. That was a great poem. Good job in the performance. Like, it is a level of self-confidence that someone may not get at home because they may not have the support to be able to push them in their craft, because folks are worried about the rent, the mortgage, and all the other things. And so for what you all do as organizations and community members and neighbors, I salute you for that, because sometimes we all need that keep going, don't give up, you did a good job, just to get you to the next day and the next goal. And so continue to do this work. It is incredibly important. And thank you. I'm good, Mayor.
All right, Commissioner Uribe.
All right, Vicki, so your passion and excitement is incredible. You know, you and I have had so many great conversations, but I want to thank you for something very different, because you go out of your way to really help art organizations get there. I have always said, is Jennifer here from United Arts? Yeah, okay. From the moment I met her, I always said, Jennifer, artists are not administrators, right? And we have to help them. We have to help them get access. And in my opinion, this is not enough money for the arts. There are so many great people out there, and I love it when artists volunteer just because they love their art so much. You know, we're doing a big festival in July, culturally, and it's going to be all about artists, like performing and singing and dancing and all of that kind of, and showcasing. And it's so amazing because it's free and everyone's just coming together for the love of what they have a passion for. So while this is exciting for us to vote on today, I believe that it is really pennies on the dollars of what we need to really be investing if we want to be serious about arts. And I've even been privy recently through United Arts to see them actually giving small grants to help artists kind of cultivate their art into some sort of rate of return. And that is the key thing that we're seeing, is to be able to go from artists and include that next step. And clearly these blockbusters and everything that the Dr. Phillips does is really a beautiful call to action. We've all taken children who've been in awe, whether we took them to see Aladdin or The Lion King, or just even going to a Plaza Awards. One of my interns was in the Plaza Awards last Saturday or 2 weeks ago. And then even just seeing how they encourage young people to be involved is amazing. We need more of that, not less. And when you look at how our legislature is cutting all those things out of school, we're now more dependent on these organizations to keep doing what we're doing. So I love how you maximize all the way to the dollar, like how we're going to do this. It's sad to me because we still have to do, I guess, we have to prove heads and beds on some of these funding when we know people go, but a lot of times they don't really track that well. And I love how you've refigured how we do that and expanded. And then I'm sad today because my person who I wanted to put on the Arts and Culture Board, who is the image of Arts and Culture, could not be a part of the board because she's part of Fusion Fest, which is crazy because she's a volunteer for Fusion Fest, but our rules are rules, I get it. I think this is fantastic. I hope that we can see more of this, that we are showing the public how we're doing this. I think what's even more important is that people have access to see the arts. We've had conversations. My son's a big diehard art person, and he loves acting and singing and dancing, and he's really into Michael Jackson right now, which is so surreal because it's not the 80s anymore. So to hear my son sing Billie Jean is like, wow, but that's because of art, like looking at, like being able to see the show, being able to see the movie and be inspired. That's what we're looking for. So I think this is great. This is so exciting. These are wonderful days for us where we get to really profile. I think the Dr. Phillips does a great job with our community and with our children. And I think anybody who's watching or paying attention, get involved with their front porch or front yard. I forgot what it's called.
Holiday
Front
Festival.
yard holiday. I went multiple times. The s'mores were great. There's nothing like dripping, marshmallows all over you but what was really great is that I got to do it with my 8-year-old son, and he appreciated it. And I have to tell you this story. You know how Santa and Mrs. Claus comes out? And we had gone with Rio Pinar Elementary School. And it was so cool because, your folks were like, everybody, we have a special person coming to the stage. It's so great. And my son's like, go, Mom, go. And I'm like, not me, not me. And then it was Mr. and Mrs. Santa Claus. And my son goes, do they know who you are? And I'm like, clearly not good enough. So, but that's so amazing. The children, when they light up, when we saw Polar Express, and the faces was great. I know that Commissioner Scott and everybody commented on a good job, right? To me, I'm going to keep it simple. A good job is being able to pay your rent and buy food. When we can do that, I think we've created a good job. But thank you for everything you do. Thank you for all the artists and for all your love and passion you bring to our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Simrat.
Thank you, Mayor Demings. Vicki, thank you so much. I'm excited to vote for this. I want to say congratulations to your team of 4 for all that you're able to accomplish. I'd also like to say congratulations to all of the arts organizations that received the cultural facility grants. That's amazing, so congratulations. I'd like to just point out that in District 5, the arts thrive because the majority of that revenue is coming home to District 5. So congratulations to art community. And I would just like to say that, one, we know how important the cultural and arts tourism segment is to our local economy, because generally these are the tourists and visitors that have higher spending receipts. And so by investing in the arts with our TDT, we actually see, from an economic impact perspective, a larger ROI on those investments. So I truly look at all TDT spending that goes into arts and culture as an investment into increasing our ROI on our TDT. So thank you for being such a strong advocate for our arts that so many of us care about. I would just like to say I got a definition for a good job. And in an economy, when you see people having to work 2 and 3 jobs to make ends meet, that's not evidence of a strong economy. That's evidence of jobs not paying enough. And so a good job means that you have enough to not have to work 2 and 3 jobs, because one job should be enough. And if it's not, we have problems in our local economy. And when we look at our TDT task force, and we look at who can be assigned to the roles on the TDT task force, and you see things that arts and culture has no guaranteed seat. No guaranteed seat, I want to say it again. The tourism industry is comprised of many segments. One of the most critical segments is culture and art. Yet on our TDT task force, there's no guaranteed seat. You know who gets a guaranteed seat? SeaWorld. You know who else gets a guaranteed seat? Disney World. Who else? Universal. Who else? Central Florida Hotel Lodging Association. Who else? Chambers of Commerce. Who not? Cultures and art. It is severely problematic, Mayor, that we see a TDT task force that is not comprised of holistic representation of our entire tourism economy, which includes restaurants, transportation, public safety, public health, public utilities, arts, culture, small businesses, medium businesses. It's incredibly disturbing to see special interests have an appointed seat that is equitable and equal to one district representative's appointee. We each get one appointee. Disney World gets one appointee. That means for all these District 5 arts and cultural organizations that are going to come and are going to ask, and in many cases beg, for TDT funding, are going to have the equal value, voice, and representation of one to Disney World, one to SeaWorld, and one to Universal. But collectively, if you put all 3 of those together, it's 3 votes from the theme park industry and only 1 vote from District 5 advocating for things like culture and arts. So I think that our TDT task force, and I submitted a memo on it yesterday, I know I am passionate. You can understand you're passionate about the arts. Well, I'm passionate that TDT gets pumped into our economy to benefit more than special interests. And Mayor, I sent the memo. I'm asking for a restructuring of the TDT task force to ensure that we have equal representation for all sectors from the tourism economy, and that our voice as a commissioner or as a municipal mayor has more value than a special interest seat. So thank you, and I have submitted the memo. I have submitted it to all district commissioners. I do believe that there is a structural integrity issue with our task force. Thank you.
I support that.
I will say I don't agree with all of that, but that's not the issue for today. You know, it's a huge, I think, impugning the reputation of good people who are willing to serve. We got great results from the last Tourist Development Task Force. Priorities that members of this community made that are paying dividends that resulted in what you are seeing today that you are voting on right now. So anyway, I won't get on my soapbox. I'm going to keep us moving forward.
Mayor, I just want to say I had to bring it up here because there's no
It's-
opportunity
it's
for me to bring
okay,
the task
Commissioner.
force to the public
It-
hearing other than here because it's your prerogative to advance it and it doesn't get on a consent agenda for us to vote for. And it's
Commissioner,
not agenda. So
at the
this
end
is
of the
my only
day,
way.
it is this body that will make the final decision. It comes before this body. So you get the opportunity to appoint someone that you think will fill that bill, and the municipalities have that opportunity to do the same thing. Anyway, I'm not going to debate that right now because we got full agenda today. I just say open your mind up a little bit more. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. We still have one more. Commissioner.
Yes. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and good morning, Ms. Vicky. Thank you for your presentation. You always like to the point, detail, and bring everything. And I have to say thank you. Thank you for your hard work since you started. But I don't want to leave out Mr. Terry, who's here, that also, was a very big, guide with the arts as well in Orange County before he retired. So he's here. I think it was over 20 years. So thank you to both, but thank you to you as well today. And I know Ms. Jennifer, who's back there in United Arts. And I just want to say that 2 weeks ago, I went to in an event. I was invited to an event that it was called Central Florida Tiny Desk Context Showcase. So I was invited and I went. I said, let's see what's going on, arts and so. And it was all a contest of music and, bands and so. And there were more than 500 people there. I mean, it was very crowded. It was very good. And I would like to see, more than that because that happened right here in downtown. And it was a national context. It wasn't like local. It was like bands and so from everywhere. So that's part of our art. And, having a community so diverse like this, arts is everything, and really connect us in one way or another. I love it, and I want to say that in the weekend also I was invited for another event, but it was the silence music event that you put your ear and you can hear whatever, and they were playing, and you don't disturb no neighbors, nobody. So it was a good event as well, and I think there's a lot of creativity out there. So I want to say thank you, and just blast those social media so people can get connected and they can attend these events, because sometimes you set them out there and they say, oh, I didn't know that was happening. Oh, I didn't know this. So I think, we just have to blast a little bit the social media. But in the other, we are good. So thank you so much. Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
All right. We do have a request to action before us, and I will say that since I've been mayor in this county, I've made it a priority for us to increase our contributions to the arts.
Yes.
We have totally changed the system that we came into, and so I'm going to make the motion today for approval of this item.
Come on, guys.
Listen, I'm going to make the motion today.
You're fine.
It doesn't matter. I'll still go there at the.
So I'm going to make the motion because doggone it, sometimes it is
I
about leadership.
appreciate
And
that.
I have been leading this effort. I don't care what the rest of y'all say
I
about
appreciate
moving
that.
this needle forward. Okay? So with that, I make the motion. Is there a second?
Second, Wilson.
All right. There's a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous.
Thank
you all.
Well, the good news is,
from the entire arts community. Thank you all so much.
We actually have
One
two
more. All right.
requested
The
actions
second-
on there. There we
the
go. So
second
there's
action.
there's another opportunity for another motion that y'all can fight over because our
All right.
second requested
I'm gonna make
action.
the motion on this item as well because we have led. I don't often do it, but doggone it, I have put a whole lot of energy into this, and I don't care what the rest of you say right now.
Mayor, I am not going to argue with you on
All
that.
right. All right. Is there a second?
It's all good. Second, Wilson.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right. Motion passes. Thank you all so much for being here. And so, Ms. Jennifer Evans, come on up. Oh, wait a minute.
That's right. I'm just going to hand the mic
Yeah,
over
Jennifer's up.
to Jennifer Evans,
Yes.
yes, President and CEO of United Arts.
Yeah. Carlos, you're on deck. I know you're anxious to get to it, but Ms. Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. Mayor Demings and Commissioners, thank you so much. Let's go on ahead. Sorry, there we go. Oops. I need to do that. I'm Jennifer Evans, President and CEO of United Arts, and I stand before you representing an incredible cultural sector that is not here to make any more asks or no more votes today, but just really to say thank you for trusting us to be your local arts agency for 29 years. Our mission is to inspire and enrich communities by strengthening arts, science, history, and culture through strategic collaborations like the one that we share and investments that we make together. In 2025, we adopted a new strategic plan, one to strengthen United Arts, to build our capacity to be great and bold through programs, marketing, fundraising, and revenue growth that will ultimately spin and roll into strengthening the arts and cultural sector by empowering artists and helping organizations to thrive, to build audiences, and to secure balanced funding, which we're already have been talking about today. And then finally, when the arts and cultural sector is strong, we can also strengthen the community through cross-sector partnerships by leveraging arts and culture to build prosperity, to drive social impact, to enrich lifelong learning, and enhance our sense of place. We did all of this work in our own strategic planning in collaboration with the Canvas Cultural Plan. And what this means is that every decision that is made at United Arts aligns with the Cultural Canvas Plan that you voted on and that we are implementing together with the city and Vicky's office, as well as our Citizens Advisory Committee, so that all of this leverages United Arts' strengths and our assets to align to achieve these great goals that we've set out for our community. I do want you to know that our sector has grown, and unfortunately, we have to go by our 990s. Not unfortunately, but this is the most reliable resource, and these are not always available at the same time. So this dates back to the IRS filings of 2024, because many of our arts agencies finish their year in December, which means they may not have their 25 990s completed. But what I want you to see here is that the revenue has grown for the arts community, not only in your revenue, and you've talked about how much the increase in public funding from your votes has made, but it's also grown in private contributions from 15 million to 50 million. And I know even over the last 18 months, we've grown it even more. Earned revenue has grown, and this means that our residents and our visitors are choosing to spend their disposable income to take classes, to buy tickets, to attend festivals. And that makes a big difference, because that goes back to something you're talking about, which is good jobs, right? All of this funding pays for artists to make a living and creative workers to make a living. So what I want you to know is that your investment has grown from a public sector, but it's also grown from people choosing to spend money in the arts, but also people, corporations and foundations choosing to give to the arts. So you can see that there's a lot of growth there. But I want you to know that the arts don't just survive on money, although it's critical. We want to make sure that our sector is thriving. So we have a new vision, a thriving arts community that fuels lasting prosperity, creativity, and well-being for all in Central Florida. This is very important, because when we envision a thriving community and those good jobs, it matters that there's more than just pay. We want to make sure that there are 8 thrive indicators for the arts. So in business, we know what it means to thrive. In our ecosystem, our economy, we know what it means to thrive. In education, we know what it means to thrive. Well, in the arts, we now know, we've done the research, that these are the 8 indicators that we are working towards to move the needle on. First is a thriving artistic community. Those artists need to get paid, and they need to get paid well. Their work is just as valuable as any other professional. We want to make sure that they have opportunities to really develop and create their skills. As Commissioner Uribe said, we just granted $150,000 worth of individual artist grants, and these help individual artists to thrive in our community. Evidence of robust arts and cultural organizations, and this doesn't mean just a few, but organizations that reflect all of our cultures that live in our community, that have strong leadership and good sound fiscal management, as well as opportunities for professional development and for collaboration and strong partnerships. The other one is engaged in growing audiences. I just talked about earned revenue. It's so important that we have 1,500 new people moving here a week. We want them to know that they've moved to a strong, healthy arts community where there are opportunities for all people to participate in the arts. But we've got to make sure that they know about that they are in that kind of community. Opportunities for innovation and creativity. We want to make sure that there are opportunities for interdisciplinary collaborations and readiness in our community for arts and culture, not just to be ready for what's today, but readiness for the future and to be innovative in that way. Evidence of lifelong learning, not only for our young people, which is a huge priority for us, but also at any age to experience developing your own creative abilities at any age, as well as within our own sector, professional development and opportunity for work advancement and sharing ideas. So that's a critical part of that as well. And making sure mostly that we are providing the skilled training for the next generation of our creative industry workforce. We know that we cannot exist without a supportive environment. Your conversation, everything you said to Vicki today about our investment as a community in the arts is what we need. It's what we need our community to hear, that you value this and it's worth the public dollars. But we also know that it matters for private philanthropy. So thank you for doing that. We also know we need policies that support creativity. So thank you for voting for that as well. We need strong infrastructure. Today you voted on important capital improvements. We need physical spaces that are accessible and allow for creating and showcasing the work of our sector. That we also need access to technology, and we also need access to transportation, not only for our workforce, but for our audiences. And finally, that last indicator is the one that really reflects the economic impact and the social impact of the arts. We have over 400 for-profit and nonprofit creative industry companies and organizations representing over 70,000 jobs. So we know we impact the economy, but we also know that the arts can have a tremendous social impact in our community, as it's been proven for centuries. So with that, we provide programs and services every day to serve your constituents and the visitors in our community through marketing and audience development, fundraising, as well as the outreach services that we provide for artists, for organizations like yourself, for the school districts in Central Florida, and any other public entity that's looking for leadership or guidance in the arts, as well as our nonprofits. So the most important thing is, how are we spending your money that you grant to us? And I think this is such an important part of our fiscal responsibility to you. We report to Comptroller Diamond's office on a regular basis, and we receive an audit each year that we share. But I want you to know on the left is the revenue that we receive, and it is matched and by other public dollars of $1.1 million. You can see that 3.7, and this is the fiscal year that we will finish on June 30th. We also receive funding in public dollars at $13.6 million, and then you do pay us a fee for service to administer all the grants that you just voted on. So we have a great staff, a professional staff that helps to advance that process. So of the $4.5 million that you invested in us, we also had another $16.1 million come from other public and private resources. Our expenses, $425,000 of your money in that gold column, are spent towards our administration and running the organization. We repurpose we send $3.8 million out to nonprofit organizations, And then we also invest $300,000 this year in marketing the arts, and that's not marketing United Arts, but marketing our arts and cultural sector. So that's how we're spending your funds that come directly into our P&L. We also, as you know, are responsible as fiscal agents of your grant making. And so on top of that, that's the $11.6 million in grants that we awarded this year. So that's where your money comes from through our P&L, and then how we spend it this year. It's benefiting many nonprofits or organizations and hundreds of artists. And the investment in arts marketing. So we talked about advancing audience development and making sure that people know about the arts. We do that through all of our social media channels, through artsanorlando.com, and through the Artistry magazine, which is also available digitally online so that you can distribute it. And over 10,000 people look at that magazine online now. So that really helps us get the word out that this is a really vibrant county. And this also features only our local artists and organizations, so it's really something we can be proud of. We also are very involved in advancing the opportunities for youth to enjoy the arts, not only in their classrooms, but in field trips and after-school programs. We also have very important teaching artists residencies where students are learning creative industry workforce skills so that they have a pathway to jobs, to high-paying jobs in our community. And this year we almost provided 500,000 experiences for our youth in Orange County. It is a very important part of our role as a nonprofit local arts agency to provide advocacy to make sure that the arts are part of conversations at every public sector. We champion the arts. Trudy Wild has now been promoted to full-time advocacy and public affairs director because we know that the arts are always in debate in the public arena. So we want to make sure that we're out ahead of that as a sector. And we're also responsible for making sure that the policy side of the Canvas Cultural Plan gets advanced, because that's not something that can come from the city office or the county offices. So that's a big part of our partnership with that. We have a tremendous team that reports every day to advance our mission and to serve your community and the community that we love. Our arts artists, our arts organizations, and the people of Orange County. And I wanted you to see all of those folks. I think some of them are here today that joined me in this work. But we are your local arts agency, and we want to just thank you for investing in us, for trusting us. And we're always available to help you or to answer any questions from your constituents or to help you dream about arts and culture in our community. So thank you.
All right, excellent. All right, we're opening up for any questions or comments.
I think there's been a lot about the arts, but I welcome any questions.
All right. So Commissioner Gomez-Cadero.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Jennifer. I know you have a lot on your plate. I mean, every time that, the mayor appointed me to that board as well after I finish art and culture. Now you're there, and then you're going to go here, so that's how we're going to go. And so I have to say that, every meeting I enjoy it, and I learn a lot because, all of this, where the money comes and where it goes and what to do and fundraising, so it's a lot of work. But I have to say thank you to you and the whole team because they are there, to work together and to bring this to the community. So thank you.
Thank you.
So where's the team? Would y'all stand up if you're in here?
This is here.
All right. There we go. That way we can see you all. All right. Thank you for what you do in our community and make it a better community. All right. And Jennifer, I remember doing the interview when you during COVID.
That was 5 years ago.
That time has
almost 5 years ago
by.
today.
Yeah. Wow.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank y'all for being here. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we'll move to the next item on the agenda. Carlos Durden, he's been pacing now for about the last 20 minutes, so he's excited to come up and make this presentation. So we invite Carlos Durden. as he will be transitioning full-time and permanently into the role as Orange County's emergency manager. We have Chief Avery, Lorelei Avery, who will be transitioning. She's retiring. She went into the DROP program, and so we do recognize her today as well. They're going to talk about it, in the presentation, I think. So, but Carlos, you're leading off, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're up, sir. Thank you.
All right, good morning, Mayor, Board of County Commission, Administrator Brooks, Comptroller Diamond, and Jeff, thank you, and good luck on your retirement. Mayor, I think on Friday we're going to have to issue a local state of emergency for at least 7 days, just for that occasion. So, and Jeff know what I do. He always calls in, do we need to go another 7 days? Yes. So, good luck on that. All right, so what we're going to talk about here today is the 2025 season, followed by the 2026 outlook, which I'm pretty sure most of y'all are looking forward to. We're going to talk about our countywide preparedness. Then they're going to bring up Public Works, Brett from Public Works, to brief on Public Works action, followed by utilities. Mark from utilities is going to talk about utilities actions. After that, when we go do the conclusion, my mayor, and do the question answers, after that, we're going to bring up Chief Avery, who had a remarkable 33-year run that she's getting ready to put an end to her chapter to give final comments with that. So,
all right.
So when you look back to 2025, a lot of people like to say it was a good year. Well, it was a good year for everyone with the exception of the Caribbean. They had 93 deaths in the Caribbean, followed by 45 in Jamaica. So it was a good year for the United States because we did not get hit by any hurricanes, but we have to think about the others who did get hit. So it was a good year for the U.S., but it wasn't a good year as far as hurricanes. As far as last year, we had 5 hurricanes that formed. And what I want to note to that, out of those 5 hurricanes, 4 of those hurricanes became major hurricanes, which was a Cat 3 or higher. One thing I want to bring to everybody's attention is the rapid intensification. You're going to hear that word a lot. What is rapid intensification? That's when you got a tropical disturbance or a tropical storm out there in the Gulf of Mexico, and it forms up within 24 hours, and it impacts land within 72 hours. You have no time to prepare. So one of the things I want to say to everybody that's here and everybody listening, when we're out pushing messages about rapid intensification and these storms that can possibly intensify quickly, you're not going to have that much time to prepare. So our message is, if we're saying it's going to intensify rapidly, you need to take actions immediately. Don't let your guard down. So yes, it was a good season for the United States, but remember, any hurricane that hit is not a good season. Super El Nino. What is Super El Nino? You can be hearing it a lot. Super El Nino, Super El Nino. Well, what a Super El Nino is a weather pattern, particularly winds. The winds shift primarily from the south and go to the east. And what an El Nino does is it increases the surface temperatures of the water, primarily in the Pacific Ocean. So what does that do? When the Pacific Ocean waters increase, the Atlantic waters temperatures decrease, which means a possible fewer hurricanes in the Atlantic. But what did that mean for us? Andrew, Charlie, Francis, and Michael all developed during El Nino type seasons. So just because they say it's going to be fewer hurricanes does not mean, because remember, it only takes one. Now, with that being said, all of the models are pushing toward a wetter winter for us, which don't have anything to do with hurricane season, but it talks about El Nino. A wetter winter and with stronger tornadoes. The models are showing the exact models that we had back in 1998 when we had the tornadoes outbreak in Central Florida that actually killed 42 personnel. So they say it's going to be a wetter winter, but you're going to have more tornadic activity from the Super El Nino. So what are we looking for this year as far as the outlook? The National Weather Service and NOAA does not give singular points. They give a wide range. So what they're looking for this year is 8 to 14 named storms, 3 to 6 hurricanes, and 1 to 3 major hurricanes, which is 55% below average for the season. Now, the reason I put this slide up here is not to show you the wind speeds, but everywhere we go when we're trying to get the residents to prepare, they always tell us, I survived Charlie. I survived Francis. I survived Gene. I survived the Cat 4 storm. And our question to them was, well, where were you living at during Charlie, Francis, and Gene? I was in Orange County. Well, you did not survive a Cat 4 storm in Orange County, because if you look at Charlie up there, Charlie had, for Orange County, our sustained winds was 77 miles an hour. Now, we had gusts up to 105, which is a Cat 2 hurricane, but it was not a Cat 4 hurricane when it hit Orange County. Same thing with Irma. Irma, the sustained winds for Irma was 59 miles an hour, and we had gusts up to 105. So the only reason I put that up there is we have not had a Cat 4 hurricane made landfall in Orange County. We have had a Cat 1 wind and Cat 2 wind, but we never was faced with a Cat 3 or higher. If we have something like that in Orange County, it's going to be very destructive. So I like to put this slide up here that talks about the 6-day, 7-day outlook all the way to impact day. Now, this right here is based on the perfect storm. And what I mean the perfect storm is this is based off the models of a tropical disturbance that form off the coast of Africa. And they have time to develop over the Atlantic Oceans and have time to travel to the United States. Now, if we have a storm that pops up in the Gulf, you're not going to have that 6 to 7 day outlook. You're only going to have maybe the 2 to 3 day outlook. But this is just put it in perspective of how you should be receiving information from us. So at the 6 to 7 day mark is when we start getting the outlooks from the National Weather Service. You start seeing more communication from our office as far as what's going on in the region. We're going to identify potential threats and potential hazards. Now, at this point in time, we don't know in particular where the storm is actually going. We have an idea, but we can't pinpoint the exact location. 3 to 5 days out, we have a better understanding of where the storm is actually going. We have a better understanding of the wind speeds. What's going to be the impacts with Danny Banks like that? What's the Orange County impacts going to be at that time? We will start to formulate those ideas during that time frame. 1 to 2 days out, we know whether Orange County is going to be under a hurricane watch or warning or tropical storm watch or warning. As you look up there, you see one thing that says potential expected storm surge. And you're probably thinking storm surge? We're in Orange County. We don't have a storm surge threat in Orange County. That is true. But the reason we educate and we brief storm surge is we have all the tourists come here. So when you have tourists come here, they're seeing the waves on TV. What do they want to do? They want to drive to the coast to see the wave. So we educate them on the potential dangers of the storm surge. And then impact day, the winds, the warnings, and the tornadoes. The last hurricane we had, which was Hurricane Milton, the weather service, if you got a weather radio, it kept going off because of what? The tornado outbreak that we had down south. It was constantly going off. We had more tornado outbreaks from that storm than we ever had from any other type of storm. Now, I like to slow this graphic right here. Most of y'all have saw this graphic right here. But it shows where we are today, June 16th. So you look at it, June 16th, you see very little activity around June 16th time frame. But when you go to August 1st through October 31st, 85% of all tropical activity occurs during that time. That's why during September, I can't take leave because there's usually always something out there going to impact us here in Orange County. Now, these are your names for 2026. And Mayor and Commissioners, I want y'all to know that we did do a spell check on that E word up there. And don't ask me to pronounce it. Everybody that we asked have pronounced it a different way, so, but it is spelled correctly. And if you look up there as well, you'll see some names that you saw before it. Isaias and other names because they rotate every several years. But these are your 2026 hurricane names. What I'd like to assure you is before the storm, every year we have our senior official workshop. And that's a workshop where we bring all of the county departments together as well as our key stakeholders to assure their readiness for the upcoming hurricane season. And Mayor and Commissioners, I want to assure you that all departments and all of our stakeholders ensured us that they was ready to go for this 2026 hurricane season. As far as our Emergency Operations Center, we already had 3 exercise activations this year. And one of those activations was the statewide hurricane exercise. So just to let you know that the EOC is ready to go for hurricane season as well. Other things that we do before the actual hurricane season is we strike the storm. We get with Public Works. They already had their meeting. I'm not going to talk about Public Works actions because they're going to talk about them next. but we also meet with our school officials and our shelter officials, and we make sure that our shelter readiness is good to go, and I'm going to talk about that during the next slide. During the storm, one of the key things is factual information. The mayor is very good with actually doing those media updates and talking to the media and keeping all of our residents informed as far as what's going on. One of the biggest things I want to put out there is dial 311 for all your non-emergency storm-related activities and dial 911 for emergencies only during the storms. After the storm, we focus on debris removal, we focus on recovery action, and we focus on community support as far as damage recovery centers or marks. So we already met with our Orange County Public School officials, and this year for hurricane season, we already got confirmed 44 schools that we can use for hurricane season. That's pretty good. Out of those 44 schools, we have 3 designated for people with special needs that's ran by Health Services and Department of Health, and we have 6 of those schools that's deemed as pet friendly. Now, one thing I want to say, and we always get asked this, can we use community centers? And the answer is by state statute, we are authorized to use schools. But we use schools because we have an agreement with the school. That agreement says the school officials will feed the residents. So they will provide the feeding during the residents. Another thing about those schools, why we use schools, is they have backup generators at all of those schools as well. And the last thing about those schools is all those schools have been certified for hurricane use by the American Red Cross. So I just wanted to bring that up. Now, in particular, we have 5 magic gems that we can use as well. Those magic gems are used when the school board don't close schools in time, and we have to set up our PSN shelters because that takes at least 24 hours to get that PSN aspect set up. So if the schools are still open, we have to relay or fall back on our magic gems for those shelters for people with special needs. And we have met with our stakeholders, the Sheriff Office, Red Cross, and Links, who support us in shelter operations, and everybody's good to go. So some other things that we do OEM presentations throughout the year. We out in the community, we briefing hurricane preparedness, not only during hurricane season, but we're briefing it year round. Community events and meetings, and one of our big events is coming up this Saturday, which is our annual Hurricane Expo, and it's going to be at Oak Ridge High School on June 20th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Another thing we've been doing is we've been doing media briefings throughout the media. We've been posting a lot of stuff on social media, and we're pushing out there for individuals to sign up through OC Alert and our OCFL Alert app. We've been having our bi-monthly meeting with our stakeholders to ensure our readiness, and we've been giving out a lot of weather radio throughout the year. So with that being said, Mayor and Commissioners, if emergency management is the key for information sharing, Public Works is the backbone for operational recovery and response. And I'm going to transition over to Public Works.
Thank you, Carlos. Good afternoon. Brett Blackadar.
Not quite
close. Close to good afternoon. I missed that by a couple minutes. Good morning. Brett Blackadar, Deputy Director of Public Works. And we're going to talk a little bit about what Public Works does. And I want to introduce, if you don't know Angie Maldonado, Angie is there. She's filming. She is our Assistant Manager in our Fiscal and Operations Support Division, and she oversees all of our emergency response and operations for Public Works. Has been doing it for many years, and we're very lucky to have Angie oversee that because it's a big task. I also want to say that I'm here representing Public Works, but there are many, many people that are involved in emergency management. In particular, I want to point out our staff, our field staff, because our field staff has a very challenging job. They work in very difficult conditions, difficult heat, and they are always responding to these storms, and they're always preparing for the storm. And when we talk about hurricane preparation, we think about hurricane season, but really our staff prepares for hurricanes 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. All of our maintenance units have people on call that are always responding quickly to any emergencies, and we're preparing all year round because you never know when a storm can come. We talk about hurricane season, but we oftentimes have major storms outside of the hurricane season that also impact us. So we're always prepared. But in particular in the hurricane season, we're looking ahead of time for those hot spots. We're checking lake levels. We monitor lake levels and rainfall data constantly. So we're always making sure if there's areas that the lakes are up or we've had high rainfall that we're extra prepared in those areas. We also inspect our pumps. We have several stormwater pumps throughout the county, And when possible, and when we're permitted to do so, we're drawing down the lakes and ponds ahead of the season where we can. Of course, that's always a challenge. A lot of people want us to just pump. We always have to look at where we're permitted to pump. Sometimes we can do that in emergency, and what the downstream impacts are. We can't just pump from one system and impact negatively another one. We're always looking at our critical intersections. We have a certain amount of generators. Where are we going to put those generators? Generally, the busiest intersections that lose power, we want to put the generators. We do have power backup in many intersections as well, but that only lasts 6 to 8 hours, so we want to make sure that we're constantly coordinating that. Communication is a big thing. We've been working closely, obviously with emergency management, but also with utilities. A lot of conversations we've had with utilities is on how to properly communicate to the public because, as Mark will talk about next, there's a lot of overlap between what utilities does and Public Works is doing with debris coordination, so that communication is important. And of course, the community always wants to know, when is my debris being picked up? And that's always a challenge to be able to give that information and give accurate information to them ahead of time. And you may remember 2 years ago with Hurricane Milton, we were able to obtain a Tiger Dam temporarily from the state we used on Reams Road. Well, since then we've purchased a Tiger Dam and we own one as well, and so does the utilities. They can talk about it. So we have the ability to deploy that much more quickly now, and especially if those Tiger Dam resources are being used at other places in the state. We're going to talk a little bit about real-time flood forecasting. You may have heard this before during some presentations. I know it was a big focus when we originally came to the board a couple years ago after Hurricane Ian. We most recently got a PROTECT grant. A couple months ago, we brought that agreement to the board and since have awarded that to a consultant. And the real-time flood forecasting is a very advanced system that takes into account the actual storm conditions that are happening from that hurricane, the path of the hurricane, the intensity of the rainfall, the timing of the rainfall. It also takes into account the existing system, our model for the existing system, plus lake levels, rainfall data. So it's a very advanced system, and we have calibrated it, the best part in the county, for Orta Vista, which you show here, and that's where we have the most advanced models. We've also recently completed the Little and Big Econ, and we have pretty good models for that, but our basin models are also being updated to improve that as well. And then we got the grant for the entire county, so by 2028, we should have the entire county finished, as well as our basin studies, to have a pretty accurate impact. The other thing we have is something called flood inundation maps. Not quite as accurate as the real-time flood forecasting, but we did run models throughout the entire county for different storms, for 25-year, 24-hour storms, and different levels of storms for like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 inch. So if you tell me that 9 inches is coming, we can give you a pretty idea of what areas may be flooding as well. Orta Vista, you're probably very familiar with this project. The estimated project completion says June 2026, which may be confusing. That's because it's taken us so long to get the permanent pump station in place after many delays in procurement and delivery and calibration of those pumps. However, effectively, the project's been in place and working since Hurricane Milton in 2024. In fact, it was tested there with temporary pumps that we had in place, and it worked. We got 9 inches of rain without any significant flooding. So the current completion date is the final testing training of the pumps. One thing I do want to note is that we also added 4 areas or 4 manifolds for temporary pumps, so that if we have any problems with the pumps, we can bring in extra pumps. And one of the things that Carlos talked about was that issue of rapid intensification. And also we learned that some of the storms during a super El Nino may actually form closer to Florida. So if we don't have that ability to prepare quickly and bring down those ponds ahead of a storm, we can bring in 4 extra pumps. So we're putting actually in place a purchase order now to try to guarantee that we can acquire the size of the pumps if needed on quick notice. So if we have less time to draw down ahead of a storm, we have those additional options as well. And then sandbags, always a very popular thing ahead of a storm. So we have our same 5 locations. Thank you to Parks for working with us so closely on that effort. And then we give out 10 sandbags per household. And we also have special needs. If someone wants to contact 311, we can hand out special needs for those. And this obviously is a large effort that takes a lot of public works staff ahead of the storm. In debris removal, during Hurricane Milton, we had about 175,000 cubic yards of debris. It took about 10 weeks to substantially complete that. And that was about $4 million. We do have 2 debris removal contracts, Crowder Gulf and Ashbrook. We have a representative from Ashbrook here. And we also have a debris monitoring contractor, Tetra Tech, which ensures that the debris is properly assessed, and also documented for FEMA, which is a very challenging thing. We will be re-advertising those contracts ahead of the 2027 hurricane season. We're looking for some different innovative ways to see if we can respond as quickly as possible. There are some challenges, however, because we are in the middle of the state, as also Carlos indicated, and most likely someone is going to have a more intense debris issue than we are, so a lot of those resources get allocated to other parts of the state immediately. So the challenge is to get the amount of subcontractors and contractors into us. We have been doing marketing along with utilities on local subcontractors, trying to connect them with Ashbrit and Crowder Gulf, so we have a lot of local representation ahead of the storm that are ready to respond. One of the things also that we did last time with Milton is a citizen site. It takes at least usually a week to get the contractor going to start collecting debris, but if you have those people that want to collect it themselves and deliver it, we'll have several citizen sites set up depending on the strength of the storm and the debris that people can deliver quickly, and we'll be communicating that as much as possible. And the last thing, communication again. Communicating with the public on where the debris is very challenging. And I know all the commissioner's office and the mayor's office gets lots of calls. And so one thing that we will be doing is briefing the commissioner aides ahead of the storm, and then also maybe a couple weeks in as well, continue to brief and make sure the information is flowing properly with all of your staff, because that's a very challenging and important thing. So with that, I will turn it over to utilities, to Mark.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Mark Canada, Deputy Director, Orange County Utilities. So thank you, Brett. So part of Orange County Utilities preparation is, as you know, we provide water, wastewater, and reclamation services, as well as solid waste management. So one of our priorities is to ensure we have these essential services, not just during a storm event, but throughout the entire season. So part of this preparation involves what a 24/7 service that we provide is ensuring that we're prepared on a regular basis. And so part of this planning takes a lot of practice. So this is pictures of our field services division. We did a mock storm event in April and June where we deployed the generators, did fueling rounds and other preparation to be sure that we're ahead of our storm season and ready to be able to respond. In addition to this exercise, we also engaged our stationary generators at our regional facilities. We have stationary generators at each of our regional facilities that we exercise to ensure that they are ready to respond during a storm event. So this deployment of our mobile generators and exercising our stationary generators is key for preparedness. Going on to our regional facilities, as you all have visited our regional facilities before, these are, we have 4 water reclamation and 4 water regional facilities throughout the entire service area of Orange County. And so while you've been to these facilities, you see we have a lot of automation. And part of this automation is us being able to exercise these facilities in hand mode. So this is an all hands-on exercise that we do to be able to operate these facilities and not rely on automation. And so we do this because of these stationary generators. Up in the right-hand corner of this picture, you can see the scale of these generators with our operators. We have 3 to 4 of these stationary generators at each of our facilities. Also in preparation, we ensure that all our maintenance is up to date, as well as our chemical and other supplies are on hand ahead of the storm season. So we have 844 pump stations throughout our entire service area. So we leverage our SCADA as well as our GIS. We have a very robust SCADA and GIS system, and we leverage that in order to have a GIS dashboard. Our engineering division continues to enhance this GIS dashboard with all of our pump station information. As you can see, this is a screenshot of our GIS dashboard, and you can see there is alerts on there. These alerts are something that we actively use to visualize where there's problems throughout our service area. We try to recover it with SCADA, or we put together emergency response crews that will respond post-storm event to be able to clear any of these areas that we see in our pump stations, because we continue to provide continuity of essential services. Also, our hurricane preparedness, as Mr. Brett Blackadar had mentioned, involves a lot of coordination with our solid waste division. This includes our landfill, transfer station, as well as our haulers. We do a lot of communications with Public Works as well as county communications in order to get messaging out for hurricane preparedness, as well as tips. And we give pre, during, and post scenarios for our customers in order to be prepared for the hurricane season. So one of the tips we like to try to continually get out is to ensure that our customers trim their trees and shrubs ahead of the hurricane season, as well as properly bundle and bag their waste, yard waste, so that it can be properly picked up. Our key for communications to our customers is our newsletters and social media. This is a social media post that we put out, and we currently have a June newsletter that's coming out. It's called a Recycler. That's going to talk about all the tips for our customers as well. So in addition to that, we also want to highlight the importance of having their account information up to date so they can get emergency notifications. As you all see, you get emergency notifications when we have precautionary order advisories. You get them all through the night and into the weekend. So we want to make sure customers' information is up to date so they can get that information. As well as we did a coordination effort with Public Works and utilities. We did a full deployment of our Tiger Dam systems. We did that last month, and we did it 2 months prior. So we're ready for flood mitigation at our facilities as well. And lastly, I want to highlight, we coordinate with other major utilities throughout the state and through Florida Warn. Should, after the storm event, that they need assistance, we can provide assistance, or if we need assistance recovering, they can provide assistance to us. We've provided assistance to utilities as far as the Panhandle and west to Naples area to help them recover from storm events, and we've done this in Milton and previous storm events. So lastly, I just want to reinforce that Orange County Utilities is prepared, and we're ready to continue to provide essential services. At this time, I'll turn it back over to Carlos Durden.
All right, thanks, Mark. So in review, in conclusion, no matter what numbers they're predicting, we always plan that it's going to be a very active season. We prepare. We don't only prepare during hurricane season, we prepare year round. So once again, with all of these storms, you can see it's going from a wind threat to a primary flooding threat. So we are planning more for flooding hazards and threats throughout the county. As for the residents, we want them to always be prepared. Make sure you have a kit ready for at least 3 to 7 days. The last thing I want to say is, if you watch any of the Facebook meteorologists, that's not really meteorologists, you will see that we done had 3 or 4 hurricanes already hitting Florida. So my thing to everybody is only look at and trust the official sources that comes out for information. So with that, Mayor, I'm going to turn it back over to you for questions.
All right. Great job so far. With that, Chief Avery, would you like to come forward? I'll go back to Carlos, but you want to make any comments now? Sure. They might have questions for you, too.
No questions for me. No, really, I'll be quick, but just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you from my heart for all of your support. Chief Rios taught us many years ago that you always need to have a fun fact, and something you may not know about me is at 18 years old, I worked in the Orange County Courthouse. So with Orange County, I've got about 35 years of service, and I will tell you, I would not have been successful, I know that, without you all, all of your support, but also departments and all of our stakeholders, throughout the county and outside of the county to be successful. So just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. There's a lot of people I will miss, but I will be watching. I live in Orange County, and I leave you in the hands of the most amazing emergency management team, and the leadership of Fire Rescue. So just really thank you. That's all I want to say, and I could be here all day telling you how appreciative I am, but I won't do that. So thank you.
All right, Chief. Chief Avery, what's next for you, by the way?
So, 3 years ago, when I had the decision to make of whether to retire, but then, the governor signed allowing me to stay for 3 more years, I had a mother that was starting to decline. So I will tell you right now, I'm honored that she's still with us. I was praying she'd make it for my additional 3 years. She has. She's still declining, but I will tell you that travel and family is critical to me, and that is how I plan to spend my retirement.
All right. All right. All right. So with that, we'll open it up to members of the board for any questions, general questions, and we're going to start with Commissioner Wilson, followed by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, then followed by Commissioner Simrad. Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you so much, Chief Avery, for everything. Always. I feel like we said goodbye, and then I was like, wait, you're back. This is wild. And then 3 years went by. I'm like, wait, how did that happen? Thank you so much, as always, for the incredible information, the education. We then turn around and try really hard to get that out to our constituency. I think probably with as dry as it's been recently, there's going to be complacency. And so I'm really appreciative of the reminder of these weather patterns that are sort of larger than what sometimes we know of, which leads me to my first question. To hear that this pattern is similar to the one that was here in Orange County or globally, but when the tornadoes broke out in the late 90s, and I hadn't thought about that in a minute. So what can we tell residents about alerts for that type of weather system? I know we're talking about hurricanes today, and I do have other questions for that too, but about a tornado coming, I understand my recollection of that day was that, we had our kind of regular weird afternoon thunderstorm, but then things went downhill pretty fast. How do we alert residents?
Well, the first thing is if you don't sign up for the app, OCFL Alert, because that's going to be your first line of defense that we can be pushing out notifications and alert. Anything for any type of weather alert notification, those come automatically from the National Weather Service. So any type of weather alert will come automatically from the National Weather Service. My main thing I want to push out is turn your notifications on your phone, because if you turn them off, you will not receive those notifications. So that's the biggest thing I need you to push. It can be repetitive. My weather alert radio goes off every day, 3-4 times a day, and guess what? It's still plugged in, because that could save your life. A couple years ago, when we had the tornado warning at night, the only reason we got notified because of the weather alert radio. So they can be annoying, but keep those notifications on. So the alerts and
That's the exact kind of advice, because I would say we didn't have apps in '98, right? Mm-hmm. So now we've got this sort of additional tool that can be really helpful, especially your power's out. You're still going to have some hopeful time with your devices that you're getting that information, which brings me to my second question about sort of the updates in technology. There have been, obvious increases in costs for fuel, and for running a generator, you need to have fuel, and those shortages are real even without a hurricane. I can only imagine the kind of crisis level we might be at if we're looking at potential, within regions of fuel shortages. And I know the technology's gotten better for solar generators, solar backup. Do you have any thoughts about those as opposed to the gas generator? And I know generators are always a concern, safety concern by themselves, but for people, consumers who are looking for some way to get some additional power to their homes after power goes out.
And they range from different prices. I actually got one at my house. It's a small little inverter box, and you'd be surprised of how much power that thing can generate out. Is it safer? Yes, it's safer, because you can use it indoors. Generators, I'm not a fan of generators unless you got it professionally installed and you know how to professionally use it. We lose a lot of people from carbon monoxide poisoning every year, because people want to run it by their window. They want to run it in their garage. They want to run it somewhere close, because a lot of people fear that it's going to get stolen. So they don't want to have it out and away from the service in a well-ventilated area. But as far as those portable things, you can go to Amazon, and they range from different prices. You don't need to power up your whole house. You need to be able to power up your phone or other key things like your refrigerator or something, your microwave. But yeah, they got things that are reasonably affordable, and everybody's finances is different. And one of the main things I want to tell you is don't wait till the last minute. Each payday, if you can go and buy a small little portion or a small little something, it will help you out, so when the storm does come around, you're not rushing trying to get all this stuff and you don't have the funds for it. So small portions, just chunk away, is what I preach out to everybody.
It's the best advice. I was going to say, I think you think about, okay, well, ordering something on Amazon, that's another cost, but I'm going to give you a cost-saving tip for all of you out here. Here's my annual PSA. Do not spend your money on these. When we're preparing for a storm, There is a consumerism, I think, event that happens where people rush out and clear the shelves of things like loaves of bread and bottled water. But that day that you're doing that, you still have really amazing Orange County, good drinking water coming out of your tap, your fridge. And so I try really hard to pull out all my kids' old sports bottles. I take out old Tupperware and make big ice packs. So even now, because I didn't toss most of them after last hurricane season, but my freezer is full of ice packs and additional ways to cool things down should our power go out. And even just doing it for the drinking water should you need it. I will say this, and I'm going to knock on wood. I've lived here since 97, 98, and have never had an issue losing my drinking water because I've been always within an urban service area. So I've, even when the power goes out, I've got water, and I've never been on a boil of water. So I'm knocking on wood because I know that those things can happen, but it just shows you the level of service and preparedness that I believe Orange County takes. And it's a very, I think sometimes, we follow our neighbors over to the store and do what they're doing, or you look at the shelf and you think, well, everybody else is taking it, maybe I should. Tell them, no, save that, go buy yourself a little solar generator, and then fill your water bottles, fill some, even if you don't have any of these, Ziploc bags, throw them in the freezer. You can do little Ziploc bags, and those turn into great little ice packs, and then eventually drinking water. So that's sort of my annual PSA on not buying bottled water. And then the other one that I think is important for people, especially right now, the freeze. I think there's a lot of, we haven't had a lot of rain, so it hasn't been knocked down. We have a lot of dead branches, dead leaves, dead trees that aren't necessarily in the way of something or looking like a threat to your dwelling, but they could eventually clog a drainage system. And so to try to give advice about that and understanding a little bit, and I may need to tap back into Public Works with this one about keeping the debris out of your drains, out of your culverts, to make sure that your entire neighborhood doesn't end up with a backup and with a flood. Any thoughts about that as far as this year and how different it's been with the amount of dry leaves and...
All right, before I turn it over to Brett right quick, I do want to mention the tree limbs and how important it is. I was stationed in Guam. It's a little island in the middle of the Pacific. And I'm going to show you the importance of cutting your tree limb. We actually had videos where those tree limbs have snapped and people was outside and got impaled by those tree limbs just because they didn't cut their tree limb. So to me, when we always say trim your trees, you trim your trees because it makes it stronger. You cut off the weak points because those weak points become projectiles. Those projectiles fly and break your windows of your house. Those projectiles can hit you or injure you while you're inside. That's why we always protect and preach and say, trim your trees. Now, as far as the drainage system, I'm turning it over to Brett.
Well, I was going to say, I remember during Andrew that, we always go up and check our roof tiles, because we have the ceramic roof tiles, because those became cannons in Andrew, and full, holes right through cars and vans from those traveling at a high speed. Sorry, Brett, if you could give us just a couple of quick moments on the drainage, because I think this is one of those that we're always telling people only rain down the drain, because of course we want to make sure clean water gets to our lakes and rivers. But right now, understanding how quickly those things can back up and flood, especially since we're not getting these big afternoon washouts. Could you address that a little bit?
Sure, absolutely. The one thing we do is we're always looking for, ahead of the storm anywhere that's clogged, but the amount of inlets in our local system, it's impossible for us to do pipe inspections ahead of a storm every year. So we do rely on, the local neighbors to help us, obviously, to point out anything. Sometimes a good couple of thunderstorms will help us to obviously test that if we'll see some spots. But you're right, the dry season, people may become complacent. So one of the things that we'll do is we'll work with our communications group, and it might be good just to have some education on that ahead of time, just to make sure people realize, just simple things like, blowing leaves into the inlets can be, over a long period of time can clog them up. So that's a good suggestion. But obviously we're looking at the major hotspots, but those smaller inlets are sometimes challenging to be able to inspect everyone.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I was going to say some little fixes can make a huge difference when it's coming down really fast. I think the other question, and this is like a group question because I've thought about it every day, probably since SB 180 passed. SB 180 was passed as a hurricane recovery bill. I looked at that picture of Reams Road And understanding that part of our response here and my ask as a commissioner was to look at a potential moratorium for growth in that area, especially before we were able to understand what was happening with the drainage and to get to the sort of wetland impacts and low-lying areas. This board was supportive of that. We were moving forward. SB 180 literally stopped it in its tracks, which means that we've continued to see probably wetland loss in that area. It is still very much a wetland that has been developed on historically. And so SB 180, which was proposed as a hurricane recovery bill, has quite frankly put people in harm's way and potentially in danger, especially in these low-lying areas. Was there anything good to come out of SB 180 as far as what you all are feeling at the sort of preparedness level? You can answer, because I mean, I've been critical of it, knowing that we were trying really hard to put in effect many of these things for people's best interests, knowing that the hurricane impacts needed some look at the growth there.
And then we continue to do, work with the county attorney's office on that to see what we're able to do. And I don't have any expertise and updates on that, but I know that, as we are moving forward with many things, like we're implementing a drainage manual and different things, we're constantly working with the county attorney's office to see how that impacts that, because, we've come to the board with different things like rainfall intensity study and different proposals. So I will say that, that has been a challenge for us to look at what we're able to do, things that the board has authorized us to do, and I know that is something that we struggle with, but I can defer to Carlos on the overall bill, but we look at obviously that one part of the bill.
He's being very, very kind. I want to say also for the public who may not understand this issue, what the legislation effectively said was anything that's considered more burdensome to a developer would be against the law. Like literally that we null and void ab initio. Null and void ab initio. Like we didn't even really discuss the impacts of flooding on Reams Road. We did. We were trying to really help the people on Reams Road. We're continuing to do that work. But because the legislature cloaked, what is a pro-development, really scary, I would say, special interest bill, we're having to find as many emergency workarounds as possible. And I even said when it passed, if the state could go ahead and send us additional Zodiac rafts and some flotation devices if we can't get people out of these floodwaters, because you're not allowing us to do what we know we can do, which is to make sure we're not developing in areas that are critical for wetland storage and flood mitigation.
I was just going to mention, Commissioner, there were a few minor things with respect to some training, with some coordination. I would argue they were the types of activities that we were doing in many regards. Some of the coordination and reporting was necessarily new, but there were some provisions in the bill along those lines. So minimal at best.
No, it's good to know, because I think even conversations with our local legislative delegation, I've said, they're like, well, this was a good bill, but I'm like, no, it really wasn't. I don't think there was anything beneficial in this. And quite frankly, if you have anything in front of you that the sentence prohibits local government from and includes a safety provision, maybe talk to the people who do public safety at the local government before you enact it. Maybe come and actually speak to the people in public safety before you vote yes on that, because to put lipstick on a pig and, essentially require us to bend over backwards doing things for just basic public safety protections is, dumb, quite frankly, just dumb. And I think that every year we talk about trying to do things better and smarter, and one of those, and I invited the delegation last year during our legislative update day to come and partner with us on this and talk to our local officials and I think especially in emergency management, public works, utilities. Your local government is where they're doing that work. So for everyone to understand sort of the need to be able to have that autonomy, I just wanted to point it out while we're getting this update. And I'm going to remind them again if we flood on Reams Road again, because we're going to keep trying, and we're not going to quit because of that horrible legislation. But a wholesale repeal of that would be beneficial. And it would be beneficial, I think, across the board for, I would say, at least the majority of the counties that it affected. All right, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cadero.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Carlos, this question is for you or whoever want to answer it, but it's an easy question. I just wanted to ask you, can Don Niño and Don Niña manifest themselves together in one season or no?
I'm gonna defer that into the National Weather Service for their response. I don't want to say my opinion. I want to get it from the professional expert on that. But we just came out of one and went to another one. Can they integrate and mix together? I have no idea. I got to get the Weather Service on that. But weather is weather, and I'm gonna leave it at that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
That was it. Thank you, guys.
All right, that was the hardest question you could
It was.
Okay. Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. So my question is if El Nino and El La Nina get together, do they have a baby? And is that really?
No, they are niños. They are kids.
Yeah. Thank you. Chief Avery, congratulations on your retirement. I hope that it is everything that you expect, and it's so well deserved. Thank you to the whole team. My colleagues have said a lot already, and I echo all of the sentiments about, and I wanted to say thank you to keeping us all safe during times of emergency. With that being said, it sounds like this might cost some money to keep everybody safe. So if this property tax reform were to pass, would this impact your ability to keep us all safe during hurricanes and emergency weather events?
We're gonna keep doing what we do regardless of what we got.
So the good news here is whenever we're on a state of declared emergency, what that does is it brings dollars that flows both from the state and from the federal government. So in those situations, we're not alone, irrespective of what our budgets say. There will always be additional funds in those types of situations.
Yeah, most of those come from the federal and the state, but yes.
All right,
Which is
Commissioner
another
Uribe.
reason, Mayor,
Yes, sir.
why there's been that emphasis on the reserves, and you don't see it again in this budget, because we have to front that until it comes. So that is, in this, as you know, one of the reasons we've really been pushing those reserves.
Yes. Commissioner Uribe.
Carlos, it's so great to see you. And Chief, those are big shoes to fill. And thank you for always being so great to us and your team. And Carlos has been a part of the team, so it just feels like a natural, football handoff. But Carlos, with that being said, there's a couple things that you mentioned that I do want to ask. So I know you went into detail because, of course, this is a question we always get, and Danny knows, and all of y'all know, where we get the community saying, why do we have to go to a certain school, right? And some of the concerns we've had in the past is those schools get full really quickly. And then I also get to hear from some of my more established communities like Taft, well, that's where we used to go, right? And so it worried me when we went through Ian, because Taft is a lot of mobile homes, which we know are a lot more vulnerable than your brick and mortar kind of house. And when Oak Ridge High School got full immediately, we didn't have anywhere to go for them. And so what they did is they stayed, and it was super scary because we have an enormous homeless population in the Taft area. They got through it the best they could. And even though we went out and we fed them immediately after and things like that, it's still very concerning when a lot of folks don't want to go to Oak Ridge because they feel like they're closer to home when there's a center. Is there any backup plan? Because what we did see was like some of these most vulnerable areas did get filled quickly, and then we had a huge population that didn't. Now, I will say it made sense when you talk about the possibility of food and the agreements we have with the school. So I'm going to defer to sidetracking this. There's Sally Ride Elementary. There's actually a school that's in that community. Are we looking at these really, really specific areas where you know Oak Ridge got full really quickly because it's also an animal location,
Right.
of having another option for these communities.
Well, I want to assure you, Commissioner, we got 44 schools that was already vetted and verified. When we do our shelter selection in every area, so let's say Oak Ridge High School, we always do a secondary and a tertiary in that same area. The problem with Hurricane Ian was the unexpected flooding that we received that caused us not to be able to move a lot of those individuals at that time. So in every area where we have a primary, we always have a secondary in that vicinity and a tertiary in that vicinity as well. Ian just posed different challenges because we couldn't get there to move those individuals to those other shelters. And then a lot of time when we tried to move individuals to other shelters, they did not want to leave. So that's our biggest problem too. Those individuals there did not want to leave to go to the other shelters. But we have means of getting the residents from any shelter to the other shelters, but they just have to go. Same thing with like a lot of our population over in the Bislow community. We provide the transportation, they just won't accept the transportation to go to those shelters. But we open more than enough shelter. If we reach capacity, we have the ability to move those individuals to other shelter locations.
And Carlos, while that is very reasonable, my biggest complaint that I received is I want to be able to get home to find out what the damage is going to be. The farther you take me, the harder it is for me to get home, or I don't have transportation. And so it makes sense, but when I think about, you know, we all still have PTSD from Ian, right? Because right there in front of Oak Ridge is where that entire apartment complex got flooded by 4 feet. So I can understand that, because when you go through something that traumatic and you don't know if your home is still up, it's very scary. So to think when you are reliant on public transportation that you are going out further and then you don't know what it's going to be if you're going to be able to get to your home. I think that's what I was hearing from my residents, right? Is the farther I am, then how am I going to know if my home is still up? How am I going to know when I get home? So it's hard. I'm not putting this on you.
Right.
It's just that I could relate. You know, I could relate when I heard that same cause and effect with folks. And so I don't know how we handle it, but I think we have to be conscious that it does happen, and maybe that messaging has to start way before we get to that point, because when we're in that extreme high point of intensity that it's coming, it's really hard. And I mean, we hear this, I mean, obviously every day when you're waking up and I'm watching the news, there's some sort of weather emergency going on across our country, like on a daily basis. And it's like that consistent message is that fear of, I don't know if I have a house still.
I want to put this in perspective, Commissioner. With our shelters, the furthest somebody probably have to go, and I'm just doing an estimate, it may be 5 miles, and that's probably overstretching it. Most of the people that come to our shelters come from the coast. They drive way further just to get some safety aspect of it. So I can understand that they want to be a mile or two, but I think we have a pretty much a spot coverage all over the county. So some gonna have to drive further than others, yeah. And everybody want to be by your house, but when we talk about safety, we're not worried about you being close to your house. We just worry about you surviving the storm.
Yeah, and I get that, but they're also thinking it's, you know, my other. You know, you talk about tree trimming, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know about my other colleagues, but this is like one of the number one things I get requested because senior citizens can't afford tree trimming. Yeah. I had my trees trimmed and it cost me $5,000. Most people are not in a financial, and when the biggest I've seen is senior citizens. And we know unless it's affecting a utility pole, no one will assist you with tree trimming.
Right.
And I think that's the reality of what we're seeing nowadays. It is an extreme financial hardship. I would love for the county, I know like we have RISE and things like that, to really look at this, because while there could be a cost or an investment for us to help the most vulnerable with tree trimming and tree service,
right.
I think that when you have tree damage because you can't get trimming service, that's when it affects us. It costs us way more to repair a house that had a huge, you know, tree limb fall into a home. I don't know if anybody else gets those requests of senior citizens where they can't afford. People call our office, are like, we we've gotten quotes. I've been able to work with a couple local companies of trying to be a little bit more discounting, but it's such an expensive industry that it really is a significant investment, and unfortunately, you know.
There are volunteer organizations out there like Team Rubicon that even before the storm, if you call them, they will go out in your
You need to
community.
get that
and
to
assist.
us.
Yep,
Okay.
Team Rubicon, and there's other volunteer agencies that we can reach out to that will go out to the senior community, the senior facilities, and make those.
It would be great to get some more of that knowledge and information prior to this stuff happening, because it happens a lot. I wanna, I'd be remiss if we don't thank Parks and Rec for all their assistance, and Danny with sandbags. That those guys are huge and awesome, and a lot of those young people helped people who weren't able to make those bags. Cause you would think like, oh, I'll just put sand in a bag. No, it's actually really hard to put sand in a bag. You know, not only a shovel, but it gets heavy and stuff. Like, you know, I was very surprised at how difficult and non-easy it was. I also, David, I want to thank you guys. I know debris becomes our nightmare after a hurricane, and it will be wonderful to find out who these companies are and to kind of really get an idea of, it's so difficult, and I get it, but to be able to map that better this year, I'll never forget. I was one of the last neighborhoods to get my debris picked up, so my husband wanted to just take it himself, and I said, don't you dare, because if our debris's gone, they're gonna think they picked up the commissioner's debris and not anyone else, you know? And so I actually made my husband leave our debris for an extended period of time, because I didn't want people to think, oh, they just came and got the commissioners, you know? But I hope with technology, we'll be able to really track that a lot more precise, or at least know some notice, because man, people got angry, right? And they got angry at you guys, they got angry at us, and they thought it was specific. And I remember, and also I think it's very important to say, in a city, right? Because I have Belle Isle, and within 3 days, Belle Isle was cleared out, right? And so everybody was like, well, if I lived in Belle Isle, I wouldn't have any debris, but in Orange County, I waited 5 months to get my, you know. So I think we have to be really precise on that message, like municipalities and county, unincorporated Orange County, because we have a lot more area to cover. So it's easy when you're just doing 3,000 homes as opposed to hundreds of thousands of homes. So I defend us, but I just want us, hopefully with technology, you guys will be able to understand that more, and with your new contractors. And then the last thing, and Brett, you're right up here, private lakes and pumping, right? I'll never forget Gulfstream Harbor, right? That was a private property where they weren't up to par on their own pumping, and we had to come in and save that community with our fire department, right? I am hoping we're identifying those communities better, because it's not fair. They pay association fees, they pay a lot of money to be in those communities, and for those private companies to not be ready and prepared for emergency services, and then we have to come to the rescue. But the whole time, whenever we go into crisis, people just think government, like they put it all on us. And so is there any plan already, or as you guys have maps of what we cover and what's not, and what, you know, things like that? Can you share a little bit on that?
Sure, and as far as the communication with the debris pickup, that is, you know, we constantly are looking at better ways to map and inform the residents. What you don't want to do is tell the residents something that's not accurate, right? But you also want to make sure you're giving enough information. So the balance is, you know, how much notice can you give them when you're coming, right? And make sure that information gets distributed. So we're trying our best, but obviously the size of Orange County makes it challenging to be able to plan out. You don't know when you go down, even if you plan the contractor to go down that street, there's no guarantee that what you predicted an area is going to be how often it takes to clean that up, right? Because you might be underestimating the amount of debris. So it is a challenge, but that's something that we continue to talk about.
Oh, Brett, sorry. I know you're saying that, but I also get really upset because contractors take advantage of our debris pickup. So when they're out there, because contractors are out there first thing after, let me cut that up for you, and then they're supposed to haul it, and they don't, and they leave it for us, and then they blame it on us. So how do we, I mean, is that something we're just kind of stuck with? Because that's, They're supposed to haul it, and that's a huge cost to them, and they don't. And it's really disappointing to see that with private tree trimming companies.
Yeah, I mean, there's really not much we can do. They, you know,
If
they
it looks
can bring it to the
perfect.
self-report sites too, but if they cut it after we've come by there and they leave it out, then, you know, we have documentation that said, yes, we did pick it up at this time, because sometimes they'll get a call and say, you know, you didn't pick it up, and it, you know, we can document, yes, we were here on this date. But if they put it out ahead of when our debris contractor comes, there's really no way for our debris contractor to know, you know, and a lot of times it's just someone coming into the site and helping that person bring it out. It may have been a tree that was damaged during the storm. So if they're taking advantage and taking down a tree that wasn't damaged during the storm and not hauling it, there's really no way for us to tell, you know, the difference between the two. Sometimes they'll cut down a green tree, right? And, you know, 3 months after the storm and say it didn't get picked up, and that's easy to say, wow, this tree is still green, right? But it is a challenge about that. So, but your question about the private facilities, you know, one of the things when we came to you after the Hurricane Ian with a series of stormwater presentations, one of the things that we pointed out was that most of the systems in Orange County are private. And then we do have, our Environmental Protection Division does have a group that does try to inspect and monitor those private systems that fails, but it is a challenge because there's so many private systems. So if we know it fails ahead of time, you know, there's a process to go in there and try to get them to correct it. I know that the private subdivisions, the ones that are more modern, are required to have certain things in place for emergency plans. But as far as, you know, do we have a, you know, a plan for every private system? In Public Works, we don't, because, you know, we can't monitor that many. And that is one of the challenges of trying to inspect those systems, you know, on an annual or, you know, every process to make sure that they're meeting their standards. I mean, St. John's and South Florida really don't have the inspectors to be constantly maintaining them, so it continues to be a challenge. I don't know if Carlos has anything on as far as, you know, the fire department and how they've responded to this in the past, but as far as Public Works goes, obviously, you know, we're maintaining our systems as much as possible, but it's those private systems that, you know, we don't have the ability to inspect as regularly as probably we would like to.
Okay. Thanks, guys. Thank you for everything.
All right, we're gonna try to get out of here soon. All right, by 1 o'clock. Commissioner Gomez-Cadero.
Yes, I just wanted to say very quick, like I always do. Thank you to all of you, you know, utilities and Public Works. Carlos, he's amazing, but I don't want to leave without saying thank you to Director, Deputy Director of Administrator, Danny Banks, and also the firefighters, which they also have a very heavy, you know, position when the hurricane also come, and they also assign officers to us so we could go around the neighborhood. So thank you, because, you know, your efforts, and you all also are the ones that take care of the seniors facility, that you go and check that everything is, thank you so much. That was it, Mayor.
Okay. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Carlos, thank you for just everything. We've spent a couple of nights in some shelters working with folks, and so I appreciate you stepping up and look forward to you and your new role. Chief Avery, it's been fun. Thank you for my shirt. I appreciate that. But I hope that once 6 months, a year, maybe you'll come back and volunteer for us a little bit. But I'm just grateful you all have been to, she's like, yeah, right. I am grateful you guys have come to, I think so far, 3 meetings in some of the associations, and so I am grateful for that, and I look forward to working with you. The only thing I would request, and this is later on, is really looking at the emergency management website and see how we can make that more robust and more of a self-service thing. I've shared that with you, Carlos. You can take a look at it, because I know there are some things that are outdated. It talks about coronavirus and things like that, executive orders, and so figuring out how we can make that a little bit more modern to address some of the questions that we get either through 301 or phone calls to our office or emails, that maybe they can get them on there. And so other than that, I'm excited to work with you guys in this season. Hopefully, it says hurricane preview. Maybe there won't be any storms to preview, but grateful for your work. So thank you. I'm good, Mayor.
All right, team. Well, good job. We'll see you out there. Before we conclude this portion and go to in the recess, I do want to acknowledge Ms. Dottie Wynn. She brought a young man with her, Harris Saunders, who is here. He is a high school student, very interested in government and government service, and doing good in our community. So we do welcome you here today. Thank you. Would you like to say anything? Okay.
Hey, Mayor.
All right, very good. I'll come down and talk to you in just a moment. But,
Hey, Mayor.
all right, we're going to, okay.
I would say, if we're doing that, I've got an incredible group of interns this summer that if they're right behind Miss Dottie, if you all would stand up.
Okay.
D1 interns, I'm putting you right on the spot, just stand up and wave.
All right, interns.
Because, again, these are our future, and they have a great interest in all of the work that we do here in Orange County. So I want to make sure that I thank them publicly also, because the future is yours. So thank you, Mayor.
All right, young people. All right, we will go into recess. We'll return at 2 p.m. for the afternoon session. Thank you all so much. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of June the 16th, 2026. We're now in the afternoon portion of the meeting after a brief recess. We're going to begin this afternoon with an item that will be framed by Mr. Jason Sorensen, who will be presenting the May 21st, 2026 Planning and Zoning Commission recommendations. And with that, Mr. Sorensen, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, Commissioners. On May 21st, the Planning and Zoning Commission considered 5 conventional rezoning requests, all of which were recommended for approval. We have not received any appeals or requests to pull any items. Therefore, the action requested is to approve the May 21st PZC recommendations, and staff is available for any questions.
All right, with that in mind, do we have a motion for approval?
So moved. Second, Gomez.
We have a motion by Commissioner Uribe, second by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. We'll move to the next item under Section 5, Public Hearings. We'll begin with A1 regarding a shoreline alteration and dredge and fill. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Tim Hall will be framing this item from our environmental programs.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Today, I'm presenting a shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit, number SADF 2502004, for David and Cindy Brash for a new vinyl seawall. Here is a location map. The property is shown in red. It's located at 12024 Sandy Shores Drive in Windermere. This property is located on Lake Butler and also on the Sandy Shores Canal, which forms the property's northern boundary. Here's an aerial photo of the subject property outlined in blue. And again, the canal is on the northern boundary. Here are some photos of the existing conditions. You can see in the photos, particularly on the right, there's some wooden stakes and a PVC stake and some string. That's depicting where the proposed seawall will go. As you can see, there is an existing partial seawall along the canal that extends to the corner of the property and then out along the front of the property along Lake Butler. This seawall appears to have been in place since at least 1978 based on aerial photos. That's important because staff didn't find a permit for that existing wall. But between the aerial photos and a notarized letter from a neighbor stating it was constructed in 1961, it has been in place since before the applicable county code, and therefore that wall is grandfathered. Here is the site plan with the proposed seawall highlighted in red and their existing seawall along Lake Butler and the canal in yellow. The applicants are proposing to install 139 feet of new seawall along the normal high of the canal. The seawall will have a 10-foot return on the western end, and at the eastern end, it'll tie into their existing partial seawall. Riprap and plantings are not being requested for this wall since it is on a canal and it could potentially create navigational concerns. There are other seawalls present on both the canal and Lake Butler. Here's a cross-section view of the seawall. The figure in right shows in green the location of a very narrow shoreline wetland present along portions of the canal. The new wall will be placed along the normal high, waterward of the wetland, and that'll result in some slight impacts to the canal and the wetland, totaling 214 square feet. This is calculated to be a de minimis impact using the Uniform Mitigation Assessment Method, so no mitigation is being assessed. Considerations: this project was reviewed in accordance with Chapter 33, Article 4, Section 33-129D, and the review criteria and conditions of issuance therein. We did notify the public within 500 feet of this hearing, and we received no objections to the request. Our finding is pursuant to County Code, Chapter 33, Article 4. UPD has evaluated the proposed SADF permit application and the required documents, and has made a finding the request is consistent with Section 33-129. And our action requested is acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the EPD staff and approval of shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit SADF 2502004 for David W. Brash and Cindy R.S. Brash, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. This is in District 1, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right. With that, Is the applicant on this item present? If so, would you like to come forward and make any comments?
Good afternoon. My name is Erica Stockstill. I'm the agent on behalf of the owner. We support EPD's recommendation. If you have any questions, we're here.
All right, stand by for a moment.
Okay.
Do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing portion, and we'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Wilson, for a potential motion.
I'll move for the requested action.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, with that, then we'll move to B2. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Tim Hull from our Environmental Programs Office will be framing this item.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This public hearing is for a wetland impact permit, CAI 2312059 for KP Home 1 Investment LLC. This is for an after-the-fact request to authorize Class 1 wetland impacts associated with the construction of a single-family home and other improvements. Here's a location map. As you can see, the property there is on the northern shoreline of Lake Mary Jane, shown in red here, at 13450 East Lake Mary Jane Road. Here's an aerial photo of the subject property outlined in yellow. The site includes an existing single-family residence that you can see and associated infrastructure and improvements. This property is 4.09 acres in total, and it is mostly wetlands. They are moderate to moderately high quality with a mixture of native and some exotic species. There's also a 0.15 acre upland area in the northeast corner at the intersection of the driveway and East Lake Mary Jane Road. The driveway traverses across the property from East Lake Mary Jane Road to the home, which is located in what was formerly wetlands. Some background for you. So the site consists of approximately 3.94 acres of Class 1 wetlands and surface waters associated with Lake Mary Jane and the 0.15 acre area of upland in the northeast corner. Based on aerial photos, the subject lot was undeveloped until the late 1980s. A previous owner of the parcel obtained building permits for the original home and the driveway in 1989, and later a swimming pool and patio in 1998, and a screened enclosure around the pool and patio also in 98. Staff has been unable, however, to locate any county or state permits authorizing the wetland impacts for the original home or the pool patio additions, most of which are located within what once was wetlands. The applicant purchased the property on October 20th, 2020. On June 13th, 2022, EPD investigated a complaint of unauthorized wetland clearing and filling and new structures in the on-site wetland, and so we issued a notice of violation to the applicant. On December 5th, 2023, the applicant submitted an after-the-fact conservation area impact permit application, number CAI 2312059, to attempt to permit some of the impacts as constructed. And for your awareness, this project's being reviewed under the prior version of Article 10, the Wetland Code, adopted in '87, since the application was received prior to the effective date of the new code. Here's a summary table of the requested impacts, whether or not whether there was a building permit issued and when, the year the item was built, who constructed it, previous owner or the applicant, and whether or not it has an EPD permit. And so there's the single-family home site and the driveway. As I mentioned, that was built in the late 80s to early 90s by the original owner. Same for the swimming pool and patio additions. There's also a small tree house that there's no permit for, again, built by a previous owner. And then what the applicant constructed was a paver driveway extension, a screened addition, and a deck addition. And I'll show you pictures of those. So here's the request. This slide is what previous owners did. So she's asking for approval for the 1989 home and the driveway and the pool patio, which totals 0.44 acres. And that's shown in yellow on the aerial photo. And then also the tree house, which is .002 acres, and that's a little dot in the upper center of the aerial photo. And then the request for what the applicant did includes paver driveway expansion of .04 acre. That's the funny arches-looking thing in the middle of the aerial photo in a white color. And then the screened addition, .026 acre, that's on the back of the house on the lakeside. And then a deck addition as well that connects the house to the boat dock, and that's shown in brown on the aerial photo. And then here's some photos of what some of those features look like. The eastern side of the house is the bottom left photo with the uplighting that you see. And the driveway, paver driveway, is in the foreground in that photo. The bottom photo on the right, that's the north side of the house. And in that area, they are removing fill and replacing ornamentals with native vegetation. And then the upper right corner is the western side of the house where they're doing some restoration, but you can also see the pool cage and also the addition to the back of the house in that photo. This is just a photo of the tree house that we mentioned that she would like to keep. And then here's a better image of the paver driveway that she's asking for. The gravel on the right, that was also paver driveway, but she removed that at EPD's request, and that has since been replanted with native vegetation as well. And then here is a photo of the screened addition. This is on the back of the pool on the lake side of the house. It's the entirety of the structure that you see in that photo on the right, outlined in the hashed yellow mark. And then this is the deck addition that she did. This connects the back of the house to the boat dock. And so here's the analysis of the code. We evaluated the proposed impacts in the site plan in accordance with the review criteria. Pursuant to Orange County Code, Chapter 15, Article 10, Section 15.362.5, where wetlands serve a significant and productive environmental function, the public health, safety, and welfare require that any alteration or development affecting such lands should be so designed and regulated so as to minimize or eliminate any impact upon the beneficial environmental productivity of such lands, consistent with the development rights of property owners. And then also, when encroachment, alteration, or removal of Class 1 conservation areas is permitted, habitat compensation or mitigation as a condition of development approval shall be required. And then lastly, pursuant to 15.396.3a, the removal, alteration, or encroachment within a Class 1 conservation area shall only be allowed in cases where no other feasible or practical alternatives exist that will permit a reasonable use of the land, or where there is an overriding public benefit. Staff has determined that the applicant has demonstrated the site plan clusters the impacts around a central location. They are restoring everything, nearly everything all around the house, so they're clustering the impacts to the home. And that allows for a reasonable use of the land and demonstrates that there are no other feasible or practical alternatives that would minimize or eliminate impacts to the Class 1 wetland. Therefore, the criteria meets, the request meets the criteria for approval. And then their mitigation plan, because the home site and the pool patio were constructed nearly 40 years ago by a prior owner, and they had county building permits, EPD is not requiring mitigation for the .44 acre impacts associated with the home, driveway, and pool patio. However, mitigation is being required for the paver driveway extension, the screen addition, deck addition, and tree house, essentially with the exception of the tree house, the items that the applicant built. They propose to offset those .09 acre wetland impact with the purchase of .07 wetland mitigation credits from TM Econ Mitigation Bank Phase 4, which is in Orange County. And so EPD determined that the mitigation is appropriate and sufficient to offset adverse impacts to wetlands. Here's just a summary of the items that she is requesting with the acreage. And as you can see, the original impacts by previous owners are more than 3/4 of what's being requested here, .44 acres plus the tree house. And then her impacts were .09 acres, all total .53 acres. EPD is recommending approval of everything. And I want to talk to you a little bit about the enforcement case and the restoration. So on May 7th of 2024, the applicant remitted the administrative penalty in the amount of $10,000 for the unauthorized impacts. Then on January 7th, 2026, EPD was able to approve her restoration plan and issue a letter regarding that for restoration of the impacted areas, minus those, of course, that are part of this application. On May 1st, the property owner's agent submitted a baseline report detailing that the first stage of restoration has been completed, so they're already underway with the restoration. The restoration totals 1.7 acres, and they've removed a lot of the stuff that a prior owner had installed. They removed a covered parking area, a shed, a greenhouse, an extra deck off of the dock, fill that was brought in, as well as ornamental vegetation. So it's been an extensive restoration effort. However, if the subject application is denied today, the restoration plan would be revised to include removal of the subject structures and restoration of all those areas. Since the impacts are after the fact, upon approval by the board, the applicant will provide that documentation from the mitigation bank indicating that they've purchased all of the credits prior to EPD issuing the permit. And so our finding is EPD has made a finding that the request is consistent with Orange County Code, Chapter 15, Article 10, 1987, and recommends approval of after-the-fact CAI permit number CAI 23-12-059, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. And our action requested is acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the EPD staff and approval of the after-the-fact conservation area impact permit CAI 23-12-059 for KP Home 1 Investment LLC. This is in District 4, and I'm here if you have any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Is the applicant on this item present? Would you like to make any comments? Come to the mic.
So while the documents are being distributed, I'm Ronald Blair. I'm with Bowman & Blair Ecology and Design, and we have been involved with the property for about 4 years now. And our focus has been on working through the restoration in concert with EPD as well as FDEP. And I will speak more towards kind of supplement what's already been presented by the EPD office. If you look at the first document here, it shows this 1.7 acres of restoration areas. The site is not homogeneous. The site is, however, wetlands, forested wetlands, as various types, and also some non-forested wetlands. It had structures that were there by the previous owner. In particular, as we can see, going forward to the second page, former storage structures and deck on grade. You can see the large storage structures that had slabs as well, concrete slabs. You can see off to the right behind some plants, a 10 by 10 storage structure. You can see in the foreground a patio, basically a raised deck and ornamentals. Those are all gone. If we turn to the next page, this is the west side of the property. There I am in front of a greenhouse surrounded by ornamentals. Those are all gone. The next page, if you will, this shows Kogon grass, one of the most invasive grasses in the world. There's a large area that we recognize. In fact, I think we said, I think it's almost a third of an acre, perhaps even more. So we've had treatments started. Those will continue. And when the treatments are successfully eradicated the Kogon grass, supplemental plantings will begin in that area. As you heard, there's been a good deal, if you go to the next page, extensive clearing south of the drive and east of the boardwalk. Weeks were spent out there with a contractor that works with us, with a small bulldozer, a backhoe, many truckloads of material that had been deposited by the prior owner and some by Kimberly Pham have been removed, taking it back to original grade. North of the driveway, the next page, included, I guess it was a dirt track for bikes. Some of it was actually raised platforms. Those are all gone. We've taken that back to a grade that is conducive to restoration of the wetland. If we go to the next page, we can see an area which has been cleared. The fill has been removed, and these are pines that have been planted there. It is surrounded by pines and other hardwoods, or cypress and such. The next page shows we actually created some low spots, and we did this deliberately with our grading contractor. And we created some wet low spots within the overall area that would preserve water and allow for more diversity of plants, places for amphibians and such. And this is the original planting in that area. But if we turn to the next page, 1 month later, next to the boardwalk, this system wants to be a wetland. We can't stop it. There's considerable resiliency here. Not only the plantings, and we did considerable planting, and we are scheduling some more that we're doing, we can't stop the restoration that nature wants to do here. There are maples, cypress, pines, various shrubs, numerous species of cypress, or sedges rather, that are recruiting on their own. It will become a wetland again. We can see the boardwalk, which we didn't mention, either of us, but the boardwalk itself was permitted, I believe. I think I'm right in saying that. It wasn't on the list, but I believe it did get a permit. So it's like a 300-foot long walkway up to where the boat is, and we'll see that in the end. Next photograph, a low spot. And this is after 1 month. I mean, we put them in, they looked dead. EPD came out and one of the individuals expressed concern. I had to agree with her. I was out there watering. Had to have the well replaced. Kimberly Pham was out of town, called her up and said, we need a well. We need to plant. There's no rain. So, yeah, the next day, had the well replaced. And I started hand watering, putting sprinklers out. But then the rains have come, and we can see the results now. Next one is a low spot we created. And this is a shaded area. It doesn't look so much at this particular time, but it's partial sun. Diversity. These plants already occur in the wetlands that exist and remain. And this is a perfect area for them. Soon there'll be flowers and insects, other animals. And the last few, boardwalk view to the south. Again, this is an intact shoreline in this area. Much of it is intact. It is the area where it was forested wetland that needs our care, and we are doing that. I am reminded of a quote by Wendell Berry, who's an American author who is an agriculturalist and also environmentalist. He said that when you go to develop a site, you should consider 3 factors. First, you ask yourself, what has nature done here? Then you ask yourself, what will nature allow us to do? And then finally, what will it help us to do? Well, in this case, nature will help us restore the site. You know, we've already given it that opportunity by removing structures that shouldn't be there, that Kimberly Pham did not place there initially. We've also removed the fill. Much of it was not placed by her. And we've added supplemental planting. We're addressing invasive exotics through herbicide control. But nature will take over from there. And I believe, knowing the site for 3-4 years, that nature allows this structure to remain that's there now. It simply doesn't really care. It works with it. Thank you.
All right, if you'll stand by for a moment.
Yes, sir.
Do we have members of the public who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing portion. Commissioner Wilson, question?
Yeah, actually, I have a question for Tim about how this came to EPD as an enforcement action in 2022, you said?
There was a complaint that we received, in 2022 of unauthorized clearing and construction of structures, which was being initiated by the applicant.
Okay. And then just help me sort of understand. I appreciate, first of all, the information about the restoration efforts. I just want to be super clear for anybody watching and for obviously our board's work. I mean, my understanding is that restoration is required based on the damage that was done there on the property, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's good. I'm not taking anything away from it, but it's a requirement if you've done that kind of destruction to a wetland area. And presumably the homeowner bought there because of the natural beauty and because of, I try to default to like not knowing yet about taking care of those things. So I appreciate the efforts, and I know that that's got to probably be a lengthy process. My concern, Tim, and I think this comes up frequently when we see an after-the-fact permit, is that there may be actors out there who aren't potentially as invested in restoration and doing the right thing that see this is a clear path for just avoiding permitting. You just go through, you do what you want to do, and then you come back and you say, well, part of it was already done by the previous owner, wasn't really disclosed during our closing. So I'm going to try to make it right. I'll pay what I need to, but if you guys could forgive this, and I worry that it erodes what I think the purpose of the code is, which is to make sure that we're not death by 1,000 blows on every corner of every lake here in Orange County. So can you tell me about sort of what your thoughts are in recommending approval for the after-the-fact permit and whether or not you believe it would be an erosion of the code?
I've talked to the applicant. I went out and visited the property and talked to her for an hour or so. I didn't discern that she knew that she was buying a wetland. I don't think she knew that she was buying a wetland. She didn't. I would have to say that she was just ignorant of the rules and that she was buying into a wetland. As far as eroding the rules, so she bought a lemon of a property that had all of this unauthorized activity that had occurred almost 40 years ago. And she's asking for her part for 0.09 acres of impact, and in return, she is restoring 1.7 acres at significant expense to her. So, there's a differential there between what did she do and what is she restoring. And I think she's really making up for not only what she did, but much larger extent that a previous owner did. If this had come in the door and they were seeking a permit before any impacts, we'd have contemplated approving some kind of home on the property, even though it's all wetlands. We try to work with people and get them some kind of home on a property with good road access to build something. So I think when you analyze all of those factors, that there's not so much an erosion of the rules here, largely because she is willing to make up and restore much more that was done by prior owners than what she did herself.
And like I said, I appreciate that. In this case, I think is distinct for some of those reasons. I think it's a slippery slope for us to start indemnifying potential sellers of property who either didn't disclose or didn't do their own permitting, in that she still has every bit of her own private right of remedy. But for us to analyze that inheritance of or purchasing of something that was unpermitted, I'm concerned that it leaves us in a position now to evaluate. That seems like shouldn't be part of the evaluation, was how much she inherited versus how much she did, only because we can't go back and see what happened at the closing. We can't see those disclosures, and quite frankly, that is a private right of action, right? So, yeah, I'm torn on this, and I want you to know that, because I'm a believer in the work that's being done to restore, but I also want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to uphold the code that we need to have some structure to it and some dependability to it, so that if there is the very next case has a bad actor, somebody doesn't necessarily giving us all that information or willingness, that they don't use this decision as the decision for that allowance. So that is my my share here. I think that I would be a no to this.
Okay. They're asking to respond.
We close the public hearing, but unless we hear what Commissioner Wilson has said, I'm going to move on. Commissioner Uribe.
Yes. So, not quite all the way where you are, but I do have a couple concerns on this. I also have some questions. I mean, so I understand we're looking at an after the fact, correct? But what I don't see is any kind of conditions or restrictions being put on this, because there's clearly still some lots in that area. And when you start thinking about, you've got one player who will get away with this, what prohibits any additional land or anyone else? So just curious, have you guys looked at this? And it seems like we're looking at this isolated, but I'm worried about putting some restrictions on this. I mean, if we're sitting here saying, well, it's been done, oh well, they're going to pay, and let's just go ahead and go from here, what kind of restrictions or conditions have you guys put on this to prevent anything else on the property, anything else on any adjacent lands or anything else? I mean, it's just, it's very difficult. We've been going through this quite a bit now with different cases where I'll just pay later, get what I want. I mean, so what are we doing to prevent any further action? So have you guys suggested any kind of restrictions or conditions on this? Because I don't see any, so I wanted to just follow up on that, because I think it's important, and or maybe I should ask the commissioner. I'd like to see something more than just we're going to accept it and recommend it going forward, because it's already happened.
Well, just remind you that in the presentation I mentioned a violation notice, and then remedy through a penalty, and also restoration of what you did, or applying for a permit is required. So she paid a $10,000 penalty, and she elected to do some restoration and then also try to attain a permit for the remainder. And then regarding going forward, if she were to get approval, there's 3 years of monitoring and reporting required for the areas that are to be restored around the perimeter of the home. So for 3 years, we'll know very well through their reporting what kind of condition, is the wetlands, are they being left alone and intact, and the native vegetation being allowed to come back? Beyond that, Article 10 prohibits any further clearing of wetlands. So, I mean, the rest of the yard, the restoration area, will in perpetuity be protected by Article 10.
In theory.
In theory,
Okay, so can we add any additional, I mean, because this is why we're here, right? So I don't know, Commissioner, if you guys have heard anything, I mean, just to say, hey, you can't do this again, doesn't seem to me to really specifically put a much more severe action on anything future that were to happen. And is that legally allowed? Are we able to? Because, I mean, just to say, well, they can't do it anymore. I mean, can't we add a restriction or a condition? Sorry, I just want to.
Yeah, I just want to remind the board the posture that you're in. So the request for this permit is to approve the actions for which enforcement were taken. And so the code is still the code. And so to restrict somebody from being able to propose additional impacts, they would have to go through the code process. Procedurally, we're here in an after-the-fact scenario. So it wouldn't be appropriate for us to, take away somebody's rights to ask for something under the code in a future scenario. But in this scenario, we're in the after the fact. But one of the things that she was required to do as part of her after the fact request was to seek a permit. She could have removed all of the impacts and fully restored, but she's seeking to have those impacts blessed with a permit. So this is a permit request that is coming to you in the context of an enforcement action.
So what happens if we deny it?
There will need to be a reevaluation of how she can address the allegations in her enforcement action. And I can't speak to what she can do, what she would do, but there would be some recalculation on behalf of staff and potentially some recalculation on behalf of her. We've put her on notice that the impacts were not blessed initially with a permit, and she's taken this course of action.
Is there anything, Commissioner, that you can, I mean, this is your district, we're just kind of like learning after, so just.
Yeah, so, no, thank you for all the question and, all the concerns and so, but the applicant have been working, with the staff. The staff have been providing information, looking into it, and the thing is that she have been, in that restoration, a project. Why we gonna, provide her a penalty when she bought the house, she didn't know that was there. But now that, it came to our attention in 2022, she have been, invested in it and putting it up to, a code and what the county is requiring. But my concern is other parcels, other homes around that, they don't, like Commissioner Wilson said, after the fact, that they take advantage of that because that whole area right there is wetland. That's right there in the lake. So do we know, have we, heard any complaint or any concern about any other, a neighbor doing anything or,
I don't have a record of the other complaints on East Lake Mary Jane Road.
Okay, I just wanted to, make sure that, this is not like a used thing after the fact and then they get away with it.
Yeah.
Because this is not good.
I just want to remind the board too that the home did get a county permit in 1989.
Yeah.
The wetland code came online in 87. So county should have referred them. At the time, I think it was the planning division that was issuing permits for wetland impacts. County failed to do that, and they proceeded to build the home. And then the same thing happened in the late 90s when the pool and patio addition were added on. So, I would have to defer to legal what the argument looks like if you wanted to contemplate denial of the portion of wetland impacts for which they already got a building permit for.
I haven't put my motion yet, so, no. So you want me?
You're just reminding, I was just reminding.
Or is anybody else?
Well, Commissioner Simrad may have a question.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Tim, I thought I understood it yesterday during our briefing, but now, so I thought that what was happening in the wetland restoration is that we were coming in ahead of, like, X amount of acres was destroyed in some type of illegal construction of something by a previous owner, but that the new owner was bringing us in ahead of what had been lost. But today it sounds like it's not coming in ahead, that she had an impact of 0.9 or they had an impact of 0.9, they're restoring 1.7, but was there additional acreage that was lost on site by the previous owner as well? So on this site, it's how many acres, and collectively, how many acres of the Class 1 wetlands were lost?
Now you're asking me to do math in my head. The applicant's agent testified that they have removed several structures built by previous owner. So in the final analysis, I think I know that we are getting back wetlands being restored that were impacted by the prior owner, greater than what she is asking to keep that she impacted herself.
So that's what I heard yesterday in yesterday's briefing. But today during the presentation, I heard something different, where I heard that I guess I didn't understand that the previous owner also had impacted the wetlands, but that the .9 restoration, I thought, corrected all of that. Does the .9 not correct all of what was previously done?
So she's asking for .09
.09.
impacts, to keep .09 impacts. The restoration, which includes some like planting of ornamentals and there was a wooden deck that she had, a few other things, but not all of the things. She is removing what she did and removing all of the structures that a prior owner did, with the exception of the home and the driveway, and then restoring all of those areas, removing all the fill that the prior owner had brought in, removing all the ornamentals and putting back native vegetation in those areas.
Okay. I think I might have just heard something during the presentation that I sounded different, but I'm clear now, so.
Then on top of that, she's also purchasing, I think it's .07 credits from TM Econ Mitigation Bank.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, now Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, if you have a potential motion.
Yes, any other questions from the staff? No? Good, okay. So, I will motion to approve acceptance of the finding and recommendation of the Environmental Protection Division staff and approval of after-the-fact Conservation Area Impact Permit, CAI 23-12-059 for KP Homes One Investment LLC, District 4.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Believe the motion passes 5-1. 1 no. All right. All right. Thank you. We will move to the next item on the agenda. Okay, we're up to C3. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Jason Sorensen is coming forward. He will frame this item as well.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This next item is a board-called conventional rezoning case. So this is a property located at 835 O'Berry Hoover Road. The request is to go from A2 to R1 AAA restricted. So this is a property that measures 5.02 acres, and the proposed use is 3 single-family homes pending lot split approval. The subject property is located in District 4. The future land use of the subject property is low-density residential, allows consideration up to 4 units per net acre. Again, the current zoning is A2, and the proposed zoning is R1 AAA restricted. I'll just note that the current zoning of A2 is inconsistent with the low-density residential future land use, so the zoning of R1 AAA would bring the property into consistency with the future land use. Some pictures of the subject property and surrounding area. This is looking east on O'Berry Hoover Road at the subject property. This is looking south along O'Berry Hoover Road. West across the street from the subject property. And north. And here is an aerial of the subject property. Much of the lot sizes in the area are generally about 1 acre. Along O'Berry Hoover Road, they average out to be about 1.44 acres. 188 notices were sent to an area extending beyond 1,000 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received 13 responses in opposition and 1 in support. A community meeting was held on March 4th with 13 residents in attendance with concerns for losing the character, rural character of the area, And a concern concerns that the approval of the rezoning would affect the ability of the area to become a rural residential enclave. If that were to be the desire of this board at some point in the future, we would have to undergo a small area study, and then we would have to implement a future land use amendment for a rural residential enclave. This rezoning would have no effect on that. These are the proposed restrictions for the property. It would limit development to 3 single-family homes, which is what the request is. And secondly, it would require at least a minimum lot size of 1 acre. The Planning and Zoning Commission is recommending that the board make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and recommend adoption or approval subject to 2 restrictions, and staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, would you like to come forward and offer any comments?
Hello, board. My name is Jeremiah Ofori. I'm the owner of the property. We just plan to split a 5-acre parcel into 3 residential parcels to keep aesthetically the same look of the community. There will be 1.67 acre lots now with single-family residential. So that was what we wanted to attempt to do and go from there. Thanks.
Okay, you can stand by for a little bit. Do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We do, Mayor. We have 2 speakers for this item. Linda Mallinson and Kyle Crawford. The speakers can approach the podium in the order called. When you do, please begin with your name and address for the record.
My name is Linda Mallinson, and I live at
Okay, can you pull that down? Yes, there you go.
My name is Linda Mallinson, and I live on 11480 Fangorn Road. And I support the decision to allow this rezoning with the restrictions that are on it. I have concerns that this ruling will set a precedent for our neighborhood redevelopment, and it is very important that those restrictions be kept on the property if it is rezoned.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mallerson. We'll go to the next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Kyle Crawford. I'm at 1403 O'Berry Hoover Road. My family's lived there since I was an infant 40 years ago, 1986. The neighborhood originally was a square of dirt roads around a couple of lakes in the middle of the wilderness up until the late 90s, really, when Alafaya Trail was widened into a 6-lane highway and Waterford Lake zip code was established at our back fences, including Mr. Ofori's. There's a Home Depot shopping center behind his property now. Prior to that, it was 4 miles of wilderness to the Big Econ River. So we've seen a lot of change over the years. I went to my first PZC community meeting at 12 or 13 years old in 1998. My senior project for graduating University High School was the effects of urbanization. So I've been around this block a few times. For the past few years, I have been begging Commissioner Cordero for to help us out with the rural residential enclave designation for the neighborhood. We have had some conversations with the Commissioner's office, with some planning staff. We're not able to move forward with it right now because of the discrepancy between Vision 2050 and the state's discrepancies that they have, but I am in favor, just like Linda said, of allowing this to pass in this form that's up here on the board, because we think that we want to use this case here to set a positive precedent going forward, because there are other larger properties within the neighborhood that other people have expressed interest in subdividing and developing, and we want to make sure that we don't allow for subdivisions within the neighborhood before we have a chance to establish a rural residential enclave. The neighborhood thus far, for all of these years, has remained remarkably intact, and we're doing our best to keep it that way. So we would like to go ahead and see this pass in this form. Thank you, guys.
Okay. If there are no other speakers, President. Then I'm going to give the applicant, now that you've heard from some of the speakers, we'll give you an opportunity for any rebuttal comments. If you have any follow-up comments to what you heard from them.
Again, Jeremiah Forey, 852 Old Barry Hoover Road. So I'm also a resident in the neighborhood. I own this property and I live directly across the street. And, you know, in the community meeting, I said it's never my intent to change and allow and try to create a subdivision in our neighborhood. It was more to create consistency and improve our neighborhood by developing it, bringing in nicer quality homes as some of the homes are starting to change out. So development is happening. My thing is, if we control it, we can control what's in our neighborhood. And that was my reason for purchasing this property. I am a licensed contractor. I am a developer also. So if I wanted to be involved with my community, the main thing was to be in control of what comes here. And so the consistency that I'm trying to create in my own neighborhood is to have like properties here. We talked about the enclave. It hasn't happened. It's been talked about for 15 years here in this neighborhood, and it has not started to be looked into, I would say. So I want those two things to kind of be separated, because I noted that we have that enclave put in here, and the two things don't correlate at all. What we're requesting here does not stop or limit any type of enclave or urban enclave being put into the neighborhood or community. So that's my rebuttal. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Jason, there's my understanding that the approval, if we choose to approve today, it will not affect the future rural residential enclave designation, and we can get some clarification between these Vision 2050 and perhaps inconsistency with what the state is doing. So it would allow them to perhaps in the future have the rural enclave designation. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor. You know, it's something that we could undergo today if it weren't for the fact that we're just not out of compliance. So once we are in compliance with the state in terms of our comprehensive plan, then we can make staff-initiated amendments to the comprehensive plan and implement a new rural residential enclave.
Okay, and it sounds to me like this is what at least the two speakers who spoke today are saying the same thing as the applicant in this case. All right, with that, I'm going to close the public hearing portion at this time. We do have a couple of questions by Commissioner Scott and then Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you kind of expand on the community meeting? I know the residents are now for it. I know it has restrictions, but I remember reading some of the notes about the property owner. He wanted to not restrict the ability for someone to build additional homes. I also read there is at least a possibility that you can increase the number. So I'm certain the restrictions that if approved today, would limit that. But just could you give me a little bit more clarity on that?
Right. So we did speak to the applicant, and I think we cleared up some of the perhaps what could be considered confusion. That the restrictions don't really limit him. He will be able to do what he wants to do with the restrictions that would be in place. He's asking for 3 homes, and the lot sizes that he's proposing are going to be 1.67 acres, which is larger than the 1 acre minimum. So without these restrictions, potentially you would see out there under the R1 AAA zoning, 3rd acre lots. At 5 acres, theoretically, it would be 15 lots. And that's not something we want to see out there. And that's not what the request is. So that's why we have these restrictions. 1, because that's what the request is. It's 3 homes, and 2, for compatibility with the area.
I don't know if you can answer this because this was more his words in the meeting. What's to say I buy this property 20 years down the line, I don't like the house, I want to build another one, and I try to do rezoning to put more than what's there. Am I stopped from that based on the restrictions on him or not?
Yeah, so these restrictions, they run with the land.
Okay.
And even with Vision 2050, these restrictions will carry forward.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. Jason, I just wanted to understand the minimum acreage of, I think you said 1.67, is that what you said? It's gross acreage, it's not net, right?
So there's no wetlands on the property, so the gross is the net, essentially, of 5.02 acres.
Okay. And then I also, Commissioner Scott, had a similar question, just that when I hear, what I'm hearing from the community is basically in order to stay the same, like to be considered as a rural enclave, they're willing to accept some change to try to stay the same. And I think that's great that you came. So I just want to make sure that that is indeed what they think they're signing up for is indeed what they get by this agreement.
That's correct, and we've had other developers in the area that have shown interest on other properties, and they're attuned to what's happening today, and I've made them aware that we're recommending approval with the restriction of 1 acre minimum lot size, so they're paying attention to that. And so if this gets approved, I hope that they would follow suit and be acceptable to a restriction such as 1 acre.
Great, thank you, and thank you to the community for coming.
Commissioner Uribe.
So I just want to get a point of clarity, Jason, just so I'm comfortable, because I've heard the question from Commissioner Semrod, and then I've kind of heard it from the residents. So there will be a very strict restriction that would not allow any adjacent, because when I'm looking in here, there's lots, like that could be essentially purchased or tried to be rezoned. By doing this, we're not allowing anything else. So it's going to be those 3 lots cut up equally. It's going to be what, 1 point something per acre? 1.67?
Correct. That's what he could go down to 1 acre, but 1.67 is what he's proposing.
All right. Okay. No, it's just, whenever we start inching into things, then it sets a precedent, and then next thing you know, you've got someone else coming along. So just want to make sure those restrictions are solid.
They are.
Okay. Okay. And I mean, is Commissioner Gomez Cordero comfortable with that? I mean, this is a big ask. When you start touching things like that, you always have to be super careful. But okay.
Commissioner Gomez Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to sense, my neighbors, Linda and Kai, they came and we have been having a lot of meetings, and so I want to bring Alberto. Alberto, can you please let our neighbors know where we are with the discussion about the rural settlement and where we are, so they will know that this is not going to be affecting, our enclave. The rural, yes, residential enclave. That's what I meant. Thank you, Alberto.
Good afternoon, Mayor,
Good
Commissioners. Alberto Vargas, Planning Division Manager. Commissioner, following a commissioner's report, when the board is ready to do that, after we have a comprehensive plan that is effective in terms of being able to move forward with board-initiated comp plan amendments, we would be able to start that small area study, which would basically designate, the first step would be to identify the general boundary of O'Berry Hoover, and then we would identify the commonalities between the lot sizes, and that would be the minimum for each one of those.
Thank you so much, Alberto. And Mr. Kyle and Linda, if you have any question after, you can reach out to Alberto, okay? And thank you for being here. And I have to say thank you also to Jeremiah. Jeremiah, thank you for being here and, having all these discussion and meeting, but it's good neighbor, he understood. So I'm saying that I want to move on to approve the making of finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the R1AAA restricted residential urban district zoning with the 2 restrictions. The 2 restrictions are limit 3 single-family homes, detached homes built within 1 acre or plus each.
All right, second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all for your presence. We're going to move forward on our agenda this afternoon now. We'll move to item C4. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Sorensen, you're back up.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This next item is also a board called conventional rezoning. This is a request that's at 8244 Curry Ford Road. The request is to go from A2 to R2 restricted. This is a property that is 5.74 acres. The proposed use, originally it was 57 townhome units. That has recently been reduced to 48 townhome units. The subject property is located in District 3. The future land use of the subject property is low, medium density residential, allows consideration up to 10 units per net acre. Again, the current zoning is A2, and the proposed zoning is R2 restricted. These are some pictures of the area in the subject property. So this is looking north across the street from Curry Ford from the subject property. This is looking east down Curry Ford Road. Looking west, and then now looking south at the subject property. And this is an aerial of the subject property. I will just note that the three properties you see there, the smaller properties, not the larger property, was recently rezoned and allows for 38 townhome units. So this property would be consistent with that zoning approval, and to address compatibility for the large lot residential properties to the east, we do have a restriction here, the number 1, that would require along the southern 600 feet of the property either a landscape buffer or increased building setbacks to respect those residential properties. And additionally, because the development program was reduced, we have a second restriction that is proposed here this afternoon to limit development to 48 residential units. 366 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 500 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received 11 responses in opposition and 1 in support. Those in opposition had concern for flooding, traffic, conservation, and property values. A community meeting was held on March 12th with 2 residents in attendance. One was supportive of the request, while the other expressed a concern for stormwater runoff. At the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, there were 3 members of the public who spoke in opposition to the request. The concerns were for flooding and traffic. The Planning and Zoning Commission is recommending that the board make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and recommend approval of the request. And staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, please, we invite you to the mic to make any comments.
Yes, I'm Chad Lynn at 711 Executive Drive, Winter Park, representing the applicant. We don't have a problem with staff recommendations or restrictions. We're reducing the units to 48 from our original 57. We did provide a concept plan after planning met with the commissioner, and we're going to try to maintain a stormwater pond adjacent to the residential houses, so that'll create a bigger buffer. And we're also coordinating with the adjacent neighbors so we can have a cross-access easement with our adjacent R2. I'm here for any questions. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lane, you can stand by for a moment. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. Then we'll close the public hearing portion. We'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Uribe.
Yes, actually, I know that you're representing the applicant, but I'm happy that the applicant agreed. Is he here? I thought, oh, here you are. Okay, no, you don't have to come up. Thank you for working with me and us working through this issue. I think you're gonna get a great product and you're gonna get a community that's gonna be pleased to have you there. So with that, I wanna file a motion for approval.
Second, Scott.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right. With that, we're going to move to the next item. This is item A1. This will be the final item of today. we're going to ask Mr. John Weiss, our Deputy County Administrator, to come forward to provide an update on the 2026 Transportation Impact Fee Study. Today, this is designed to give feedback. No specific action is being requested. For that, Mr. Weiss, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, everyone. Obviously, 2026 Transportation Impact Fee Study Update presentation. Outline of today's discussion, obviously start with the purpose, why we're here, and what we're looking to accomplish as staff. Provide a quick background on impact fees, and then go through the 2026 technical update itself. There are some considerations and options as the board may want to discuss some policy issues, and so we'll go through those. And then, shares what those next steps and schedule might be, depending on that board direction. We'll begin to wrap up then with a summary, and then turn it back over to you for board discussion and ultimately direction. So first, the purpose. We're here because the code requires us to be here, your code. So Section 2399, you see the exact quote sort of in reference off to the right here. But it generally states that the article shall be reviewed by the board at least every 5 years. And of course, the last update was done in 2021. As part of this review, which is of course occurring today, is to 1, analyze the effects of inflation on the cost of transportation improvements. 2, to revise and review, if necessary, the improvements that are listed in the projected transportation network. And part of that occurs during both our comprehensive planning process and as part of our annual CIP. And then 3, ultimately to ensure that the fee that's charged to new land development that generates traffic will not exceed that development's pro rata share of those anticipated costs. So basically ensure that we're not overcharging the new development its proportionate share of impacts. And so again, that's how the code references this particular update and this review by the BCC. And then, of course, we'll present the findings of the study itself, and then ultimately look for board direction on whether to proceed with an ordinance update. So then, background, I think the board's pretty familiar with impact fees, what they are. It's a one-time capital charge assessed on new development. So as we grow, that new development puts an increasing demand on our public infrastructure. And so it's really to fund the infrastructure that's associated with new development. And then ultimately the study is what accomplishes that nexus requirement, which is making sure that it pays its fair share, that it's proportional to the impacts created by new development. And then ultimately that because it is a fee, that the revenues must be used in a manner that benefits the development that is paying that fee. And so if a developer's paying a transportation impact fee, then they have the right to expect roads to be built and improved that ultimately support that development. So the study itself, again, ultimately the fee update is always supported by a technical study, so it's got to have a technical basis in how those fees are derived and calculated. And of course, there's state requirements that we use recent and localized data to ensure that that fee calculation is accurate. So beyond transportation, which is obviously the purpose of today's discussion, the county also has adopted impact fees for schools, fire protection, law enforcement, and parks. Transportation, we're underway and obviously discussing that today. Schools has also started an update with the expectations that would be brought to the board later this year. There is a statutory framework regarding how impact fees ultimately are calculated and assessed and implemented. And so generally impact fees are supposed to be reviewed periodically and ensure that they're updated using that, again, that recent localized data specifically to maintain compliance with that dual rational nexus test. And so there's been a number of recent changes to the legislation. Most significantly, there was some case law on it that has, again, more recently been codified. And we already went through the local requirements for this update, which was 2399, review every 5 years, and again, with those 3 points, which will, at least cover some of the inflationary and cost calculations, from that today. So in terms of transportation impact fees, we've had them for a long time, even before our comprehensive plan. So we've had impact fees. We established that transportation impact fee back in 1985. And you can see a pretty regular update, generally every 5 or so years. We did postpone an update in 2009 at the height of the economic recession. Board chose not to act on a study update at that particular time. Of course, we're also seeing swings in prices and infrastructure and everything else. when the board did come back in 2012, ultimately implemented some policy changes to that framework, an alternative mobility area. But the decision of the board, that sort of weird 42%, 56% implementation, was because the board at the time made a policy decision to keep impact fees generally about the same. And so with this study update, the impact fee rates showed that the fees should increase, but the board was intentional back in 2012 about keeping rates generally about where they were, again, sort of still slowly coming out of that recessionary period. In 2020, again, after further board review, the board made some policy changes again, looking at the alternative mobility area, removing that, introducing this geographic fee, and you kind of see that context in that lower right corner where we have an urban, suburban, and rural tiering with that. And then, of course, in 2021, after kind of coming back and revisiting it, again, in response to some legislative changes, the board implemented the fee at 100% of that study rate. And then again, we're here in 2026 with that update. As you can see from impact fees, and again, the chart to the upper right of your screen, those collections really ebb and flow based upon the general economy and development activity. So it's not terribly a reliable source for transportation funding. And so again, it's, could be 55 million, but in the recession, those numbers dropped precipitously and really, again, challenged our CIP. And we had to push a lot of projects out that relied on impact fee funding. Because impact fees statutorily cannot be assessed prior to building permit, it also lags the impacts of development. So development after building permit, usually, but a home could take 9 months or a year to be completed. Shopping centers, also within that 1 to 2 year window, especially same thing with multifamily. The impacts will certainly precede our ability to get infrastructure on the ground. And then furthering the dual rational nexus requirement, sort of facets of it, but also constraining our ability to program and expend those funds is that we have, because Orange County is a very large county, we have 4 impact fee benefit zones. And so ultimately, when we collect transportation dollars in a particular zone, those dollars have to be used for projects in that benefit zone as well. And so again, zone 1, you see kind of that purple line there that's there in the lower right graph. It's mostly incorporated areas, so that's an impact fee zone that's ultimately, really consistently challenged in using impact fee revenues to help advance some of those important projects. Impact fees are also still, and they have been, the largest component of our funding source for CIP. And so these numbers are down significantly as more and more of our discretionary dollars get used for preservation of the system. We find our capital budget ultimately continuing to shrink over time. And so these numbers are a bit lower than where they were 5 years ago. But you can, again, continue to see that impact fee collections are by far that largest source at 57% of the CIP that we use, with, of course, invest funding, gas tax dollars, and a few others being sort of the remaining funds that round out that $30 million annual collection. And of course, these numbers itself also don't incorporate the public-private partnerships. And so we have a lot of road projects that are ultimately being delivered by the private party. They receive impact fee credits, and then as opposed to paying cash, they redeem credits ultimately as that development continues to occur. So there's some money that's not coming in cash, but they're still effective in helping to deliver the needed road improvements. So in terms of the 2026 study update itself, I want to make sure as we kind of go through this here that there's some sort of a basic understanding of how the ordinance is structured. And so there are dozens of land use categories that each have unique impact fees for transportation. And of course, that reflects both the unique infrastructure demands and their impacts on that particular infrastructure. We generally have a consumption-based approach, which ultimately ensures that that new development is charged that portion of their trip that occurs on that transportation network. And so it, again, establishes that statutorily based maximum that can be used for the calculation itself. And when you look at the impact fee equation that's in yellow on your screen, there's really 3 major components to that. The impact fee is equal to the demand times the cost minus the credit. And so as you can see, both if it has an increased demand or as the cost for infrastructure increases, well, that'll have a natural increase on the impact fee. And the same thing with the credit, that if the credit increases because it's being subtracted, you see a decrease in the fee there. So as we go through the technical update and on the different components, on the subsequent slides, some will have an effect of increasing the fee and some will have the effect of decreasing the fee, and I'll highlight those again in green and red. So in terms of the demand component, the trip generation length, how many trips are being generated by the new development? Again, single family generates trips differently than multifamily development, or certainly commercial and office developments. Trip length, how far those trips travel on the network, percent new trips, certainly retail centers will capture certain pass-by trips and not really create new trips on the road in different proportions, while certain other land uses are almost entirely 100% new trips. And then there's been some changes in state law over the years. We have to discount for the amount of travel that occurs on both toll roads and interstates, fundamentally because we don't use impact fees on those facilities. They get funded differently. So we have a limited access discount factor for that. When we look at the trip generation rates for those individual land uses, and again, you can kind of see off to the right table some examples there of single-family, multifamily, office, post office. Again, there's probably dozens, certainly dozens of them within that. Wanted to make sure we were incorporating the latest Institute of Transportation Engineers land use characteristics with that. And of course, we also have some new land uses that we didn't have back in our last 2020 update. And so we are as part of this study, looking to introduce the possibility for pickleball facilities, freestanding emergency rooms, special timeshare. We've seen an influx of large resort residential homes. They look like single-family homes, but they're really timeshare, and massage spas, and then coffee shops. So when you look at, again, that table to the right, you'll see the trip generation data from 2020 that was used in that prior study. And you'll see it, again, some of them go up and some of them go down, just simply based upon the more recent and specific data that's proposed to be incorporated within this itself. When it comes to some of the other factors, pass-by trips, again, those, vary pretty significantly by land use, might, push or change a little bit here and there. Same thing with the trip length. Not a lot of changes overall throughout the transportation system. And again, that's the distance that these trips travel on county roadways. And that, again, is making sure that we're using recent data and the travel demand models for the Central Florida region to reflect that. Limited access discount factor, not surprisingly in Central Florida, we're pretty dependent on toll roads. Looking at the percent of travel, because really the toll roads are becoming so essential to be able to move around, we've actually seen an increase in the percentage of overall vehicle miles of travel that occur on toll roads, going from 36% of travel to it's a little over 40% of travel. That increase actually has the effect of lowering the fee because we have a little bit smaller proportion that occurs on the local network at that point. Cost per lane mile, again, the way that the formula is based is the fee is generally proportional to the costs of infrastructure, because that's what that's trying to recapture. So in terms of, we went back and looked at county projects that have been delivered since 2009, with an emphasis on the more recent projects. Again, the components for design for the road improvements between design, right-of-way, and construction, you can see the costs for per lane mile for all those study components. Generally, a new cost per lane mile of $6.8 million, which, again, if you're looking at reconstructing or rebuilding a road from 2 to 4 lanes, that's 4 times. It's $25, $26 million per mile for a 4-lane road. And again, the comparison back to where we were in 2020, those actual construction costs itself are up 33% since 2020, with the total cost up almost 50% since 2020. That $6.8 million was previously $4.5 million. So definitely we're seeing the inflationary pressures in the fee in the study review itself, which again is one of the intents of the board looking at its update. Going back a little bit further with this particular chart, again to the right you see the 6.8, which is where we are today, the 4.5 from the 2020 study. Going back to 2012, obviously costs have continued to increase significantly, and of course that's 14 plus years ago. It was $3.7 million back in that time. So we've seen certainly an increase in the rate of inflation, not a surprise, over the last 4 or 5 years. So the next component that I wanted to review is the credit component. And so the easiest way to understand this is that when new development comes online and, when the county uses other funding sources to provide for transportation improvements, oftentimes that new development pays those dollars, provides funding from those other sources as well. So new residential development, that homeowner is going to pay gas taxes. If there's an ad valorem share that's used to help fund CIP projects, that new development's going to also be paying ad valorem. And so we want to recognize that there's some other funding sources that are used, and ultimately this credit component piece helps assess or ensure that we're not double charging that new development. So again, those different revenue sources. So the way that those technical calculations work ultimately is to look at our CIP and those other transportation projects, how they're funded, and they convert that to both pennies, and then also looking at that ad valorem share and figuring out for those new land uses how those funding sources are likely to be attributed from them, bring that back to a net present value over that 25-year term. And what we found with this particular study update was that that credit component increased probably about 44%, really due to both increased costs as well as some additional investment by DOT over that period of time. And again, as I mentioned earlier, increasing the credit component has the effect of decreasing the impact fee. So where did that leave us in terms of the calculation? So first, let me go back for comparative purposes to our 2020 study. And so back in 2020, we adopted the impact fee study and completed an ordinance update. And so you'll notice on this particular table, again, I've identified 4 particular land use categories between single family, apartments, retail, and office. First, you'll obviously see that this is just for that 2020 study update itself, but you'll also notice the urban, suburban, and rural tiering. And again, that was a 2020 refinement that really looked to make sure that we were both recognizing that urban development probably has a little bit different trip characteristics, probably lower trip lengths, but also the level of service expectations of rural. You expect it in the rural area, you expect to drive it on uncongested network. So what you ended up seeing through these calculations was about a 15 to 20% savings from the suburban rate as you go into the urban tier. And then ultimately, as you go into the rural area, a 15 to 20% increase over that suburban tier. So you see that nice stepping of that. And of course, all the land use characteristics associated with these different uses results in very different fee calculations. And so single family, has a $10,000 per unit for that, at least that particular 2,000 square foot home. Retail here, this is for those shopping centers that are between 100 and 200,000 square feet, the cost of about $13,000 per 1,000 square feet. So when we go to the 2026 study versus the 2020 study, well, what did we find? And again, you see the cumulative effects of all of those component calculations in the resultant fee. And so going for that single family home from 2,000 square feet, that's 2,000 square feet at $10,000, the new study fee calculation is $15,000. And then for that retail shopping center, you see actually a much greater increase, going from $12,000 to almost just over $24,000 per 1,000 square feet. And again, you see that urban, suburban, rural tiering similarly modeled even with the new data and the new study. Okay, so one of the things that was a comparison of the study to the study, but interestingly, because when we adopted the study, we included an indexing factor. So over the last 5 years, even without the board taking action, impact fees have generally trended up because of that indexing. It's generally it was a methodology piece within the ordinance to ensure that we're not losing the value too much of those inflationary pressures. And so there's a 3 to 4% indexing factor within that. And so this, again, helps to soften the difference between the impact fee study updates as well. And so, again, this comparison here, even though the study update was completed in 2020, this is the effective 2026 rate that's indexed compared to the new study rate. So those percentage increases are a little bit lower. Interestingly, as you get into You'll notice I didn't highlight the box here, but for office, again, if you look at those boxes for office, the suburban rate at $11,473, actually that number ticks down. And of course, we're not surprised with office uses and other characteristics associated with remote work and other things that office trip generation is generally down a bit from where we were just 5 years ago. Of course, comparing Orange County data in the study to our peer counties in terms of what they adopted, sometimes it's fairly difficult because we have so many different land use types and there's different methodologies that are involved, but certainly wanted to attempt to provide a comparison for those land use categories between the new 2026 study and our peer jurisdictions, Osceola, Seminole, and of course Hillsborough is a pretty good model with the way that they're kind of situated as well. So even with the new study rates for that suburban tier, Osceola County has a $21,000 impact fee for transportation. Seminole, it just has, hasn't updated theirs as recently, but they also have a dedicated funding source for transportation. So that's one of the reasons that you see a substantially lower fee in Seminole County. And then, of course, Hillsborough County has a fairly comparable fee to Orange County, at least as far as the single-family residential. On the retail side, pretty comparable to Osceola County as far as the cost per 1,000 square feet. And again, Seminole County just, again, continues to fall back, again, them having the benefit of that dedicated funding source. And then some of our cities, that's always also a common benchmark, is City of Orlando actually has they've implemented a policy decision not to assess development at the full cost of that impact fee study. So they're actually assessing their development at 85% of their technical study. So you can see what they have up on the screen. Apopka has again, a slightly different methodology and calculation, and then the same thing with the city of Jacksonville. So these, at least in comparison to cities, are a good bit higher than what they have reflected, but it was pretty comparable to the counties. So in terms of what does all of this mean? Step into the consideration and options section here. And so, again, there are requirements in Florida related to impact fees that was established through case law, but recent legislative sessions, impact fees have been a common and frequent target of restricting local government's abilities to appropriately assess and increase impact fees itself. Recent bills, you just see a few listed on the screen. This is just over the last 2 years. There's been bills, certainly over prior years as well. But we're all familiar with Senate Bill 180 and that more restrictive and burdensome language. Senate Bill 1080 from last year also had some requirements. And then even in this last year, House Bill 1329 changed a lot of things that I'll probably go to in a little bit more detail here later on. But all generally had the intent and purpose of putting greater legal scrutiny on our impact fee methodologies, really limited and handcuffed local government's ability to increase impact fees, introduce some things called phase-in requirements, which are very prescriptive about if we're going to increase an impact fee, how we do that. The 1329 certainly spoke to expanding reporting requirements and transparency. And beyond that, just some definitions that are still, it's a little hard and challenging to kind of get your head around how some of these definitions change and impact things, but the requirements and definitions for a plan-based methodology, and even what we did back in 2021 with the demonstrated needs study and documenting extraordinary circumstances, both of those terms and concepts changed with 1329 as well. And so just important to note that we started our study prior to this past legislative session. And so depending on board direction, we might have to go back and revise our study to include some additional documentation to be able to meet the new statutory requirements. So Senate Bill 180 is certainly an interesting piece, and I'm not going to stand up here and provide an opinion about what Senate Bill 180 means. I know we're all familiar with the more restrictive and burdensome language that's in there. But really, numerous local governments have considered what to do, even with their impact fees, even in light of Senate Bill 180. You'll see here on the screen, Manatee County actually adopted an impact fee increase. They were challenged. That decision by the courts is still working its way through the process. Clay County, even again, earlier this year, decided to adopt an impact fee increase. City of Tampa put theirs on hold, again, because of the concerns about potential litigation. But then again, Lakeland, New Smyrna, and West Palm have also adopted impact fee increases. So it's certainly something that could be out there, depending on what the board chooses to do, if there's any direction today. But again, we're prepared to support the board's decision and implement that. However, regardless of any Senate Bill 180 implications. But just do note, though, that ultimately, if we do adopt increases, we start to collect those. If there is a successful challenge, it gets more complicated in terms of the return of revenues and everything else. Just again, some other important considerations here. When you look at the statutory provisions that guide impact fees, which is 163-31801, again, those phase-in requirements. So there's generally always been a 90-day notice requirement for an increase to an impact fee. But they did, again, this was the 2020 change, impact fee increases between 0 and 25% have to be implemented in 2 annual installments. If it's between 25 and 50%, it has to be 4 equal increments. If you're going to exceed those phase-in limitations, you need to complete what used to be a demonstrated needs study. Now you just need to document those extraordinary circumstances. But even if you document those extraordinary circumstances, you're still capped by that 100%. Effectively, you can't more than double those impact fees divided equally over a 4-year period. So and the legislative intent in that certainly is to the benefit of the development community. It looks to help moderate market impacts associated with that delay or prohibit, but it ultimately has that negative effect where it delays or prohibits full revenue realization on the county side. Again, because of the timing of impact fees, it slows down our CIP and that funding availability. And then we continue to lose value of that because of these, again, recent inflationary cost increases that we've been seeing. One of the things that you'll also, I think maybe an important policy discussion is how an impact fee adds to the cost of housing and or other development. Realizing that growth and economic development is generally a positive thing for the county. And so what I've got here on the slide isn't just transportation with this updated study, but where all the cumulative effect of impact fees across schools, fire, law enforcement, and parks. Transportation and schools are by far the largest cost components to impact fees. But a $30,000 impact fee total for a typical single-family home at that suburban tier, and then just over $20,000 for a multifamily unit. So that certainly adds to the cost and some of the challenges in housing delivery. However, when we look at our single-family housing market, the median new home sales price in Orange County is $740,000. So adding $30,000 to the cost of a $700,000 home, not insignificant, but it's about 4%. And to a multifamily development, multifamily developments are a little harder to get data on because those don't have clearly obvious sales data in the same way that you do for a single family home. We track the sale of complexes that occur within some reasonable period after the completion of the property. That we've seen over the last few years, that inventory, those sales prices tick up a good bit. But right now, that average unit is about $273,000, so the multifamily impact fee is about 7%. At least to the point of affordable housing, the board does have a policy that allows impact fee waivers for affordable housing. That's, again, a resolution that the board adopted back in 2025. So at least to the board's stated public purpose of encouraging that affordable housing investment, there are tools in the toolbox related to impact fees. And so for the large part, these impact fees apply to market rate housing. So in terms of the options for the board to consider today, I'll talk through these in a bit more detail on the following slides. But of course, one option is effectively the do nothing option, is to basically not make a decision today. Again, under your codes, you're only required to review the article which this engagement accomplishes. So whether you take any action or provide any direction, it's good enough for you to say, thank you for the presentation, and that it can kind of stop there. Or you can choose to say, you know what, this is an important issue, but we think of the next board ultimately may be more appropriate to take that up. Advancing an ordinance update, finishing the study and adopting subject to those statutory phase and limitations would be another option. And then ultimately going in and saying, you know what, we want to make sure we're capturing that full freight, possibly considering an increase up to that 100% of the study rate. We would have to complete that, document those extraordinary circumstances to exceed those phase and limitations. So what does that mean from a revenue perspective? And so that was one, I think, an important consideration as well, is, you know, both how much are fees really going up, but also how much would revenue increase under these different scenarios. So what we ended up doing is we were going back to the 2025 development activity, and we said, okay, well, if that same amount of development activity occurred with this new fee schedule, how much revenue would the county realize under these two other scenarios? So we reran that analysis and table, and these are the results. And so when we deferred the update, obviously we had in 2025, same impact fee rate, we collected we assessed $56.5 million of transportation impact fees for that new development. If we were to increase it, but then constrain ourselves with those phase-in limitations, the county with that same development level, we would collect $68.3 million, which is about $11 million more, which is about a 21% increase over our current rates. And then ultimately, at the full study rate, again, still subject to some limitations, but documenting those extraordinary circumstances, you would see the assessments climb to $76.9 million, about $20 million more, about a 36% increase from our current rates. So a little bit beyond the financial side, you know, again, in terms of deferring the decision, today's review satisfies the requirement of Orange County Code. There's no statutory requirement that we update impact fees or take any action today at all. Again, could defer that policy discussion to a future board. If there is concerns about Senate Bill 180, certainly not taking action, you know, allows, you know, provides some clear certainty there. And then any concerns there are about some economic uncertainty and in these more recent inflationary times, you know, could look to see if we get past that, whether it's, you know, through the end of the year and rates and all the other things that kind of drive and influence the broader economy. On the downside, obviously, if, you know, we're delaying a potential revenue source to help fund transportation improvements. If we choose to advance it with phase-in limitations, obviously there could be some additional revenue that would be realized. Staff would also have to go back and complete a minor study update, again, to comply with the new statutory requirements. It could introduce some potential challenge, you know, by a party. The board's approval threshold is a little clear on the next slide, but ultimately for this one, we would just need a majority vote of the BCC to update the county ordinance on that. In terms of the option 3 with extraordinary circumstances, if the board's objective is to recapture the full cost of development's impacts on infrastructure, that would certainly maximize revenues and allow that to occur. Also, in the future, should we, you know, again, continue to find ourselves in an inflationary environment and have to keep chasing impact fee, you know, use impact fees more and more to help fund that growth-related infrastructure, it would minimize that difficulty because of those limitations and how much we can increase, keeping it at 100%. There could be some benefits of, just to, again, make sure that we can continue to stay at that. It would require, again, documenting those extraordinary circumstances. We'd have to complete a more extensive public update for that, and then hold those 2 public workshops that are also a requirement of that. Again, it would have the same issue of being subject to a legal challenge, and here's the point on this one, is that it actually requires a unanimous vote of the BCC. Again, the legislature was intentional about making this a higher threshold or a more difficult burden to realize. So in terms of possible next steps and schedule, again, depending on board direction, if any today, especially to options 2 and 3, we would have to update our technical study to comply with those new 2026 legislative changes, including possibly documenting those extraordinary circumstances. We think that generally would take about 2 to 3 months to complete. We'd also have to update the ordinance. That can be done concurrently. The ordinance update is mostly mechanical, certainly includes, you know, updating the tables and everything else that would go into the ordinance itself. Stakeholder outreach is always important in these conversations. Typically we engage GOBA and others. We actually had a work session with the Development Advisory Board just yesterday. Didn't have quorum, so it wasn't able to have a lot of discussion on that. But typically GOBA and the Development Advisory Board, and of course ABC and some other industry groups, we're pretty active in engaging them. We think that could occur as we start to wrap up the technical study update. That would likely occur in August. And then ultimately we'd have work sessions with the local planning agency, and then public hearings and workshops, both with the Development Advisory Board, the local planning agency, and the BCC. And so those, again, September and October would be the expected timetable there. So in summary, the code requires us to review the update, or review the ordinance, and so we've completed that 2026 update of the 2020 study, and that of course incorporates recent data, methodology refinements, and those current cost factors which were generally required by the code. I think have presented that transportation impact fee rates are generally higher, largely due to those inflationary pressures because of the roadway cost increases. And then the Florida statutes, again, are pretty important for us to consider, ultimately guiding and restricting how the board may choose to impact fee increases. And so again, we're here today looking for board direction on whether and how to advance a possible ordinance update. So the board direction is, again, those three options. And so taking no action or deferring an update, advancing it subject to phase-in limitations, and then advancing it to extraordinary with those extraordinary circumstances. And again, the things that we've kind of talked about from a policy perspective include those legal requirements and constraints, those economic considerations of higher fees, the revenue impacts to our CIP and the need for those transportation improvements, and then of course that board approval threshold. Again, option 3 requiring a unanimous board approval. And so, Mayor, as I conclude, I just want to obviously make sure you're aware we've got staff here from both the County Attorney's Office and Transportation Planning, as well as our consultant team with HDR, who have been really helpful and informative as we've gone through the study update itself. So, Mayor, that is it. And of course, staff and the team is available for questions.
All right, John, excellent. With that, we'll open it up for questions by members of the board. We'll start with Commissioner Scott.
John, with these impact fees, so we had our stormwater briefing last night. They brought up a number of concerns. And so I guess I'm curious, how are you going to, as we move further in this process, get input from, maybe those families that have, not necessarily large parcels of land, maybe like 5 or 10 acres or less? How are you going to get input from them? And then likewise, how will we carve out, I guess, certain nuances to them? To give you an example, like the motivation behind the question, when we were meeting last night, the owner of those properties in Orla Vista, specifically the mobile homes, was talking about that fee and how it would be put on her as the large owner. And so I'm just trying to make sure that, as we move forward in this process, that those smaller property owners aren't overly burdened when we settle on something in the future, if we do.
So, Commissioner, good question. Just a couple points of clarification, though. At least as to the, and key differences, obviously, with the stormwater utility fee. This is only for new development. So existing development, existing homeowners, they were built before 1985, or they're not subject to impact fees. It's only for new construction. And so, at least to that point, if you're not building, there's no fee. And also, the fee is specifically designed not to dig ourselves out of a hole. It's not to solve existing problems. It's to ensure that infrastructure can be funded to support new development. So as it relates to you're building in a new area of the county, there's no roads, the county needs to build roads or widen roads, that's what the impact fees are intended to pay for.
No, I get that. So let's just say I am a local property owner, and we increase this fee, whatever amount, and that increase obviously changes the plans that I might have had because the cost is significant. Obviously, I could potentially go through the Affordable Housing Trust or other options to be able to mitigate to some degree that funding. But again, I'm just wondering if there isn't anything additional that we can do to kind of compensate for something that may happen. For those.
So in terms of, I think when you, at least on the first part of your question, it was originally to some of the engagement that we do. And so we again rely on, and we are committed to collaborating with Greater Orlando Home Builders Association and other industry groups. Because again, a lot of those contractors and small businesses you may be referring to, they're either members of GOBA, they're members of some of these industry groups, et cetera. And so we do, between the Development Advisory Board and these groups, do a fairly significant public outreach and engagement. And of course, we notice the public hearing and the ordinance updates in the same way that we would any one. So that generally the members of the public, it gets advertised on the county's webpage, and there's generally pretty good notice and awareness of the ordinance itself.
My only feedback would be to look for different ways, because let's just say I'm a GC, but I can't afford the fee for GOBA for whatever reason, right? I can't afford their annual membership fee, so I don't know anything about what they have going on. And maybe I'm also I'm a jack of all trades, so I'm a GC, but I'm managing properties as a property manager because I can't afford to have one. And so I'm not on the county's website to learn those things. And so just looking at other opportunities to make sure that we engage those smaller property owners who, obviously can contribute to our community, but not have all the resources of a governmental affairs team or things like that. That's what I'm getting at.
I get that.
And granted, the discussion about the stormwater fee was different from this one, but the concerns are more global, which is things like, hey, how do I deal with these challenges? Because ultimately what she shared with me in that instance is that if you guys do put a fee, depending on what it is, I don't know that I can absorb it. I would then have to push this on to my residents. And so I'm just trying to make sure that while we do a good job of promoting things online and sending out notices to these associations, that we figure out other ways to make sure that we're getting the folks who might not attend those meetings.
No,
Does that
we
make
can
sense?
certainly look to be creative if that's the board's direction.
Okay, thank you, John. Thank you for being here. I admire you greatly for being here. I'm good, Mayor.
All right, Commissioner Wilson.
Ditto that. Thank you so much. This is like one of my favorite updates because there is so much data and information behind it. And one of the things I'm probably the most proud of as a county commissioner here in Orange County is the fact that when we make decisions, it's data-driven, and that it's done through a lengthy analysis, and something that I think in this case continues to be a need, not just created for itself. We understand, we hear from people every day about the lacking infrastructure we have. This is one of our few direct taxing mechanisms that an impact is then paid into. When there's an impact, you pay into it. I think the problem that I have, and this is something that for Commissioner Scott's question that I think is interesting for some of our older areas, is that we don't get to continue to take those impact fees. So once you pay your impact fee as a developer or somebody that's closing on, you're done. But we then incur the ongoing maintenance for that impact. And so I think it's an interesting thing, and I wanted to highlight it that you said, which was that impact fees are not for digging ourselves out of an existing hole. It is for the impact that is directly associated with whatever is being built right then and there. They pay that fee on a certificate of occupancy at that time. So sort of for the broader public knowledge, one of the things that I hear a lot out there, and quite frankly, especially during campaign season, flew around, infrastructure first, infrastructure first, infrastructure first. And with the taxing structure that there is no income tax, that we don't have the ability to flex our tourist development tax, that we don't have discretion with the majority of our ad valorem taxes, and it may be going away, and we have these direct income fees. Is there a way to do infrastructure first?
No.
No. That's it. You don't have to get, that is like the perfect answer. This is not a trick question. This is actually the most straightforward question ever. Okay. Because it's something I want people to understand, that we are constantly, trying to make sure we're navigating this in a situation where we want to incentivize the good growth. So you saw on there that we will incentivize, in order to make sure that there's opportunities for affordable housing. That one of the places where we incentivize, where we have rural, it's going to be, we're going to try to make sure it's more expensive. So there's, a good way to utilize impact fees as growth management tools as well as the necessary fee. My question about sort of what transportation impact fees go towards is a little more holistic, though. Does it include, because I know we talk about miles and lane miles, does it go towards other transportation needs?
It can. And so the county has, we call it a transportation impact fee. It used to be more specifically or narrowly a roadway impact fee. They are most commonly budgeted for large-scale capital projects. But we are exploring, and I think certainly within the ordinance, we probably have some flexibility to use them for operational improvements that add capacity, as well as, and I know Commissioner Semrad in your district along University Boulevard, we more recently used transportation impact fees, or at least certainly awarded credits for the completion of a pedestrian bridge. And so there are some opportunities in our code to leverage the impact fee dollars towards a subset of multimodal improvements.
Okay.
Not transit. Transit is, I think, as you know, is mostly O&M anyway, which impact fees aren't used for. But there are some opportunities even beyond simple roadway widening projects for there to be some expenditure of those dollars.
Okay, well, I think that's helpful because I see the cost of a lane mile, and I think as, moving forward and understanding sort of the options that are presented for transportation, I understand transit's a separate issue, but we still have the idea of being able to invest in something that gets people around, gets them around safely, and alleviates the impact of whatever the potential development is. That's the goal. And then for you mentioned the dual rational nexus, and I think this is important for people to sort of understand those zones and how an impact fee is tied to a zone. Can you just revisit that for a second? Impacts in a certain area of growth, what does that zone look like? What is the flexibility for the county to be able to utilize those funds in the way that's needed?
So let me flip back to the slide that shows the zones. And so really that upper right graphic is probably, forget the color variations between like the dark and the light colors. But you'll see the northwest portion of the county being zone 1, zone 2 being the east and northern portion, zone 3 being the south and eastern portion, and then zone 4, obviously Horizon West, Disney, West Orange County, et cetera. And so in order to satisfy those dual rational nexus requirements, the development that occurs in each of those zones, when they pay impact fees, they go into a separate line item so that we can track the budget and expenditures for those impact fees separately. And so those projects that we ultimately have in District 1 have to be funded out of impact fee revenues not District 1, Zone 1, impact fee revenues that were there. And so, and again, as part of the constant stream of legislative challenges and changes to impact fees, we're restricted to the zones, but developers can now transfer credits between zones. And so developers have the flexibility to move that money around, but we're otherwise restricted to keeping those dollars, because of those nexus requirements, within those impact fee benefit zones. So that, again, the requirement, again, on that sort of dual prong, the development that's paying the fee has to realize the benefit of that. So having development occur in West Orange County and going to build road project in East Orange County back in 1985 didn't really feel like we were going to continue to establish that or be able to demonstrate that. And so that's why we implemented the zones when we did. And so making sure that it's proportional and that the development that's paying the fee realizes the benefit of that. That was an important consideration. That's why we have the zones.
And I just wanted to make sure we highlighted that because I think there are oftentimes good quality, like really important conversations about some disparities in projects. And we see areas that are older that we think, oh my gosh, this could really use, whatever the CIP project is that's in line. But we have impact fees that are potentially being funneled into an area that has more growth where we know we are restricted to in order to make sure that growth those impact fees are going into that zone. And I think it's, to me, a downfall a little bit, knowing that we have needs across, that people who moved in because of a development in whatever neighborhood are probably utilizing every road system in an area for the most part. And so there is some nexus to being able to utilize within a larger geographical area, but I understand the need. So I will say that I think it's important that development continue to be held to account for the impacts, and I think it does give us at least the opportunity to follow the data and the understanding of the inflationary pressures to be able to do something sooner rather than later. So looking at the options for board direction, right now, knowing that we're going to be getting bigger as a board and probably things will get even more complex, would be most inclined to advance with the extraordinary circumstances, knowing that it would provide the most benefit to our residents currently and in the future without having to complicate, I think, kicking it down the road a little bit. We've got the information now. So that is where I am. Just want to make sure I'm giving you that feedback, and I appreciate all the work that went into this. I know this was a lot of work from many, many people, so thank you.
Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. John, hi. Could you explain, do we meet the criteria of extraordinary circumstances in number 3?
We'd have to go through both the statutory changes and look through, again, and those new definitions. But I believe the county would be able to establish through an update to our study that we could meet those extraordinary circumstances.
Okay. So you do think that we could meet the extraordinary circumstances. So here's where I'm at on this. The state has totally handcuffed us on mobility fees. There's nothing we can do with it. So we're handcuffed there and we can't make money there. We've got a massive market uncertainty with property tax reform that we have no idea what's going to happen to our budget. We suspect, if you look at that, all of the people who voted in favor of it were elected and represent the voters who are going to be voting on it. There is reason for concern that this could pass with the property tax reform. Given all that, and given that the definition of pro rata is everybody pays their fair share, and everything in the construction industry is going up. Pavements up, concrete's up, gas is up, equipment is up. This is a no-brainer. We should not be passing a penny of those costs onto taxpayers. Developers, it's pro rata. They need to pay their fair share. And because number 3 here, this option of advancing the extraordinary circumstances, and because we have market conditions that meet the variable criteria required to meet that definition, and because we have due diligence responsibility to not pass the burden or cost of development onto our taxpayers, we should pursue number 3. And I think that it's a no-brainer, particularly when you hear that Orange County already has in place protection policies to ensure that affordable housing is not impacted negatively by this. So I'm in full support of number 3. Thank you.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. But my question was a little bit what Commissioner Simra was saying, but it says here that it is subject to legal challenges. Why? Can you explain a little bit the number 3 that she's saying?
So I only introduced that because of Senate Bill 180 and what some folks may interpret with Senate Bill 180 being I'll generally frame it as the more restrictive and burdensome language. And so, some local governments have continued, even in spite of the Senate Bill 180 limitations or restrictions, they've proceeded with impact fee updates. So again, I provided that Manatee County example where they were legally challenged on an ordinance update pursuant to Senate Bill 180. But there are other local governments that have proceeded irrespective of that Senate Bill 180 language. So we think there could be arguments, certainly in defense of the board's decision, should they choose to move forward. And so, again, I wouldn't let Senate Bill 180 dissuade the board from their policy direction today. Georgiana, I don't know if you want to add anything to that. Okay.
Okay, and John, also I wanted to ask you how Orange County compares to our neighbors, like the cities and counties.
Yeah, so I had those slides earlier in the presentation. The counties are probably the more fair comparison simply because The methodologies get a little bit different when you get inside the cities because of the smaller jurisdictional footprint of those. But here's the slide, and of course you've got it in the copy of your presentation there. Orange County, again, sort of that urban, suburban, rural tier. I've just selected that suburban in red here for that comparison. Osceola County, their impact fees are generally higher than Orange County's. Of course, they're more dependent on impact fees being a very high growth county. They've been very intentional about keeping their impact fees current to be able to capture those costs. You see their last study update was done just a few years ago. And Seminole County, even though they've updated their fee, they have the benefit of a sales tax. And so they fund a dedicated revenue source. So they fund transportation differently.
So currently, we are with the 2026 study rate, we are looking into a 30% increase in this one, in the single family.
So each of the land uses would be changing a little bit differently because again, the technical update affects each land use category just a little bit differently. Going from, I think it was the previous slide was about 11,000.
Yeah, 11,000.
Here to 15,000, that's probably 25-30% increase.
Okay.
But you see the larger increase on the retail, and of course you would actually see a slight reduction to the office rates if the board were to choose to move forward and adopt a new ordinance. Okay. And so, again, each land use category, because of its unique impact characteristics, their rate increases changed a little bit differently. Overall, I had that slide towards the end that talked about the revenue differences, and that's probably the best blended increase. So it's about 20% of additional revenue that would be collected, even though each individual land use category might be going up a little bit more or less.
So the other slide that you showed, so that means that even though we will have that increase, it's still lower than the neighbors.
Well, certainly at least to Osceola County, although you can see residential's lower, the retail are fairly comparable. And again, office and, is in the same order of magnitude. Apartments are a good bit less.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Uribe.
Yes, John, thank you for the extensive briefing that we had. One thing I did not see, if you can go back to the Seminole County, Osceola County, can you share a little bit more on when we talk about affordable housing for Orange County, and you're saying we voted to reduce the impact fee tax on there, that's not comparable here. Is there a price range, or is it a square footage range that we call affordable housing?
So there's a statutory definition of affordable housing as it relates to a certification process that's generally through the state. But we also have a local certification that we use as well that goes through our housing division. And so again, the board adopted a resolution back in 2025 that allows the board to waive, it's not up to 100%. The state allows the board to waive up to 100%. But that was getting expensive, both for us and OCPS as it relates to the school demands that affordable housing often places. So, most developments will probably meet a 50% waiver of impact fees. This isn't just transportation, this includes schools and everything else.
I understand. No,
Some
but
can
I'm
at
asking you,
75, some can get less.
is it square footage, is it cost?
It's always per unit, and so it's not based upon the cost of the development itself. There's a fee schedule that's based upon the amount of development that you're building. So whether it's a unit or 1,000 square feet or whatnot, it's based upon the amount of development.
Have we analyzed more? I've been doing some research on Seminole counties, and I find it to be quite attractive because I know I'm hearing, and Commissioner Semrad, I hear you, like, I think we all agree we want development to pay for itself. The problem I have is they've been paying, and we're just falling more and more behind. So it's not like they're not paying.
No,
Now
there was
we're
a long
saying,
stretch they didn't.
excuse
Sorry.
me, I'm speaking at this point. It's not that they're not paying, but we sit there and talk about all these projects we have on the shelf ready to go, but yet when we go out in these areas that are being developed, for some reason or another, we're not keeping pace. So we have not been even fulfilling what we're even developing new. And what I was intentionally saying is the comment was, we need to pass this on to developers. No, it's gonna be passed on to the consumer. No developer is gonna eat this cost. And when I mean, that's the reality. If we're gonna raise it $5,000, then they're gonna pay $5,000 more for that house. No developer is gonna eat that cost. And while I respect that it needs to be done, but we haven't talked about the big elephant in the room. What, 250,000 more people on the road every day don't live here, who are using our infrastructure, who are using our water, who are using all of that. And until there's a real conversation of everyone sharing their proportionate into this, we're just gonna keep putting it on the consumer, because that's where it's going. It's not going on the developer. That's just a side guy who's paying it while he puts it back on our consumer. But what we're not seeing is we're not seeing any kind of pace going. I mean, just for ages, when we had the AMA, like the fact that we're putting in policy that we're not even sunsetting. I mean, to look at when that was created, and I had to put in a request to have it reviewed, and you were very good at assisting at doing that. But we only found out about it because while we were in that process of trying to get some assistance on some development that was taking place in my district. So in theory, while this sounds good, and in theory we all believe that yes, what you're building should be paid for and should be paid for at that, but it also takes us stepping up and making sure these things are being consistent, because while we can't go back and fix old things, I get that, that's gonna need dedicated funding. I leaned over to the mayor and I said, looks like we need a transportation surtax to come in through here. But it cannot be all just on the backs of the people who live in this town. And it's gotta have, and it's, how are we gonna encourage any type of real affordability when we keep tacking on, but we're not even offering the services? And I remember, if you can assist me, wasn't it the GROW, the $30 million that you guys had to readjust or something? You were the one that did it, John, and I'm falling a blank, but I remember, I wasn't here when that was voted on. Okay, that was previous to all of us on here. But I remember that there was funding set aside for infrastructure, but because we couldn't use it, you guys were gonna just do all these other things with it, as opposed to actually do the infrastructure improvement. And then I can't help but here in District 5, we need lighting. Nobody should be walking down the street. It's too dark, it's too dangerous. But those $30 million weren't even used to actually qualify in that community to assist that community that's gonna feel the burden of this development.
So there was, let me unpack a few things there. So at least with respect to the GROW, most of that, and it wasn't $30 million, I think it was 26, and it got reduced to a little over 24. Most of that was a proportionate share contribution that came through the transportation impact analysis associated with the development. And the original deal that was negotiated, and it certainly came through to the board in multiple iterations, and ironically earlier today, we gave money back to DOT loan to help advance fund State Road 50. That was the original proposal with the GROW. And that State Road 50 advancement at that time was $16 million. And so the project got a little complicated for a few different reasons with Turnpike, et cetera. But the original contribution was intended for both State Road 50 and then ultimately Chuliota Road. And then ultimately, there was some invest dollars that were also committed by the board for a larger system of infrastructure projects related to Lake Pickett, McCulloch, et cetera. So some of those dollars have been rebudgeted, and some of those projects have stalled out for a few different reasons. But the GROW's, and the GROW's impact fees probably will ultimately exceed even the $24 million that they were originally, secured through the proportionate share agreement. But that was also a decade ago. And so when we talk about the amount of dollars that this contributes and us falling further behind, I will also note that to all those visitors that are running around, if they're staying in existing hotels, those hotels probably paid impact fees or were constructed before impact fees. And so this isn't a tax or fee burden on existing development. This again is related to growth. And so if they're staying in a new hotel, then that new hotel will pay impact fees that will generally and proportionally cover some of their costs. The $56 million ish that we're collecting today, that builds 2 miles of a 4-lane road in a 1,000 square mile county. So it's certainly that the transportation impact fee revenues are not a funding source, I made this comment earlier, that are gonna help solve the transportation problem. And so ultimately, when we don't collect collect sufficient transportation impact fees to keep pace, what we will see ultimately is the impact to our existing residents, where we see degrading level of service and increasing congestion. Because one, we're not funding it, and then if we're not even collecting the additional impact fees, that growth is further putting pressure on our transportation system.
But you actually just made my point. They stalled out. Because we are collecting impact fees. No one's getting away with not collecting impact fees. I mean, they're still collecting impact fees on schools, and they're not building schools. But you exactly made my point.
OCPS is building schools.
They're closing more than they're opening. But regardless, I know that I've talked to some school board members and their thoughts on this, but you're exactly it. So here we had that funding that should have at that time paid for it, and it stalled out. And then here we were where they wanted to expand Chuliota, but not build a bridge and all these things. Yet we keep rotating. You guys keep saying, but ultimately we're not seeing that infrastructure move forward. So I don't have faith in the system at all. So thank you.
Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to remind everybody that the only way to achieve the pro rata, which means everybody pays their fair share, the only way to achieve that analysis is to select number 3. That's the only way we can determine what a pro rata share is, where everybody pays their fair share, and what we're trying to achieve here is fairness. So number 3 is the only option that allows us to accomplish that task.
I agree.
Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, I was going to say, so Commissioner Uribe, because I think it's an important conversation to have about the pass-through costs. I think that what this is going to do to affordable housing has been an absolute distractor and detractor for years and years. It's the same thing that comes up every time we try to say to a developer, hey, we shouldn't be on the wetlands. They say, but this is going to affect affordable housing. The reality of it is we're working so hard with affordable housing developers to make sure that those projects are being incentivized to every maximum extent. The reason why we were behind is we didn't change any of those impact fees from 2012 to 2020. That was a lot of growth where we just sat still. That was inflation that was sat on, because coming out of 2008, there were some hesitations to update. At some point, we're having to look at that. And what I believe is being done the right way right now is doing it in a data-driven way. Hearing that the median price of a new home in Orange County, with everything that we've done to try to incentivize housing stock, is 700 and what was it, 740?
740.
I believe that that the developers are going to take the money that's on the table, and that's okay. That's their business. But then we need to make sure we're taking a piece of that every single time, so that the existing residents aren't paying for the new stuff. And so that's what this is about. It's about new development and making sure that we are collecting what we need to in a data-driven way that shows these patterns that makes the most sense. I mean, we're still going to be constrained by state law, and this is going to be a tough hurdle to overcome. But I think if we don't address it today, it's going to get worse as this board grows and as our, I would say, this area continues to grow. So I agree with Commissioner Seibert. I think that option 3, again, would be the most prudent.
Commissioner Uribe.
So just to clarify, you said by increasing these impact fees and that $56 million, we'd be able to add 2 miles to a 4-lane road.
The current collections, 56, again, I'll go back to that slide. So we're collecting about $56 million, assessing about $56 million a year. On a 4-lane road at the $6.8 million per lane mile, that's effectively 2 lane miles, or 2 miles of a 4-lane road. The additional revenue, so that's what we collect today. The additional revenue, again, you can see with those extraordinary circumstances, it'd be about an additional $20 million per year of revenues that would come into the county or be redeemed in credits. That would be a result of the incorporating this study and into a fee increase.
Thanks, John.
Commissioner Scott.
John, as a governmental entity, we are afforded certain discounts based on the volume of just raw materials, right? So the more we order, we get maybe reductions in cost, sometimes reductions in shipping and things like that. If the property tax revision does move forward, then we would have to look at our budget again in terms of what we, do from a CIP standpoint. Everything would have to be looked at. For sure, we would reduce the amount of commodities, the consumables and things that we order from different vendors and contractors, which would likely result in an increase. It might be negligible, but I feel like there'd be an increase in what we pay for materials. And so I'm just thinking, like, I just feel like there is for sure one and maybe some other variables that factor in where we go at this point. I'm kind of indifferent, but I would lean towards deferment until after we see what happens in November. But
I agree.
Commissioner Uribe is spot on in her remarks. Like, you'll have some developers that will say, hey, I'm going to pass the cost on and make no bones about it. And you have some other developers that will pass it on but try to disguise it in other fees. And you might have some developers that may make, moderate adjustments and maybe absorb a portion of the cost. But there's no doubt in my mind any changes in what we do here will impact everyday residents. So I just wanted to say that for the record. Yeah. I'm good, Mayor.
Okay, it's complicated. And, in our community, we cannot solve the housing problem without solving the transportation challenges. So we have a multimodal system that can get people off the highways with a dedicated funding source. This board and future boards going to continue to have these same conversations. And it's either going to take a sales tax, transportation infrastructure sales tax to do it, or it doesn't exist today, but there are those in our community who think that at some point we should add to our tourist development tax additional pennies that will have to be codified by the state to allow for additional pennies to be charged for expanded uses. In my humble opinion, I think one of those expanded uses could be on infrastructure, could be to deal with housing. But that doesn't exist today. That's not the law. We can't do that. I do believe we need a read-in from the taxpayers. I don't agree yet that the property tax reduction that's being proffered to our voters is going to pass. The local governments, counties, municipal townships throughout Florida, I believe, are unified across political lines, party lines, that it's probably a bad idea right now for that to happen in the state of Florida. There are consequences of that I don't believe the legislature is adequately taken into consideration. And we certainly need to understand the full breadth of what we're going to be dealing with in terms of any kind of reductions. If it does pass, there are going to be some local government services reduced somewhere. And there are people in the legislature who believe that that's a good thing. I believe that all divisions of government should be forced to look at how we spend the people's money from time to time, and where there's inefficiency, we should look for efficiencies. Orange County is, I think, no, we're not immune to that conversation. And we're going to see, we're getting ready to go into our budget work sessions. And we got pressures, budgetary pressures in a lot of different areas just to deliver public safety. The sheriff alone is requesting $80 million additional dollars. All of these increases are just simply not sustainable over time. And so we do, I think it might be wise to understand the full, within the full context of what we're going to be dealing with, if we have to make some modifications in, you know, how we budget and what we prioritize. But today, I think in terms of the quality of life, the environmental issues, the challenges we have with roads, and we cannot build ourselves out of this conundrum that we're in solely. It's going to take multimodal solutions. So that's the bigger picture to me. And it's not like we haven't been having these conversations. We've been wrestling with what is the solution. And we've certainly tried it, you know, in the last few years, the last, I don't know, 25 years. We tried it multiple times. I wish, you know, our governor a while back had not turned down money that was in the pipeline from the federal government for this area, but they did. I wish that we had been successful in getting a penny, a half penny, or what have you, passed for infrastructure improvements, but we didn't. But the problem didn't go away. In the near term, you know, November is not far away, but we're going to continue to see, I think, our legislature make some modifications, and it's going to be tough because of preemptions. They continue to be preempting local governments and putting us in the situation that we're in, and then saying to us, "You figure it out," because that's basically what they're saying right now, right? They're saying, "You all can cut, you can afford to cut, and you figure out, local governments, where that cut needs to be." But it's disproportionate, I think, impacts people who can't afford housing now. They're going to pay disproportionately, I think, if it's just a sales tax, at least if it's new pennies, if you will, on the hotel tax. It somewhat takes the burden off of people who live here who can't afford to pay more in sales tax. It takes a little bit of the burden off there, but the future boards may have to find themselves doing a couple of things to get there, okay, in order to really address this issue. So the board has to give staff some direction today, and we're going to come back and try to figure out what we're hearing, and I'll get a weigh-in from all of our commissioners. I see you, Commissioner Wilson. Are you trying to jump back in?
Yeah, because I think all of the points being made are really good and important, and I agree with you about the need for a holistic, multimodal approach. As the person who tried to bring the infrastructure sales tax conversation up this year, and I understand that timing is essential. I think what makes this update very different is that this is not a tax imposed on our existing residents. This is a fee that goes to development of new structures, which means that if you punt this, if we kick this down the road, we are effectively writing a gift to the folks who actually wrote the language for SB 180 and who wrote the language for the other preemptions that aren't allowing us to do other things to help our current residents that are struggling with the pressures of growth. It is very directly the funding that goes to offsetting the impact from what they are building to the intersection around the area where they are, to the actual transportation where that development is going. If we punt this today, you are acknowledging a big, and this may be the case, I'm not jumping in your heads here, but this is a gift to unmitigated high-end development. We're not talking about affordable. We're not talking about infill, and we're not talking about the really cool other things that we're trying to do to structure good development. We're talking about the sprawling development that continues to pressure our transportation systems, that the only thing we have to try to help our current residents is to impose an impact fee. So I just want to make sure we're restructuring this. I know we're looking at...
We all understand it. We're not saying...
Well, I know, but I'm hearing from you guys that this is a tax
this
on
is
our
not-
residents, and it's...
We're not saying you're doing this forever.
But not for affordable... And listen, I get it. GOBA is very powerful, and I'm sure you guys are concerned about it, but I want you to know, like, it's important for us to respect the existing residents and what the development pressures are doing to them. And if we kick this down the road, that's what we're saying. That's what we're going to do.
I don't agree that's what we're saying.
I agree. Totally agree.
I just think that beware of what we're talking about. Somebody is going to pay, and we need billions of dollars.
No, I agree, but this is not. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about an update that isn't arbitrary. It's data-driven and based on the actual cost of the improvement.
Let me just see where the board wants to go. Okay, you all have an opinion. All right, Commissioner Wilson, where are you?
Well, I was very clear because it is data-driven and it goes to the impact of new development.
1, 2, or 3?
3. I've said it 4 times now. 3.
All right, let's keep moving. Commissioner Gomez-Cadero. You got to pick one commissioner. All right, 3, Commissioner.
District 5 residents do not support urban sprawl, corporate welfare, or handouts to developers. We are all about number 3 because we have extraordinary housing circumstances that we qualify for, and developers should pay their fair share, which can only be achieved through adoption of number 3.
I don't think anybody in any district supports urban sprawl, but in either case, I don't think all I'm saying is District 5 residents aren't unique in that regard. Commissioner Scott.
Businesses set their prices based on the overhead. That's all I'm saying, and we have so many variables. So I'm saying number 1, because even if we put this in place now, it doesn't stop them from increasing the price that they're going to ultimately give to the end user, which is the home buyer. Plus, number 1.
I'm going to go with 1 for now. I think that we got to get a read in from Tallahassee.
Can we set it to bring this back after the? So
Well, you have 3-3.
I mean, it's just
Byron,
at least
what were
we'll
you
have
saying?
Some certainty on
So
what's
you
going
have
to
a
happen. in Tallahassee.
3-3, so we,
So maybe just as, again, some clarification. So option 3, as I described earlier, requires unanimous approval of the Board of County Commissioners. And so I'm certainly not hearing that today, which really takes option 3 off the table. And then at least to option 2, because it's not implementing the full fee increase, we're, again, limiting ourselves to those statutory limitations. It may be worth just deferring this for 6 months, letting the new board pick up this matter, or at least understanding the impacts of property tax reform and other budgetary impacts of our CIP, because we also are limited in implementing impact fee increases to once every 4 years. So if you go with a lesser increase than perhaps what a board might desire, that really is that could be perceived as a 4-year decision, again, absent those extraordinary circumstances. So if there's not clear consensus around option 3, there may be some value in just kind of getting past November, seeing what happens, and then having a future board pick up this matter.
John, are you in favor of 2? It sounds like you're in favor of 2. I'm just curious.
I think certainly we're all aware, not just from the public, but from a staff perspective, of the challenges in delivering our CIP. We've seen massive cost increases in those projects. And so an impact fee increase certainly could be appropriate to attempt to recapture those costs associated with that new infrastructure to support growth. But it is strictly a board policy decision about how far or whether to increase those fees.
Very diplomatic answer, John. Thank you.
Listen, if we bring it back after the vote, it'll be clearer, I think, at that point.
Mayor, one other point, obviously there's a clear consensus among the board that we need a dedicated funding source for transportation. That new development would also likely pay some form of infrastructure or sales tax. That other revenue source does get considered in a credit calculation of the impact fee.
Right.
So a dedicated revenue source would have the effect of lowering an impact fees associated with new development as well. So there are some interplays between not just property tax, but even infrastructure or sales tax and the impact fee issues, which again goes back to our housing discussion, et cetera. So it's not a simple and singular policy issue.
Mayor, can we bring this back in November when I think it would still be this current form of the board, because the new board is going to take on to December? Could we set it for a meeting in November?
So just, I'm sorry, Mayor, Commissioner, just in terms of the technical work that staff would have to do, we can certainly have the policy discussion, but again, remembering that we'd have to update the ordinance and go through update the study, go through a whole ordinance development process. Even if the board in November were to reconsider the issue, it wouldn't be back until then the spring or late winter of 2027 with a completely new board, not completely new board, but a new board they would ultimately be taking action on it. So November's not a great window to affect an action.
Okay. Thank you for the
All right.
clarification. I'm good, Mayor.
All right, so it is what it is.
Mayor, we'll look for you or future members of the board to give staff direction to bring this issue back forward.
Yes, sir.
I think that's what I
That's what
heard.
it's going to take.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Lively discussion. That is the conclusion of today's board meeting. So we stand adjourned.